yeah. I said, hey.
What's
What's
going
going on? Hold on. I gotta get that.
I'm like laugh crying over here. Power Simulator is a very relaxing game, in my opinion. The sounds of washing are very white noise-like. Agreed. Also, how are you today? Welcome to the server, by the way. If anybody in here is not in the server yet, make sure you do exclamation Discord and join us. Join the Heavenly Legion. Join the shenanigans. Join the chaos. Join the squeaky.
I'm good. Oh god, I'm gonna have to redeem this more often. This is way too funny.
I'm laugh crying.
You communist motherfucker. Fine.
Past him
All right,
going
all right.
90, and I drifted into his lane.
Oh no.
Oh no, you don't. Oh no, you don't.
Oh no, you two.
Well.
Joseph!
Oh no.
You have a wonderful rest of your night, mate.
Oh my days!
Wait, no, I missed! No,
Oh, we lost someone.
See, that's
Rico's ordering the choctopus. Let's go!
the choctopus.
Let's go!
He survived. Rose to the challenge.
I mean, he's Space Marine. It would take a rather large choctopus to kill him. Okay, we're gonna have to swap. You're not heavy enough, so tread jumping down onto there.
Oh, get little. Get super little. Okay, never mind. I got an achievement for that, though.
She
That was
moided
funny.
me, chat. She moided me.
That was good. That was
Okay,
hilarious.
so, wait! No! No!
Did you fall?
Are
you dead?
The fire! The fire! Run!
Are you dead?
I'm alive, somehow.
I don't know how to get away from this guy.
No! No! You set him off right as he got up there!
Oh. Are you dead?
I'm alive, just...
I hear something. Where are you? Where'd you go?
Head back to that central area.
Ah!
What is it? Stop panicking. Ooh!
Oh my god!
Ow. No, it's gonna kill me. It killed me. Well, hello, everybody. I hope that everyone is doing well today. Welcome in. Valmont, congratulations on first. Fish. Thrax, congratulations on second. I'm gonna have to make that a redeem, aren't I? Chunky, welcome in. Otter, howdy, welcome in. How is everyone on this fine day? Sorry, I'm chugging water. I just inhaled a thing of noodles and they were spicy and my mouth is slightly toasty right now. Not too bad, but... Enough to require a bit of water. Your fish? No, noted, Otter. Chonky, you're packing, so what? That'll take like 3 minutes? So, as per usual, our plan for today. Here in a moment, we will open with prayer. So if you got a prayer request, get it in now. This is your best chance. After which, we will get into our Bible reading. Our verse of the day today, Isaiah 55, 8 through 9 from the King James Version of the Bible. Then we shall carry on with the book of Psalms with Psalm 103. After which, we've got some videos to watch today, and we will also be playing some Satisfactory. I will show you all what I did while off stream. I've developed the factory a bit more. That would be putting it lightly. Need prayers for a job interview, and you just signed up for college courses? Well, congratulations, Otter. We should certainly add those to the prayer list. Let me clear all that. There we go. There we go. You would like prayers for money? Thrax, I'll be real honest. Just straight prayers for money. I'm not sure that that's a good idea. Done some bad monetary decisions? You're having the day from hell, Val? Valmont, can you hear me? Or are you in one of those situations where you can't hear the stream, in which case you won't respond, and I'll type out some questions. You can hear me now? Sweet. So what's going on, my friend? If you want to tell about it. If not, we're praying for you regardless, but... Oh, don't worry, Thrax. I'll still pray for you. I just don't know about praying straight for money. That seems like a somewhat poor decision. Otter, don't do that. A little pewter I sent a while back. Eh? Oh, I think I know the one you're talking about, Chalky. I was super confused. I was like, what are you talking about? Moved Saturday, been running around trying to get what you need to enroll the kids in school. Every single thing you've tried to do today has been a disastrous failure. Oh dear. Chalky, it's been a while. It has been a minute since I sent it, and I don't tend to keep track of those things. Renewed your ID in January, but the new card was sent to your psychotic... Ooh. Ouch. That one I would definitely try to get in contact with the issuing agency and see if they can get another one spun up, or that, I mean, that's one of those ones that she's gonna have a hard time holding hostage because it's literally your identification. And the police would be hard-pressed not to be like, okay, well, that's obviously not yours. You can't have that. But then again, you said something about the police there being... Yeah. The issuing agency is closed today. Oof. Goodness gracious, Val. You're in another state now. I mean, yeah, but it still wouldn't theoretically prevent the police, but... When you hear psychotic mother-in-law, you hear a strong case for exterminatus. Yeah, some people will actively degrade your belief in mankind. Yeah, you mentioned that, her calling CPS. It's crazy. Under investigation all week right before moving. Goodness gracious, my friend. You are going through the ringer lately, aren't you? The enemy's certainly testing you. Put it lightly. And your mother-in-law seems to be all too content to be a tool of the enemy. Which is interesting, doesn't she profess to be a Christian? Yet she is so quick to bend the knee to the devil and to the enemy and to do his bidding so happily. My goodness. Sounds like your mom true. Your company can't find a spot for you to work, Thrax? Oh dear. She attacks you with misquoted scriptures out of context all the time, too. Is she Catholic? Out of curiosity, or Mormon? No, not Catholic. Baptist? Wow. That's just downright disappointing. She doesn't even have the excuse of being in one of the sect that, are inherently wrong, like the Mormons and Catholics. So she can go to a Baptist church, hear some, at least theoretically, halfway decent, their church is very culty. Ah, so they're almost Catholic. Noted. Is she Catholic? Hey, I'm just saying, I have an interesting view of the Catholic Church. Their preacher does not preach out of they're not Baptists. They're not Christian at all, then. If they're not preaching out of the Bible, that is a synagogue of evil. They are Baptists? They're not Baptists. They can claim to be Baptists. They can claim to be Christians. If they're not preaching out of the Bible, they're not. They're the Timu Catholic. Oh no. No, if they're, like I said, if they're not preaching out of the Bible, they aren't any kind of Christian. They can put whatever name they want on it, but it's kind of similar to my view on Israel, where the current state of Israel and the Israel of the Bible are not the same thing. Just because you put the name on it doesn't mean that it's suddenly... it'd be like me going up and being like, this is my Porsche 911, and I pat a donkey, and I'm like, I named him Porsche 911, so he's a Porsche 911, and you will acknowledge it and pay me the price that I request for it. No, you can put whatever name you want on it. That doesn't suddenly make it that, It's the same thing as the tranny stuff with the, it's ma'am! It's ma'am! Extreme violence, indeed. Like, you can, sir, you can say that he said that Jesus didn't know Judas was the one to be... I'm gonna be real honest. Give me the man's name. Heretics should burn. That's all I'll say. Chonky might not want to get on the bus yet. Because I might have to come down there, because it sounds like there's some heretics that need to be handled the old-fashioned way. We're going to need a lot of logs and some rope. PM me the name of the church. Let's go. But nah, yeah. That's... Goodness gracious. So that's not a preacher, and that's not a Baptist church. That is a temple of evil wherein Christ is being disregarded, and every single member of that church ought to repent immediately for their antichrist, heretical views and ideals, because not a single one of them is making it into heaven if they're going to be preaching that kind of thing. They will all burn in hell for that. And I will happily speed them along their way to their final location, to their final trip. Because that is some heresy on another level. If you're so idiotic as to that's almost, that, I would, you know what? I'm going to say something I never say. That's worse than the Catholics. I didn't know you could be worse than the Catholics when it came to Christian theology. I thought that they held the pinnacle for it, them or the Mormons. It's a toss-up. But, we're gonna pray for them, because they need Jesus in their life, because they very clearly don't have him. They don't know him. And, hey. I'm gonna have to add, I'm gonna have to make a roster of churches that we pray for, because there are a lot of churches. You can't see me doing the hand gesture, the fingers thing, but those churches need salvation. Pointed out all the issues is preaching. They attacked you, said he never said any of that, but it's on recording. So they're blinded by the enemy. Not a single one of them knows Christ. This is a travesty, to be certain. You know what? I'm going to do that. We're going to start making a list, chat. Anyone here that has a church that they know that needs praying for, feel free to drop those names. I'm going to start building a roster of churches that need to be prayed for, because... oh boy. Oh boy, are there a lot of churches out there that need some help. They constantly tell you that you are evil and don't know God, and, well, that's alright. They're allowed to believe in Vishnu or whatever god it is that they're actually, or whatever demon it is that they have mistaken for God. Because I can guarantee you whatever they're praying to is not Christ. We need a Discord channel section for it or something. I will see what we can do. Because there's a ever-growing list of churches and Christians that need us praying for them, because what they are praying to is not God. They have allowed themselves to be tricked, and that they need to be prayed for daily because they have been played for fools by something demonic in nature, or something of this world, one or the other. There are a lot of churches that are also swayed by that, where it's not something inherently demonic, but it is something evil of man that has misled them. Which could also theoretically be demonic, but I don't always want to put it at the feet of a demon. Some humans are just as evil as demons without outside interference. The ones who reject the good that Christ offers them. You got ridiculed for being poor while at a church one time, Chunky? If you can get me the name of that church. Because every single person involved in that church, if they're not praying for that individual or driving that individual out, then that church is lost and needs praying for. You'll drive by it tomorrow? Alright, Chucky. Make sure you get me that one's name. It's being added to the list. It's time to start keeping a list of names of churches and preachers and supposed Christians that need our prayers, because they are lost. But, alright, so I suppose we have chatted for long enough. We will get into our prayer. Sounds like we have got a lot to pray for today. A lot to pray on today, because, oh boy, are people getting lost. But, alright, let's get started, shall we, chat? Heavenly Father, we come to you today, and as we do, we ask that you open our hearts and our minds, you provide us guidance and discernment, that we may better understand the lessons that it is you intend for us to take from today, no matter what tool it is you use to teach us with, whether it be something we see here in the good word, a conversation we have, something we see, whatever it is. Just grant us that insight that is necessary, that we may not only understand, but we may make use of it and grow as Christians. We ask that you continue to provide a refuge for us, a strong place where we can gather with our fellow Christians in your might, where we can refresh and renew ourselves. We live in a world full of temptations, tragedies, and enemies all about us that would see us torn down and led astray, even those who would profess to be Christians. And we just ask that you grant us the strength and the strength that is necessary to overcome each and every one of them today. We have many trials and tribulations ahead of us, and we just ask that you continue to guide us along through them. We ask that you lay your healing hands on each and every one of us. You know our personal struggles, whether we have admitted them out loud or not. In particular, we lift up Valmont and her family with just all of the evil that is attacking them. The enemy has them beset on all sides, attacking them through people that would claim to be Christians and through the worldly tools at the enemy's disposal. And we just ask that you grant her and her family the peace, the serenity, and the healing that they need. We also pray for Chonky and his travels that are coming up, that should go smoothly, and that there should be no problems. We lift up Thrax and his situation with work and with money, and just granting him the insight that is necessary. And prayers for Otter as well. We lift up Otter as well, that there should be success in the job interviews and ample success going into these college courses. We also pray for these people that we spoke of today that are so misled, that have allowed themselves to be led astray, led away from you, yet they continue to profess your name while they blaspheme it so fervently. And we just ask that you shine your light into their life and that you guide them back to the path that they should soften their hearts and open their minds once again to your word, and not allow themselves to be led astray by demons and by man. But above all, we ask for your mercy and for your forgiveness, for we are not but sinners and fools, each and every one of us, and that your will be done in our lives. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen. Alright, so didn't know if you wanted me to use names in particular there, Val, so I didn't pull the names. The Lord knows who they are, anywho, but we'll look into that, and like I said, we're gonna have to start making a list. Gonna have to start making a list of churches, pastors, preachers, and professed Christians that have gone astray, and we shall pray for them. Make sure I check that list twice. I will triple and quadruple check it. I will be thorough in my checking of the list. None shall escape my eye. But welcome in, Big Hippie. Of course, Val. I am always happy to pray for you and your family. Church name is Bay Harbor. Don't know if it was Baptist or Church of God. Yeah, okay. Well, we will see about DM me that. I'll look into it as well. Like I said, I'm gonna start making a list. There will be a long list. I even know some other streamers, which might get me in trouble for adding names to the list that are streamers, but I shall do it anyway. Because at the end of the day, the judgment of my fellow man means little to me before the judgment of God. And I would rather pray on their behalf, even if it makes them angry, that I should be praying for them because I fear that they are lost. But we shall start making the list nonetheless. So, that being said, now on to our verse of the day today, Isaiah 55, 8 and 9, from the King James Version of the Bible. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. That is very true. I think that is also something we have to acknowledge pretty frequently, is the fact that we do often, like, there's the two wide ends of the interpretation, that one, man is inherently always evil, and then the end of it where man is always inherently good, and that we're just being pulled one way or the other. And I think, no, the Bible quite often tells us we are neither. We're not purely evil, nor are we purely good. We are fallible creatures, and we cannot even begin to fathom the way that the Lord thinks. We simply do our best to follow the tenets that he set before us. But, our ways are nowhere near equivalent to his, otherwise we wouldn't have all the problems that we have. Now, though, for Psalm 103, a psalm of David. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits. Who forgiveth all thine iniquities, and healeth all thy diseases. Who redeemeth thy life from destruction, who crowneth thee with loving kindness and tender mercies. Who satisfieth thy mouth with good things, so that thy youth is renewed like the eagles. The Lord executeth righteousness and judgment for all that are oppressed. He made known his way unto Moses, his acts unto the children of Israel. The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and plenteous in mercy. He will not always chide, neither will he keep his anger forever. He hath not dealt with us after our sins, nor rewarded us according to our iniquities. For as the heaven is high above the earth, so great is his mercy towards them that fear him. As far as the east is from the west, so far hath he removed our transgressions from us. Like as a father pitieth his children, so the Lord pitieth them that fear him. For he knoweth our frame, he remembereth that we are dust. As for man, his days are as grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourisheth. For the wind passeth over it, and it is gone, and the place thereof shall know it no more. But the mercy of the Lord is from everlasting to everlasting upon them that fear him, and his righteousness unto children's children, to such as keep his covenant, and to those that remember his commandment to do them. The Lord hath prepared his throne in the heavens, and his kingdom ruleth over all. Bless the Lord, ye his angels, that excel in strength, that do his commandment, hearkening unto the voice of his word. Bless ye the Lord, all ye his hosts, ye ministers of his that do his pleasure. Bless the Lord, all his works, in all places of his dominion. Bless the Lord, O my soul. Those two lines in particular caught me. I quite like these. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who redeemeth thy life from destruction, who crowneth thee with loving kindness and tender mercies. Otter, your mother attends a church of God 3 times within the last decade, every time a great heresy or contradiction. Yeah, that is the problem. There are a lot of churches that have that issue. When man is involved, we're intrinsically likely to fail, but sometimes it is worse than others. Okay, let me get us set up now. There we go. I reckon that should be set up properly now. Having to go for a second. Have a blessed stream there. Alright, Thrax, we shall talk to you later, friend. Let me, hold on. It's not cooperating. Where did it go? There it is. And sorry, my OBS got like all shifted around and whatnot. Now I'm having to reshift things around to get it all set back up properly. I dislike when it does this. Why? Here, let me play some music while I get things sorted so we're not sitting here in silence, shall we? Take care of myself. Give me a moment there, Junkie. Actually needed to clear a couple of things off the desk, and I was going to do that once we got the videos started and everything, so give me uno momento. Okay, there, good. It's capturing the video now. Let me spin up our game and change our category. Ryan, welcome in. How are you doing today, friend? Ooh, you know, it's something I know that I'm gonna need to change right quick is the sound for this game because I had it cranked way down when I was off stream. Let me, yep, there it is. There we go. Should I make the screen a little bit bigger? I wonder. Let me see. Or I say screen, I'm talking about the video. Let me make that a wee bit larger. There, maybe that's a little bit better. I know it is quite small, but I'm trying to like get that good balance, you know. But alright, there we go. Let me get some video started, and then I am going to step away for 1 moment. I gotta clear some stuff off my desk and grab a bottle of water. Gotta be chucking water bottles into my room like flashbangs. Oh dear. I mean, I've got them in the room, it's just I don't have them on the desk a lot of the time. But, oh, perfect timing. Ads are about to hit, so I'll let the ads run while I'm gonna get the video started, and then we'll get into the game afterwards. I'm doing alright, Ryan. Gotta just clear a couple items off my desk and grab some water, so... Uno momento, por favor. I should be right back, everybody. 1 second.
All around the world as of 2024, it's been estimated that the U.S. military runs somewhere around 750 bases overseas beyond the sovereign territory of the United States itself, across about 80 or more different foreign countries that span every continent on the Earth, including Antarctica. There are so many American military bases in so many places, and so many more are getting built or getting withdrawn from all the time, and so many more are just top secret and not public knowledge, that nobody even really knows exactly how many there are around the world at any given time. Not even the Pentagon itself, apparently. Because of this, the number usually given for how many overseas American military bases there are is around 750, with all of the known ones that exist today marked on this map that you see now stretched all across the world. America's global military machine is so all-encompassing today that it literally runs more overseas military bases than every single other country in the world does by several times over. Roughly 75 to 85% of all the overseas military bases run by all the countries in the world today are exclusively run by the United States, meaning that no other country's military runs anywhere near as comparable a global footprint as America's. At any given time, there will be around 170,000 active-duty American soldiers deployed overseas to these hundreds of bases around the world.
Welcome back to Satisfactory. How's the volume balance of me versus the video?
But all deployed beyond its own borders.
Let me know.
The U.S. almost certainly controls more manned military outposts around the world today than any previous people,
you may notice
nation,
our
or
factory
empire
looks a
before it
little bit
has
different.
in all of human history, which, along with America's technological advantages and massive budget, make the U.S. military the most formidable armed force that has ever existed in our planet's history. But rather than America's technological, manpower, or financial advantages, it is primarily the U.S. military's logistical capabilities between all of these 750 or so bases around the world that make the American military so globally dominant and really impossible to challenge. The U.S. military takes logistics so seriously that within only a couple of years of invading the landlocked country of Afghanistan on the other side of the world in the middle of Central Asia, and after overthrowing the Taliban government there, the Air Force flew in a fully operational mobile Burger King to feed the American soldiers fighting there in the middle of hostile territory. And within time, the U.S. military had a fully operational Pizza Hut and Dairy Queen set up within the middle of Afghanistan as well. But nearly everywhere they're located, America's hundreds of military
like I
bases
said, let me know what the how the volume balance is. If the video's too loud or I'm too quiet, I can tweak it.
America's hundreds of overseas military bases
As
can be
for our
broadly
factory,
divided into two separate
this
categories.
is our
There are
original
larger,
factory
more often
area, though
permanently
we have
installed
changed
military
it a
bases
bit.
that house more than
There's been
200
some
troops and typically cost more than $10
reorganizing
million
and
to
some
build,
significant
and about
increase
60%
to
of
our
America's
storage
worldwide military
capabilities.
bases. And then there
Like
are
we got a
smaller, more
ton
often
more
less permanent
storage than we
military
used to.
bases that are referred to
Audio
as
sounds
cooperative
perfect,
security
alright.
locations or lily
We've also
pads.
started color
They're set up to be
coding
less
our
intrusive,
factory
less
areas a
obvious
little bit to
forward
make it
operating
more
sites
visually
typically cost
obvious,
less
like
than $10
what
million to get set up, and have fewer than 200
areas or
military
what,
personnel
you know?
staffed within them, which represent the remaining
this is
40%
the
of
main
America's
plant.
overseas bases worldwide.
For now.
And all across the world, there are some parts of it that have significantly higher concentrations of U.S. military bases
So
than
I'll show
others
you the
do.
power
There are
plant,
relatively fewer
though I
American
don't know
bases
how long
present
it
in
will
Latin
stay the
America, the
power
Caribbean,
plant.
and Africa, and significantly more bases present in Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia. Germany is the country that's presently home to the highest concentration of American military bases and overseas servicemen in the world. A lasting legacy of Germany's crushing defeat during the Second World War, West Germany's geographic position as a frontline state against the Soviet-backed Warsaw Pact during the ensuing Cold War, and the permanent American military presence in the country that has remained ever since. At the end of the Cold War in 1990,
Yeah, we'll see
the
how
US
permanent
had around
that is.
250,000
How the
troops
Europeans
stationed all
are acting
across
right
Europe.
now.
But after the Soviet Union disintegrated, the Clinton administration began shutting down dozens of bases on the continent and greatly reduced America's total troop presence there by more than half. By 2021,
This
with
is our
Europe having
basic
remained fairly
little
calm for
steel
decades
plant
and
for
major
now.
crises having exploded elsewhere that
It's not
distracted
much,
America's
but
military
it's a
attention to
start.
other continents. U.S. troop levels on the European continent had dwindled down to
And here's
fewer
our
than
coal
64,000, with about half of that total being concentrated in Germany. But
Which
since Russia's
somehow
full-scale
does
invasion
not
of
produce
Ukraine was
enough
launched the
still,
following
even though
year
we've
in
got 6 coal
2022,
plants.
Washington has begun surging tens of thousands of troops back to Europe once again, to the point where today there are around 100,000 American troops deployed to the continent, with about 54,000 of them all being deployed to America's various bases in Germany. Tens of thousands of others deployed to bases across Italy, the UK, Poland, Spain, Romania, Kosovo, and elsewhere. But by far, America's single largest and most important permanently installed base in Europe is Ramstein Air Base here in western Germany, the headquarters for the U.S. Air Force in Europe that serves as the anchor for a sprawling American military complex that houses 54,000 American soldiers and more than 5,400 American civilian employees. Ramstein is therefore featured very prominently in America's overseas military operations all throughout its history, serving as a major logistical center for U.S. aircraft flying from the mainland to pursue operations in Africa and the Middle East. The Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, located just outside of Ramstein, is the largest American military hospital outside of the U.S. itself. That was used extensively throughout the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq to treat wounded American soldiers. In 2021, when Afghanistan was evacuated, Ramstein was also used as a major transfer point for thousands of Afghan civilians and soldiers who'd been airlifted out of the country by American aircraft to start new lives in safety in the U.S. mainland. But Ramstein is also not without its many controversies. In 2015, it was revealed that the U.S. was using Ramstein as a logistical operations center to transport weapons and munitions to U.S.-backed rebels in Syria fighting in the civil war there without the knowledge or consent of the German government. While even further, it was revealed in the same year that Ramstein was also being used by the Obama administration as a critically important control center for American drones being used to attack targets in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Yemen, and Somalia. The German government claimed that it was not ever informed about America's usage of Ramstein as a major drone command center, and in 2019, three Yemeni citizens who lost family members during a 2012 U.S. drone strike took legal action against the German government for having allowed the operation of the drones on their territory at Ramstein. But since the U.S. has full legal jurisdiction over Ramstein Air Base, Berlin's ability to control what the U.S. actually does on the base, even without the knowledge or consent of the German government, is very limited. And this remains true across many of America's other military bases around the world as well, even in Europe. America's second largest overseas troop concentration in Europe is in Italy, largely based around the headquarters of the U.S. 6th Fleet in Naples and the strategically located Naval Air Station Sigonella, with around 4,000 U.S. troops in their aircraft, positioned on Sicily, roughly in the center of the Mediterranean Sea, which serves as one of the primary stopover points for U.S. airlifts and aircraft bound from the continental U.S. towards the Middle East and the Indian Ocean. The U.S. also operates out of a major Air Force base in the north of the country at Aviano, home to the U.S. Air Force's 31st Fighter Wing that is one of only a handful of overseas American military bases that is known to store nuclear weapons in underground storage systems. One of the most controversial incidents concerning the American military in Italy took place in 2003, when CIA agents abducted an Egyptian Islamist cleric named Abu Omar while he was in Milan while he was seeking asylum in Italy. He was then transported by the CIA to the U.S. Air Force Base in Aviano, and then transported to Egypt, where he was imprisoned for 4 years without any charges, secluded and brutally tortured by the then Mubarak regime. 26 CIA agents operating in Italy at the time were later indicted by Italian prosecutors over the abduction, including the man who was the head of the CIA.
None of them are activated
time,
yet, so I'm still trying to figure out the power situation.
10 years later, after the Omar Abu abduction in 2013,
but you can also see
Castelli
they're
was
much more
convicted of 7
well
years
thought
in
out,
prison
more
for his role in
planned
the
than
incident
the
by an
original
Italian
plant
court,
is.
along with 3 other CIA officials at the time. But none of them were physically present at the trial, and none of them have ever been extradited by the US government back to Italy to serve out their sentences ever since. The next largest concentration of U.S. forces present in Europe are in the UK, where over 10,000 American troops are permanently based, with the 2 largest concentrations being at the twin RAF bases of Lakenheath and Mildenhall in the southeast of England.
But now to
the
show
US has
you
maintained
why
a
we're
permanent
building
military
this
presence in
base,
the
because
UK
I need a
ever since the
jumping off
Second
point
World
to
War.
more
And
to
despite
move
being
towards
officially
our
an RAF
newest area
station,
that we're
Lakenheath
developing,
currently
which is down
only
this way.
hosts the US Air Force and their own personnel. And in recent history, these have been the American bases that have been instrumental in supporting U.S. air operations in Libya and elsewhere in the Middle East. In 1986, a bomb blew up in a Berlin disco club that was known to be popular with American soldiers and killed 3 and wounded hundreds of others. The bombing was quickly traced by American intelligence back to Muammar Gaddafi's regime in Libya. And then 9 days after the bombing later, under orders from President Ronald Reagan and with the airspaces of France and Spain all blocked off to them, 24 U.S. fighters took off from Lakenheath Air Base to bomb Libya in a retaliatory strike and carried out the longest fighter combat mission ever attempted in the history of the U.S. Air Force in the process. Conducting a 14-hour round-trip flight, the fighters flew all the way around Europe, through the Strait of Gibraltar, and then across the Mediterranean towards Libya, where they dropped 60 tons of bombs before turning back around and flying the same route back to Lakenheath again. While the U.S. 6th Fleet, based in Italy, moved in just off of Libya's shores to support the attack. This is how, within a matter of hours of the order being given by the President, the U.S. military machine with its logistical infrastructure already in place abroad can rapidly attack a target in a faraway location like Libya. Decades later, in 2011, U.S. aircraft from Mildenhall and Lakenheath took part in attacking Gaddafi's regime in Libya once again, when they sortied out to enforce a no-fly zone over the country and bombarded Gaddafi's military on the ground during the Libyan civil war, which ultimately resulted in Gaddafi's overthrow and death.
We are building a base to be our jumping off point to build a base out here to process the oil.
Of America's global defense strategy, and like
basically,
the rest
I'm doing the American thing.
not without their controversies.
I found oil in a faraway Gulf, and now I'm building bases in the direction.
Located at RAF Crowden, which is used by the U.S. Air Force as a major communications station.
Politics?
The process is roughly a third of all American military communications in Europe. In 2019, an American woman who was employed at the base and married to one of the base's CIA agents was driving her car
I don't actually
near the
follow
base
that
on the
one that
American side of the
stringently. I
road,
might need to remove it, to be honest.
Was the wrong side of the road in the UK. As such, she struck and killed a 19-year-old British man named Harry Dunn, who was riding his motorcycle on the correct side of the road. Days after the incident, the American woman fled the country back to the United States and quickly claimed diplomatic immunity for herself, with the support of the U.S. government, where she's remained a free woman ever since, which has all contributed to a tense diplomatic standoff between London and Washington.
And the situation is very much different over on the other side of the world in East Asia.
The other highest concentration of American
overseas military bases in the world. That way I can get petroleum power.
The next two countries that have the highest concentration of American bases and troops are Japan and South Korea, home to roughly 50,000 to 28,500 American troops, and
from the get-go as being an oil power plant
the single largest overseas U.S. military base anywhere in the world
not just
is at Camp Humphreys here in South Korea. This base is a truly massive complex, costing nearly $11 billion to build, or about half of Brazil's entire annual military budget. It sprawls across roughly 14 square kilometers, or about a quarter the area of Manhattan. There are 500 buildings located within the base that are designed to accommodate a total population of 45,000 Americans, made up of soldiers and their spouses and children. The base is designed to essentially function as an American military town in the middle of South Korea, complete with American-run elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school for the soldiers' children. The base even has a suburban American-looking water park, an American-style gymnasium for children, a movie theater that plays the American editions of films, a massive U.S. post office to facilitate mail deliveries, and a huge food court within an American-style shopping mall that contains American fast food classics like Popeyes, Burger King, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, Starbucks, and others. It's designed to be as much of a slice of America as possible. That's also home to thousands of American troops and their aircraft that can be rapidly deployed in the event of an emergency nearby with North Korea or China. And while the government of South Korea is more than happy to host them there as a deterrent force against North Korea, their presence has often still been fairly controversial among some local South Korean citizens. Most notably in 2002, a U.S. Army armored vehicle that was returning back to its base on a public road after conducting training exercises out in the countryside hit and killed two 14-year-old South Korean schoolgirls who were walking along the side of the road on the way to a birthday party. Initially, the two U.S. soldiers who were driving the vehicle were charged by the U.S. military in military court with negligent homicide. But the South Korean government sought to transfer the case and try them in South Korean civilian court instead. The U.S. military refused to do so, and the two soldiers were subsequently found as not guilty in the ensuing military-run trial, which sparked huge anti-American protests among several South Koreans across various points in the country. And America's parallel overseas military presence in Japan is arguably even more controversial.
Yeah,
The US
we do need to
military,
work
like in European
about. We need to be
countries,
better
has
about
maintained a
doing
permanent
that.
presence in Japan
We
since
got
the
to
end
start
of World
holding
War
our guys
II.
more
After
responsible for
Germany,
that kind of
Japan
stuff.
is these days home to the second largest concentration of overseas U.S. forces worldwide. About 50,000 total troops spread out across 85 different bases all across the country, including the headquarters of the U.S. 7th Fleet that includes America's only permanently forward-deployed aircraft carrier at Yokosuka, strategically near to the entrance of Tokyo Bay. But the highest concentration of American forces in Japan for decades have always been within the small, far southern Japanese island of Okinawa. Despite making up only 0.6% of Japan's total land area, 62% of America's military bases in Japan are all concentrated here. The U.S. military maintains a permanent presence of around 30,000 soldiers on Okinawa, which all on its own would be America's second largest overseas deployment of troops in the world, only behind Germany. The small island of Okinawa is also densely populated, with nearly 1.5 million people who live there. And yet, roughly 25% of all the island's land is controlled exclusively by the US military and the 30,000 American troops stationed there. And their presence here is among the most controversial of any of America's overseas deployments worldwide. For a period of 26 years, from Japan's surrender in 1945 up until 1971, Okinawa and the rest of the Ryukyu island chain that it's a part of were directly controlled by the United States government itself. During those 26 years of direct American administration on Okinawa, the military recognized Okinawa's highly strategic location as an unsinkable aircraft carrier directly on the edge of the East China Sea, roughly equidistant from major flashpoints in Korea and the Taiwan Strait and relatively nearby to Vietnam. So, dozens of American military bases, airfields, logistics centers, and other facilities were all constructed on the island over the decades that transformed it into America's most geopolitically valuable asset held in East Asia. An asset that has been used as America's primary forward operating base and staging area for the wars in Korea and Vietnam, and as preparation for a potential war against China over the status of Taiwan ever since. After the islands were given back to Japan in 1971, the US just kept all of the military bases and facilities that it had built up on Okinawa over the past 26 years. And so Okinawa therefore continues to remain highly important to the US military's ability to deter and counter threats in the region.
And 90% of the problems that we have there could be handled if we would just start holding Marines responsible when they get into trouble.
Well, the bases are also far enough away from mainland Japan
that
and
would deal with 90% of the issues
that they don't really cause too much controversy outside of Okinawa. But they cause massive controversy within Okinawa. Despite taking up 25% of the island's land, the US military presence on Okinawa only contributes between 4 to 5% of the island's total economy, and restricts 1/4 of the island's land from further economic development or housing for the local Okinawan residents, which has led to Okinawan citizens arguing that they face a disproportionate burden of hosting the US military in Japan, compared to the rest of the country. And probably due to the sheer number of US troops present on the island, all confined within a relatively small place, the crimes that have been committed by US service members on the island have been much more widely reported on than elsewhere. It has been reported that in the 37 years between 1972, right after the US returned the islands to Japan, and 2009, American service members stationed on Okinawa committed a total of 5,634 criminal offenses, including 25 murders, 25 arsons, 385 burglaries, 2,827 thefts, 306 assaults, and other crimes that are too heinous to discuss on YouTube. A Japanese police agency also found that American servicemen on Okinawa were 86% less likely to be convicted of committing a crime by the Japanese government than a local Okinawan resident was.
Yeah,
and
that's
on top
what
of the
I'm
crime
talking about,
problem,
where we gotta
there's also
fix
an
it.
environmental contamination problem by the US military on the island as well. Recently, just a few years
I
ago
don't think
in
we should give
2021,
up the base, but I do think we need to start holding our service members to a much higher standard.
Air Base on Okinawa had severely contaminated the drinking water supply of 450,000
and it's doing damage to the relations with probably one of, if not our best
between the locals
ally.
on Okinawa and the US military even further. Outside of East Asia and Europe, the next largest concentration of overseas American military bases today are unsurprisingly in the Middle East. But America's military footprint here in this part of the world is dramatically smaller than it used to be. At its height in 2011, the US had more than 100,000 troops actively deployed across at least 10 bases in Afghanistan alone. While in 2007, the US had nearly 170,000 troops actively deployed to Iraq. About as many US troops that are deployed all around the world everywhere today in 2024. But since those times, the US has greatly winded down its troop presence in the region, preferring to pivot its attention towards the rising threats of China and East Asia and Russia and Europe instead. All American forces have been withdrawn from Afghanistan since 2021, while America's troop presence in Iraq has dwindled down to a much smaller force of only around 2,500 total troops, largely concentrated in just 2 remaining bases in the country that are allowed with the permission of the Iraqi government. These days, the US has only around 30,000 total troops actively deployed across the entire Middle East region, about as many as the US has all concentrated just on the island of Okinawa alone. America's single largest military base in the Middle East today is at Al Udeid Air Base located in Qatar. After the Qatari and American militaries cooperated together in pushing out Saddam's invading army from Kuwait during the 1991 Gulf War, Qatar realized that as a tiny country without its own significant military, it needed a strong outside power to protect itself. So, the US and Qatar signed a defense cooperation agreement that included the Qataris constructing a secret air base for the Americans to use in the country in 1996 for more than $1 billion. The first time that US forces used Al Udeid in Qatar was in late September of 2001, just after the 9/11 attacks, when Washington needed the base to position aircraft for its looming air operations in Afghanistan. Since that time, Al Udeid has transformed into a major US military base in the Middle East region, offering a convenient location for American aircraft to position themselves in for operations that have followed in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria. Al Udeid is therefore a major U.S. airbase, logistics, and command center for the military to use that's positioned roughly in the center of the Persian Gulf region, directly opposite of Iran. It is presently home to roughly 11,000 U.S. troops and multiple strategic bombers like the B-1
I say that
Lancer.
like this isn't a cave
Al Udeid
itself,
is therefore
but
home to about a third of all the U.S. troops currently stationed in the Middle East theater, while thousands of other U.S. troops and equipment are based in airfields in the neighboring United Arab Emirates, while the second largest U.S. military presence in the Middle East is centered within the small island kingdom of Bahrain, which hosts the Naval Support Activity Bahrain that's the home port of the U.S. Fifth Fleet, that's responsible for carrying out America's naval interests in the Persian Gulf, the Arabian Sea, and the Red Sea. It is the third of America's fleets that is home ported beyond the sovereign territory of the United States itself, along with the previously mentioned Seventh Fleet headquartered in Yokosuka, Japan, with responsibility for covering the Western Pacific and the Eastern Indian Ocean, and the Sixth Fleet headquartered in Naples, Italy, with responsibility for covering the Mediterranean, the Western Indian Ocean, and the Eastern Atlantic. The remaining Second, Third, and Fourth Fleets are all headquartered within the United States itself, which together gives the U.S. Navy operating coverage across the entire world. As a result, about 9,000 U.S. troops and Department of Defense employees are based in Bahrain that defend the little kingdom in the dangerous neighborhood of the Middle East, while Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan all host large numbers of U.S. forces on overseas bases as well. And beyond the Arab world, America's other most significant military base in the region is at Incirlik in Turkey, another major air base that also stores America's nuclear weapons in the region, with around 50 American nuclear bombs known to be stored at the base parked nearby within bomber range to Russia and Iran. Incirlik has been used extensively to transport aircraft and troops to the Middle East theater in several of America's previous wars. Most recently, it was heavily used by the United States in 2015 as a forward-operating drone and attack aircraft base for fighting against ISIS across the border in Iraq and Syria, after they received the green light from the Turkish government hosting the base to do so. And even with only a fraction of the number of troops and amount of equipment based in the Middle East today as compared to a couple of decades ago during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military and its worldwide logistical support system
have to kind of lure out the already spawned groups, clear them out, and then we're going to have to go in and just try to clear those nests one at a time.
After a drone attack hit a small U.S. military base in Jordan called Tower 22 just across the border from Syria and Iraq, 3 American soldiers on the base were killed and 47 others were wounded. The attack was linked to Iranian-backed Shiite militias operating in Iraq, and within days, President Biden ordered the military to carry out a retaliatory strike. 2 American B-1 bombers loaded up with 75,000 pounds of munitions each, then took off from the runway at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas on a 44-hour round-trip mission. They flew across the United States to meet up with American aerial refueling tankers just off the coast of Nova Scotia. Then, they continued flying across the Atlantic Ocean, where, just off of the coast of Portugal, they met up with more American aerial refueling tankers that took off from America's military bases in the UK. Then, the bombers continued flying all the way across the Mediterranean towards the Middle East, where they linked up with fighter escorts that departed from America's bases like Al Udeid in Qatar. And then, over a period of only 30 minutes, the bombers dropped more than 125 precision-guided munitions across more than 85 Iran-backed militia targets at 7 different locations throughout Iraq and Syria, reportedly causing devastating damage and dozens of casualties. And then, the bombers just flew back the same way they came, with the aerial refueling supports all the way back to where they took off from in Texas one day previously, without ever landing once, and accomplishing the longest and the most complicated bombing raid in American history since the 2003 Iraq War in the process. Overall, most of America's overseas military bases are within generally allied countries where their governments explicitly approve of their presence, even if they don't necessarily know about or approve of everything that goes on within them. But there are some of them that are located within the territories of countries where they are explicitly not welcome, and, as you'd expect, these ones are significantly more controversial than any of the others. Some of these examples include the small military outposts in Syria that the US military runs, where around 900 US soldiers are currently stationed at. The American soldiers here operate in the country without the permission of the Syrian government, and they serve a couple of different roles. 2 of America's bases in the northeast of the country are located in the de facto autonomous area that's under the control of the US-backed Syrian Kurdish forces. The US bases here are used to transport weapons and munitions to the Syrian Kurdish forces in Syria, and to train and advise Syrian Kurdish officers, whom the US supports within Syria against the Syrian government and against ISIS. The other US military base in Syria that's there against the Syrian government's permission is in the central south of the country, just across from the international borders with Iraq and Jordan, the Al-Tanf base. This small American outpost in Syria of around 200 soldiers in the middle of the empty Syrian desert has only been around since 2016, and it still serves a very critical function. The Americans declared a 55-kilometer safe zone within Syria's territory around the base's perimeter, and the base itself sits on the highly strategic M2 Baghdad to Damascus highway, one of only 3 major highways that connect Iraq with Syria. The other 2 highways run further north and stretch from Iraq into the northeastern part of Syria that's largely under the de facto control of the US-backed Syrian Kurdish forces, which means that with the US blocking the southern highway with their base in Syria at Al-Tanf, Washington can effectively block off all of the other major highways running from Iraq into Syria, which ultimately means that Washington can block off all of Iran's land corridors that they want to use to transport weapons, munitions, and volunteers to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Which means that the Al-Tanf base is strategically located to support Israel by denying Hezbollah access to its quickest land corridor with Iran. With Turkey generally aligned to the United States and NATO, the Syrian Kurdish forces aligned to the US within Syria, the Al-Tanf base and its 55-kilometer perimeter directly under the control of the US itself, and Jordan aligned to the US military as well, the US has established a nearly continuous north-south corridor of aligned areas that mostly block off Iran's direct access to its proxies and aligned states in the Levant, like Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Syrian government. The Al-Tanf base in Syria, while small, is the linchpin in this entire strategy. And, unsurprisingly, the Syrian government flatly rejects their presence and regards the US occupation in the area of Al-Tanf as illegal, a position that has been diplomatically supported by the likes of Russia and China. But America's bases in Syria are far from the only overseas bases that Washington runs in foreign countries that are rejected by their hosting governments. Perhaps the most infamous one of all is Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, the very first overseas military base that the United States ever created all the way back in 1903, after the conclusion of the 1898 Spanish-American War resulted in a brief U.S. military occupation of Cuba. During the U.S. occupation of the island, Washington inserted an amendment into the Cuban Constitution that allowed the U.S. to establish naval bases on land that was leased or purchased from the Cuban government. The U.S. then entered into a lease over the land that would become the Guantanamo Bay Naval Base, and the lease agreement they drafted, conveniently, had no expiration date, essentially meaning that the United States would lease the land from Cuba in perpetuity. Cuba would theoretically continue having ultimate sovereignty over the land in the base, but the U.S. government would maintain sole legal jurisdiction over it so long as they leased it. Ever since Cuba's communist revolution in 1959 overthrew the previous government and installed the communist regime in Cuba that we still know today, the Cuban government has continually insisted that America's military presence in Guantanamo Bay is illegal, and that the land and the base should be returned back to the Cuban government. Washington has, naturally, refused all of these demands for more than 65 years now. and continues to cite the terms of the perpetual lease agreement they basically made with themselves over Guantanamo Bay back during the U.S. military occupation of Cuba in 1901. And
yeah,
as per the
I'll
terms
admit
of that
it was
agreement,
shady of
the
us.
U.S. has been required to pay the Cuban government a fee of $4,500 a year to continue maintaining their lease to Guantanamo Bay. And so, for the past 65 plus years now, the US government has been continually sending a $4,500 check to the Cuban government every single year that the communist regime on the island has continually refused to accept. And interestingly, due to the decades-long trade embargo that the US government has applied on Cuba, there isn't a single McDonald's anywhere on the entire island of Cuba, except for a single one that is placed within Guantanamo Bay beyond the Cuban government's control, for the base's roughly 8,500 US sailors and Marines to enjoy. And then, after the 9/11 attacks on the U.S. came in 2001, Guantanamo Bay's original purpose as an overseas U.S. naval base in the Caribbean region was transformed when President George W. Bush issued an executive military order that enabled foreign nationals suspected of being involved with the attacks to be arrested and held indefinitely without any charges and without any legal mechanism of challenging their imprisonment. 3 months after the 9/11 attacks in December of 2001, the U.S. Department of Justice rather interestingly claimed that since Guantanamo Bay wasn't really a part of U.S. territory, and was theoretically Cuban land that was only leased to the U.S. government, the principle of habeas corpus, the legal recourse against unlawful detention, did not apply there. As a result, in early 2002, the U.S. military set up a prison camp within Guantanamo Bay to detain hundreds of suspected al-Qaeda members and affiliates and Taliban fighters who had mostly been captured during the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan. Eventually, a total of 780 prisoners from dozens of countries would be detained within the Guantanamo Bay detention camp, with the American government continually claiming that none of the prisoners who were held there were entitled to any basic protections under the U.S. Constitution or the Geneva Convention, since Guantanamo Bay was theoretically outside of sovereign U.S. territory where the Constitution didn't apply, and that all the prisoners held there were supposedly unlawful enemy combatants whom the Geneva Conventions didn't apply to either. Out of all the 780 prisoners who have been held by the U.S. military within Guantanamo Bay since 2002, only 16 of them have ever been formally charged with criminal offenses. As of 2024, the Guantanamo Bay Detention Center continues to remain open and active, with 30 prisoners who are still being held there. Among them are some of the most high-value prisoners related to the 9/11 attacks that have been continually held in Guantanamo Bay for decades now, including Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who is believed to have been al-Qaeda's number 3 leader and chief propagandist, who is admitted to masterminding the 9/11 attacks and the previous 1993 World Trade Center bombing. Ramzi bin al-Shib, who has been alleged to have been a potential 9/11 hijacker candidate, and Abu Zubaydah, who is believed to be a major al-Qaeda courier who transferred messages between Osama bin Laden and other al-Qaeda cells, among various other high-profile al-Qaeda-affiliated detainees. All of these men were captured by the CIA in Pakistan shortly after the 9/11 attacks took place, and each of them were then transferred around a vast and secretive network of CIA-run prisons beyond the reach of the rest of the US government around the world that are known as black sites, before they were eventually transferred to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. By their very nature, these CIA-run black sites were considered a top state secret of the US government, and their exact locations, to this day, are almost entirely unknown by the general public. Their precise locations were only known by a handful of extremely high-ranking American officials, like the president and senior intelligence officials. But foreign countries that are known to have hosted a CIA black site included Afghanistan, Thailand, Morocco, Romania, Poland, and Lithuania. And besides for those countries, one of the most likely other locations that a CIA black site was hosted at was on this small, remote island in the middle of the Indian Ocean that is home to arguably America's #1 most controversial overseas military base in the world, Diego Garcia. Diego Garcia is a relatively small, narrow coral island atoll that snakes its way through the Indian Ocean that at first glance appears almost entirely insignificant. At about 33 square kilometers in total area, the island is only about half the size of Manhattan, and is located near nothing but open ocean for thousands of kilometers in every direction. But Diego Garcia is the largest coral atoll in the world, and as such, it's also the largest coral atoll within the greater Chagos archipelago in the Indian Ocean where it's located. And, most importantly, Diego Garcia is located almost precisely in the geographic center of the Indian Ocean, offering whoever controls it a valuable piece of territory for a naval, air, and logistics base that's roughly equidistant from East Africa, the Middle East, Central and South Asia, and Southeast and East Asia. More than 1/3 of the world's bulk cargo and more than 2/3 of the world's oil shipments will transit through the Indian Ocean on a daily basis. And so, America's placement of a military base on Diego Garcia has been extremely geopolitically important for decades now. It's primarily used as a logistical support site for American warships and aircraft transiting through the Indian Ocean between America's other bases in the Middle East and East Asia, and also as one of America's most important strategic bomber bases. It's home to around 4,000 American military and Department of Defense employees at any given time. The base is home to several of America's most prized strategic bombers, including the B-52, the B-1, and B-2 stealth bombers. At some times, Diego Garcia has seen the highest concentration of B-2 bombers of any bases in the world that are stored within specialized climate-controlled hangars there.
Ooh, rubber.
Back in 2020, the U.S. Air Force deployed 3 B-2 stealth bombers from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri all the way to nearly the other side of the world at Diego Garcia on a 29-hour flight. There are only 19 B-2 bombers that exist in the entire world. And at a 2023 inflation-adjusted cost of $4 billion per bomber, America's deployment of 3 of them to Diego Garcia represented more than $12 billion worth of B-2 bombers stationed there, in addition to the billions of dollars worth of B-1 and B-52 strategic bombers and all of their munitions as well. All 3 of these bomber variants are capable of carrying nuclear weapons on board them as well, and their central location based on Diego Garcia enables them to rapidly sortie out armed with either nuclear or conventional munitions and attack threats that might arise anywhere around the Indian Ocean's rim, from Africa to the Middle East to Asia, where there have been no shortage of potential strategic threats to the United States recently. Strategic bombers from Diego Garcia have taken off to strike targets across Kuwait and Iraq in the 1991 Gulf War, Al-Qaeda and Taliban targets across Afghanistan after the 9/11 attacks, and against Iraqi targets again after the 2003 invasion of the country. And in 2001, Diego Garcia proved its worth to the U.S. military by becoming the linchpin in America's ability to carry out what is, to this date, the longest bombing run in all of recorded history. One day after the United States initiated Operation Enduring Freedom and invaded Afghanistan to topple the Taliban, a B-2 stealth bomber named the Spirit of America took off from its headquarters at Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. It flew 4 hours west across the country, where it met up with the first round of aerial refuelers just off the coast of California. Then it continued flying another 4 hours across the Pacific until it rendezvoused with a second round of aerial refuelers that loaded it up over Hawaii. Then it kept on continuing to fly across the Pacific until it rendezvoused with a third round of aerial refuelers that loaded it up again when it reached Guam, a U.S. territory. And then it still just kept on flying until it met up with a fourth round of aerial refuelers that took off from America's base in Singapore to fuel the bomber up over the Strait of Malacca. Then it still just kept on flying until it reached near Diego Garcia in the middle of the Indian Ocean, where a fifth round of aerial refuelers took off to load it completely full of fuel once again. Then, about a day after they took off without ever landing once, the Spirit of America flew straight to Afghanistan, where it dropped its bombs across multiple Taliban and Al-Qaeda targets in the country, before it flew back to actually land at America's base on Diego Garcia, having spent a grand total of more than 44 hours continually flying in the air without landing once, and bombing targets on the complete other end of the world.
Ones.
All thanks to the U.S. military's global logistics system and the bomber base on Diego Garcia. And on top of the bombers based on the island, Diego Garcia has enough stockpiles of weapons, munitions, fuel, and other supplies, with enough support ships based there to arm and equip an expeditionary force of up to 16,000 Marines that can be rapidly deployed to anywhere around the Indian Ocean's shoreline and be supported for up to 30 days of full combat operations without receiving any resupplies from the rest of America's military infrastructure all around the world, which greatly enhances America's ability and willingness to quickly respond to threats around the world. And located thousands of kilometers away from any potential enemies across the vastness of the Indian Ocean, those potential enemies will struggle with actually responding to the American presence on Diego Garcia and doing anything about America's ability to coordinate logistics and attacks from it. Moreover, Diego Garcia is located only about 2,200 kilometers away from the Malacca Strait, the narrow maritime choke point through which the majority of China's oil and gas supplies transit through on their way from the Persian Gulf. Operating in tandem with America's major Pacific strategic bomber base on the island of Guam, American bombers taking off from Guam and Diego Garcia can remain out of range of most of China's anti-air systems and could relentlessly attack the Chinese Navy's ships, trying to break out from beyond the first island chain into the Indo-Pacific, and obliterate strategic Chinese maritime imports of fuel. Diego Garcia and Guam therefore work in tandem as America's two most secure, unsinkable aircraft carriers in the Indo-Pacific theater. This cements Washington's strategic control over the two oceans. But, unlike Guam, Diego Garcia isn't actually located on sovereign American soil. It's theoretically a U.S. overseas military base that's located within the British Indian Ocean Territory, that's there under the permission of the UK government. Similarly to other overseas bases like Guantanamo Bay, the U.S. leases the land of Diego Garcia from the British government rather than owning it outright themselves. But the British ownership of the island is itself a hotly contested issue that's been running on for decades, because Diego Garcia and the rest of the Chagos Archipelago is also claimed by the small island nation of Mauritius, located about 2,100 kilometers across the ocean. The issue here dates back to the 1960s, when Mauritius, then a British colony, was being prepared to be released by London as an independent nation during the era of decolonization. Mauritius had been a British colony for a century and a half ever since 1810. And for all of that time, the remote and largely insignificant Chagos Archipelago was legally administered as a part of Mauritius. But as the UK was preparing to release Mauritius as an independent country in the early 1960s, the US government recognized Diego Garcia's potential to become Washington's unsinkable aircraft carrier and logistics base in the center of the Indian Ocean. And so, just before granting Mauritius its independence, the British carved out the Chagos Archipelago from the rest of the Mauritius colony and established the newly created British Indian Ocean Territory over the islands instead in 1965. The most recently created British colony. 3 years later, Mauritius was granted its independence from Britain without the Chagos Archipelago, which had been blatantly separated from Mauritius by Britain in open violation of the UN's Resolution 1514 that was adopted in 1960, which explicitly forbids colonizing countries from dividing their colonies' territories up before granting them their independence. Nonetheless, the US encouraged the British government to keep the Chagos Archipelago so that London could lease the island of Diego Garcia to the United States so they could build their military base. And then Washington sweetened the deal even further by offering the UK discounted prices on purchases of American nuclear weapons. Most controversially of all, however, was that the US requested that Diego Garcia be handed over to them for their base construction free of people or inhabitants, so as to maintain the base's secrecy and reserve it for only authorized military personnel. Then, believing that the US might eventually want to lease other islands in the Chagos Archipelago for future military bases beyond Diego Garcia, the British government decided upon a policy of forcefully expelling the entire indigenous population of the islands known as the Chagosians. Around 2,000 Chagosian people were rounded up by the British in the early 1970s and exiled from their homeland, largely to Mauritius and the Seychelles, without any compensation or further assistance offered, where they and their descendants have largely remained in desperate poverty ever since. And in order for the UK to not have to report to the UN about its continued colonial rule in the Chagos Archipelago, the British government falsely declared to the UN at the time that the Chagos Archipelago had no permanent inhabitants, which was theoretically true after thousands of them were forcefully expelled. Shortly afterward, the US military's construction of their massive base on the depopulated Diego Garcia began, and the Chagos Archipelago has ever since been widely regarded as Britain's final remaining colony in Africa that was never actually properly decolonized, with the plight of the exiled Chagosian people becoming a largely forgotten but unresolved colonial crime that continues to this day. The British government has repeatedly rejected the right of the Chagosian people and their descendants to ever return back to the islands, citing security concerns around America's vast and secretive military base on the island, and the cost that would be associated with repatriating thousands of people back. For its part, Mauritius has continually ever since its independence claimed the Chagos Archipelago and Diego Garcia, arguing that it was coerced and pressured by the colonial-era British government into giving the islands up in the 1960s.
We're doing well enough.
In 2017, the matter of sovereignty over the Chagos Islands and Diego Garcia was sent to the International Court of Justice, who 2 years later in 2019 found in a landmark ruling that the UK had indeed illegally separated Chagos from Mauritius back in 1965 against international law, that Britain's decolonization of Mauritius had never been fully completed, and that the territory of the British Indian Ocean Territory should be returned back to Mauritius as quickly as possible. The following year in 2020, the UN General Assembly accepted the International Court of Justice's findings and demanded that the UK withdraw its colonial administration from Chagos within the next 6 months, and the UN began officially marking the Chagos archipelago as belonging to Mauritius in their official maps. But to date, the UK has ignored and rejected all of these demands, while the US has remained as silent as possible on it, benefiting tremendously from their base that they apparently would rather lease from the reliable UK government than the possibly unpredictable Mauritius government who could, maybe one day, tell them to pack up and leave, which would erode a huge part of America's growing Indo-Pacific strategy. Without Diego Garcia, America's military presence in the Indian Ocean theater and its ability to sustain operations around it would be massively diminished. Part of the holdup is the question on whether or not the US maintains an arsenal of nuclear weapons on Diego Garcia. The US government has never confirmed nor denied the presence of nuclear weapons storage on the island. But all of the strategic bombers that America keeps present on the island are well known to be capable of carrying nuclear warheads, which suggests that America probably does keep nuclear weapons there. The problem with this is that back in 1996, every single country in Africa agreed to and signed the Treaty of Pelindaba, which established the entire African continent as a giant nuclear weapons-free zone where nuclear arms would be explicitly and permanently forbidden. This agreement naturally included Mauritius, and according to the Pelindaba Treaty, which views the Chagos archipelago as a part of Mauritius, the Africa nuclear weapons-free zone would extend to cover the whole Chagos archipelago as well, including Diego Garcia. This means that if Mauritius ever regained control of Diego Garcia, even if they allowed the US military base to remain there, they would likely be bound by the 1996 Pelindaba Treaty to restrict the US from storing nuclear weapons on the island.
That's one of those things where it's like,
Mauritius has insisted that they would offer the United States a 99-year lease to Diego Garcia so that they could continue running the strategically
how you would enforce it, but
the U.S. countered that they would only accept that if Mauritius supported the, quote, unhindered operation of the base by America, essentially implying without saying it that America would only agree to that if they were allowed to maintain nuclear weapons on the island. And since the British probably let them do it without any fuss, the Americans just prefer to side with the British over the island's sovereignty dispute, even though that opinion is against virtually the entire international consensus, and makes London and Washington both appear to be hyper-hypocritical when it comes to condemning the actions of other states doing similar things like Russia and Ukraine. And then, in 2023, it got even worse for them when Human Rights Watch concluded in a landmark report that the UK and US expulsion of the thousands of indigenous Chagosians from the islands in the 1970s constituted crimes against humanity. The first time that the organization has ever levied those high charges against the governments of London or Washington. But the US is also worried that if they ever allowed the Chagosians and their descendants to return to Diego Garcia, there could be thousands of civilians on the island where presently no civilians at all are ever allowed to enter. Diego Garcia is among America's most secretive military bases because it's isolated in the middle of nowhere, and anyone who enters it has to be either a military or a Department of Defense employee with explicit authorization to enter from the base's commander. It's so restrictive that not even military or Department of Defense personnel can bring their spouses or family members to the base with them. They all have to come alone and unaccompanied. With the presumption that the US secretly maintains an arsenal of nuclear weapons on the island, and widespread accusations that the remote island provided the perfect remote location for CIA black sites during the War on Terror, the US government probably has good reasons to keep as many potential eyes away from the base as possible, even if it means doubling down on refusing to allow the Chagosians to return and perpetuating a colonial crime that taints the United States with the charge of crimes against humanity. And that's why out of all of America's hundreds of overseas military bases, Diego Garcia is almost certainly its most controversial. All of America's bases put together serve the ultimate purpose of maintaining the US military's unchallenged ability to strike at anyone, anywhere in the world, within only a moment's notice. But many of America's military bases serve ulterior purposes as well, such as serving as discrete locations for CIA black sites and isolated prisons for America's captured enemies to be held far away from the world's prying eyes. And throughout the 2000s and up to the present day, they have been used extensively to isolate and hold members of one of America's most infamous historical enemies, Al-Qaeda. As mentioned previously, many of Al-Qaeda's most infamous members are still being held by the U.S.
You're
military
not wrong,
in the
Chunky,
Guantanamo
but it's
Bay
also one of
base
those
in
things
Cuba,
where it's like,
and many of them beforehand were likely
I'll
filtered
be
from other
honest,
U.S. bases.
the argument that us or Britain relocating the people resulted in them living in extreme poverty, and I'm like, look, I hate to be that guy, but even if you were on the island, you would still be living in utter poverty. Like, you living on one crappy little island or you living on one other crappy little island is not going to make very much difference. I'm going to be real honest with you. You're living on a tiny Afro-Indian island in the middle of nowhere. Like, you're going to be destitute, one way or the other. We're using that island for something valuable, and I'll be real honest, I would not hold your breath that we will ever agree to allow them to move back there. Nor because of the fact that the Mauritanians would likely never allow us, or would never not be like, you can't have nuclear weapons there, means that we're probably never going to side with them either, because if we've got nuclear weapons there, then, like, yeah. Our strategic, the strategic value of the island to us greatly outweighs your public opinion of us. Well, no, Chonky, they're not talking about giving it back in, like, us leaving the island. I'll be real honest, there's exactly a 0% chance of us giving that island up. Like, just full on being like, okay, you can have it. That's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. It's as simple as that. It's not, do I think that it would it's not gonna happen. There is a 0% chance that we would ever give up a base that is that strategic in that area. It's just not gonna happen. Unless we start, like, mass withdrawing from military bases all over the world and bringing all of our troops back to the continental US, unless it's that, we're not giving that island up, ever. But the question of allowing the people to move back onto the island and invite all the trouble that that would bring, there's also very little chance of that. And like I said, even if they did, the only possibility of them living in a higher quality of life that way than they would normally would be through leeching off of the base, essentially. Turning it into, like, their economy is based around servicing the military base. So, a highly secretive military base that we're not going to let you enter, we don't even let the spouses of our military service members into, we're probably not going to let you in. It's just, and like I said, it's one of those things where it's like, but they live in abject poverty because we moved them to this other island. I'll be real honest, they were going to live in abject poverty one way or the other. Does that make it good that we did that? Or I guess I say we, that the British did that? No. Is it good that we take advantage of that? No, not really. Is that going to change? No. It's not going to change, and you might as well just kind of accept, like, hey, as everything stands, you ain't getting that place. It's just, it's as simple as that. We're not giving up something that strategic against our main
in Europe
rival.
Enabled the American war machine to begin
We're
rapidly
not
attacking Afghanistan within only weeks of the 9/11 attack taking place. A logistical feat that would have been impossible without them. But America's war with Al-Qaeda didn't start on September 11th, 2001 with the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. In fact, America's war with Al-Qaeda began more than a decade before those attacks even took place, back when Al-Qaeda was originally founded by Osama bin Laden and others in the late 1980s. More than a decade worth of conflict and suspicion took place between Al-Qaeda and the United States in between then and the attacks on September 11. Context that is vital to understanding how and why the 9/11 attacks took place, and how America's military bases and infrastructure around the world were radically retooled and transformed after the end of the Cold War to wage the new 21st century global war on terror, the ramifications of which we're still dealing with today. But unfortunately, due to the inherently violent, controversial, and still very recent nature of discussing how an organization as infamous as Al-Qaeda came to be and what exactly they did around the world between the 1980s and the 9/11 attacks, the next part of this video that would cover all of that would almost certainly cause the rest of the video to become demonetized and age-restricted, which ultimately would mean the YouTube's algorithm would have never promoted any of this video to you, and you probably never would have seen any of it. But thankfully, I was still able to produce the next part of this video anyway in my ongoing Modern Conflict series because of the power of this video sponsor, Nebula.
Oh boy,
where you can
Nebula.
go and watch the next 40-minute part covering all of Al-Qaeda's origins and how the organization waged its war against the United States for years before and leading up to the eventual 9/11 attacks.
Gotta check them out,
It is
chat. If you
critical
like me and you like
context to
history
understanding
and
how the
you're
attacks eventually took place,
you're looking
and
for
how our
a
modern
place
world
where there's
full
a bit
of American
more
security infrastructure evolved into its
a
current
bit more
state.
content
And
that
this is
they
also
won't
just one of
tolerate
3
on
dozen
YouTube.
full-length
Nebula is
real-life lore
theoretically
videos
quite a
that you
good
can
place to
only
go.
find
I've
on
never
Nebula
used it
in my
myself,
overall Modern Conflict series.
but I am
And
tempted.
all
I
only be
won't lie.
found over there because of all of their darker, more controversial subject material. There's other episodes you can go and watch right now covering other relevant topics from this video, like the rise and fall of ISIS and how the United States utilized its overseas bases to crush them. An episode covering America's decades-long war in Afghanistan. Another episode covering the 2003 US invasion of Iraq. And other videos covering the US interventions in the civil wars in Syria and Libya, and many, many others, with brand new episodes releasing over there every single month. And even better, I
What
also
is
recently
that
started
thing?
another completely new monthly
Hold
series
up.
on Nebula called War Room, which will track all of the new episodes releasing over there every single month.
What is that? What is that thing? I've never seen that one before. They done put the machine gun on the tractor, Chonky.
And even better, I also recently started another
hilarious.
completely new monthly series on Nebula called War Room, which will track all of the latest breaking geopolitical news developing from conflicts all around the world, and break them down into a single, easily digestible monthly
That
video
was,
briefing series
one heck of a
that'll help
little
you stay
logistics
even more
vehicle
up to
there.
date and informed on what's currently happening around the world and why. The latest episode
See,
in
I
War Room
wonder if
covering
it's
all of the
Russian,
breaking
because that
geopolitical
camo
news and
pattern
developments
looked
from
like
last
the camo
month in
pattern
June
we
is
used
live
to
on
use.
Nebula
They
for you to
looked
go and
almost like
watch
the
right
woodland
now.
camo we
And new
used
episodes
back
will be
in the
released
day.
every month, just like the monthly new episodes in Modern Conflicts have been, meaning 2 new exclusive real-life lore videos on Nebula that you won't find on YouTube going out every single month going forward. And
But
what's
it's
even
hard to tell
more,
sometimes.
you also get access to all of the other amazing exclusive content that's on Nebula, because the best part about this site is that it's jointly co-owned by all of its creators, built by myself and hundreds of other independent YouTubers and podcasters. And because it's a subscription-based service, we all get to work
Find it,
on
send it
way
to me,
bigger
alright,
and higher
bud.
budget productions over there than we could ever do on YouTube. That's why there's tons of other exclusive content you'll find equally fascinating from all of these other creators over there that you probably also already know as well. And right now, Nebula is also selling lifetime memberships that'll last for as long as both you and Nebula exist. Lifetime memberships cost $300 and they'll last you forever. There's no tricks or gimmicks, you just pay once and you'll have access to everything that will ever exist on Nebula forever. That way, you can avoid paying a recurring monthly subscription, and the capital we're raising from lifetime subscriptions are being all reinvested into even more new content on the site to expand our even more ambitious projects of movies, plays, shows, and documentaries that are all soon to come, and that I'm very excited about. And best of all, if you'd rather sign up for an annual or monthly plan in Nebula, that's fine too. And you can sign up for one by clicking the button that's here on your screen right now, or by following the link down below in the description, or by scanning the QR code here on your screen. Any of which will give you an insanely good 40% discount off of an annual subscription, which means it'll only cost you $2.50 a month for all of this awesome exclusive content from myself and hundreds of other independent creators.
I have
It's the
considered
absolute
it. I have
best way to
considered
help
it pretty
support what I'm
heavily
doing
getting a
here on
Nebula
Real Life
account.
Lore.
Main
And
issue
as
would
always,
be
thank you
I
so much for watching.
still can't stream it here on Twitch, most likely, because Twitch is still even more strict about that kind of stuff than YouTube is. Which is funny considering some of the stuff they do let people get away with on here.
Though often called the Bermuda Triangle's little cousin, the Alaska Triangle is probably better considered the big cousin. Covering a vast region that links Anchorage, Juneau, and Utqiagvik, this eerie expanse has witnessed over 20,000 disappearances since the 1970s, averaging a staggering 2,250 vanishings each year. That's more than 6 per day and far exceeds the Bermuda Triangle's infamous track record. So, what's going on here? Could it be the pull of unexplained magnetic forces? The work of extraterrestrial beings? A shroud of political intrigue? Or is it just the harsh wilderness, unpredictable weather conditions, and rugged terrain, combined with the unholy vastness and remoteness that famously characterize Alaska? Today, we'll be looking at why so many people steer clear of Alaska, other than the cold, and how, though such an empty and inhospitable place, it came to be known at all. Alaska's name is derived from the Aleut word Alyeska, meaning the Great Land. And the name is fitting. Covering an area of around 665,000 square miles, Alaska is the largest state in the USA. It's so massive, it's equal in size to 1/5 of the rest of the USA. To put that into perspective, if you placed Alaska over a map of the lower 48 states, it would stretch all the way from Georgia to California. And of the almost 12,300 miles of coastline in the entire US, around 6,600 of them, over 50%, belong to Alaska. Alaska is about as unknown to humans as the world's oceans. Despite having over 365 million acres, human civilization has only settled 160,000 acres of it. That's less than 1/20th of 1% of the state, making it almost completely undiscovered. Alaska is truly the last great wilderness in the United States. The state so big that even if you could see 1 million acres of it every day, it would still take you a year to see the whole thing. So what's actually in Alaska if there's so little human settlement? First of all, mountains. Alaska is an extremely rugged and mountainous territory. It boasts 17 of the 20 highest mountains in the US, including North America's tallest peak, Mount McKinley, which stands at over 20,200 feet high. Alaska's mountains compose three main ranges: the Brooks Range, the Alaska Range, and the Aleutian Range, which stretches out far into the Pacific Ocean. Below and between these mountain ranges lie dense forests, glaciers, and tundra, a kind of biome where tree growth is hindered by freezing temperatures and short growing seasons. Alaska is also a land of
closer
many
to being
lakes
able
and rivers.
to
The state
actually
has
activate
40% of the United States water
one.
resources within its bounds. The 86,000 square mile area of Alaska that
Still
is
working
covered
on the
by
storage
water could fit
situation,
the
but
city
I'm
of
kind
Los
of more
Angeles
focused on now
183
that we've got
times, or Minnesota
access
once.
to
Of
oil
the 3
processing
million
and
natural
oil
lakes to be
power.
found in Alaska, around 3,200 are
Now we've got
officially
access
named.
to those.
Its
We
12,000
just need to
rivers
go
taken
build
all
up
together
our
run a
oil
total of
field.
365,000 miles through the landscapes, and less than 1%,
need
or
more
around
money.
3,100 miles of these, are officially designated as wild and scenic. And that's just the liquid water. As for the frozen kind, well, it just so happens that 5% of Alaska, or 29,000 square miles of it, sits under glaciers. We're talking about around 100,000 glaciers. That's over half of all of the glaciers the world over. As a state that is far more wild than tame, the Alaska State Park System is the largest in the United States by far, with 3.2 million acres to its name. And the Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve in Alaska, covering 13.2 million acres, is the biggest national park in the country and can fit Yellowstone in it 6 times over. And so, unsurprisingly, the biggest state park in the United States, Wood-Tikchik State Park, is also in Alaska. Comprising 1.6 million acres of wilderness, the park is over 8 times the size of New York City. With such quantities of frozen and flowing water, and the tundras and high mountains making up Alaska's geography, it is characterized by what can only be called an extreme climate and environment. In North America, Alaska ranks easily among the highest on the list of places prone to extreme weather. Temperatures in the winter can go as low as 60 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, or 26 below zero Celsius. It's one of the many barriers Alaska poses to permanent and even temporary human settlement. You'd be forgiven for thinking, well, that's just the winter, half the year. Doesn't it warm up later? But unfortunately, in Alaska, the cold obeys other laws than what most of us come to expect as normal. The effects of the cold temperatures influence the Alaskan environment throughout the year. An impressive 85% of Alaska is covered by permafrost, permanently frozen ground. Some of the top surface of the permafrost does thaw and freeze periodically with the seasonal variation in sunlight, and that, as we'll see later, is for us another place where problems start. It'll make some sense then that Alaska has an extremely small human population, given such climatic conditions, but the same doesn't go for wildlife. Most of America's salmon, crab, halibut, and herring come from Alaska. And while grizzly bears in the lower 48 states have been considered a threatened species since 1975, there's no such problem in Alaska, where there's over 32,000 grizzlies. In the whole of the lower 48 states, there are fewer than 2,000 bears remaining, while in Alaska, there's one grizzly bear for every 21 people. Alaska isn't just defined by its geographical enormity or its astounding wildlife. What truly sets it apart is its emptiness. Despite its massive size and natural wonders, Alaska feels almost untouched, with astonishingly little human settlement dotting its vast, rugged landscapes. This state, the biggest in the US by far in physical size, is one of the smallest when considering its human population. There are only around 730,000 people living in Alaska, almost 500,000 less than the population of Rhode Island, the smallest US state. The population density of Alaska is 1 person per square mile, making Alaska the state with easily the lowest population density of all the others. By comparison, the average for the rest of the nation is 98 people per square mile. The density of Wyoming, a notoriously empty state, is still 6 times higher than that of Alaska. Statistically speaking, this makes Alaska one of the loneliest and emptiest places for a human to live in. While the population density gives us an average of how few humans there are in the whole state, the reality is even more extreme. Over 80% of people living in Alaska live in urban areas, and of these, most live in just a few cities: Anchorage, Fairbanks, and Juneau, the capital of Alaska. And though these are technically cities, their populations pale in comparison to the great American cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. In California, there are 258 cities larger than Juneau, and for Californians, most of these cities are towns, neighborhoods even. In fact, only 3 settlements in Alaska are home to more than 10,000 people. Just under 40% of Alaskans live in Anchorage, the largest city in Alaska, and a little under 9% of Alaskans live in Juneau and Fairbanks, meaning that around half of Alaskans live in these 3 cities. If it's starting to seem like a lonely place, this is just the tip of the iceberg. What makes Alaska even more remote and isolated is just how inaccessible it is. A great number
Chunky,
of
if you
its
think I'm
cities
going to
and
move to
towns
Alaska,
can
you are
only
wrong.
be reached by boat or plane. This is the case for Juneau,
Though I
the
wouldn't
only
be
capital
opposed to
in the
going up there
US
for
that
fishing or
isn't
hunting
accessible
sometime.
by
That could be
car.
really cool.
And the roads themselves in Alaska are
Pun not
remarkably
intended,
few and
but-
far between. In fact, there are only 17,000 miles of roads in Alaska. Ranked among other US states, only New Hampshire, Vermont, Delaware, Rhode Island, Hawaii, and the District of Columbia have fewer road miles than Alaska. By comparison, Texas, the second largest state
Donkey,
in the
the
US,
reason
has
they're
the most
untamed
road
wilds
miles
is
of
because
any
there's
state,
nothing there
clocking
to
in
tame.
at over 650,000 miles. California, the third biggest state, comes in second place with just under 400,000 road miles. The United States has a total of 8.4 million road miles, of which only 0.4% are on Alaskan territory. This means that Alaska, despite the enormous area it covers, kilometers is one of the most inaccessible places on the planet.
Chucky.
And this isn't exactly done by choice. In fact, the climate, remote location, and low population of Alaska pose road construction and maintenance problems that simply don't exist at lower latitudes. As an Alaskan saying goes, in Alaska, there are only 3 seasons: winter, breakup, and road construction. Stay tuned, and you'll find out why in just a moment. Alaskans are therefore forced to use airplanes, seaplanes, and boats for transportation and shipping. Even though the weather often makes this a laborious task, it means that a lot of the Alaskan summer is spent importing produce to sustain the population during the winter months, where shipping and transport are reduced once more by the forces of nature. In fact, the world's largest and busiest seaplane base is Anchorage's Lake Hood, where more than 600 takeoffs and landings occur daily on peak summer days. This does include tourists, happy to enjoy life in Alaska for a short and comfortable summer window. Beyond the meager network of roads in Alaska, another facet of its inaccessibility is just how far away it is from the majority of humans on the American continent. While Alaska borders on Canada, those parts of Canada aren't exactly the most populous Canadian provinces either. Then there's
They're also
Alaska's
Canadian.
distance from the American mainland.
You wouldn't want to live near
The state
them
is
anyway.
only 240 miles closer to New York than it is to Tokyo, which is around 3,500 miles away, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. It's a 2-hour and 20-minute flight from Juneau to Seattle, and over 6 hours of flying to get to San Francisco. By comparison, it's a 3-hour, 50-minute flight from London to Istanbul, crossing all of Europe. The scarcity of human life in Alaska today is especially remarkable when you consider its deep roots in human history. Archaeologists believe that Alaska was among the first lands in the Americas to be settled, with human presence dating back tens of thousands of years. Early migrants are thought to have crossed into Alaska from Eurasia, either via an ancient ice bridge or by primitive boats. It's also believed that humans made themselves a permanent home in Alaska back in those times, with new evidence regularly surfacing to reinforce this theory. The ancient fish traps called weirs that were found in recent years on the Alaskan coast suggest that humans did indeed establish permanent societies there as far back as 10,000 years ago. So why do so few people live in Alaska today? And also, why have some people, for tens of thousands of years now, chosen it for a home in the first place? As you'll soon find out, it may not be such a bad thing that Alaska is so remote, since the discipline, will, and survival skills required to get there are the surest test of who can survive in the state long enough to call it home. Let's start with how the first Alaskans got to what is now, a long time later, the 49th state. For a long time, archaeologists assumed that humans first crossed into North America 13,000 years ago over what they called the Bering Land Bridge, a sheet of ice that extended from modern-day eastern Russia to Alaska during the last glacial period, which lasted from around 35,000 to 70,000 years ago when the Holocene, our current interglacial period, began. Archaeological evidence suggests that early Eurasian migrants didn't just stop in Alaska. They embarked on an extraordinary journey, crossing ice bridges and rugged mountains to settle the inland wilderness of North America. From there, they ventured further, pushing southward toward the equator. The remains of ancient settlements and artifacts discovered along the American coasts offer compelling clues, painting a picture of determination and adaptability in the face of a harsh and untamed landscape. If the first Alaskans lived on the coasts, the traces they might have left went underwater long ago. Since at the end of the last glacial period, the Earth warmed significantly. A lot of ice melted and sea levels rose by about 200 feet, or 60 meters, leaving any possible evidence of human coastal settlements completely submerged. Today, the classic story of a land migration across ice and mountains is evolving. New evidence and innovative theories suggest that the earliest Eurasian migrants may have taken a different route entirely. Instead of crossing vast inland wilderness, these pioneers may have hugged the Pacific coastline, island hopping along the biodiverse kelp forests that thrive in the cool, rocky waters. Stretching from Japan to Baja California, This underwater highway of life could have provided food, shelter, and resources, offering an easier and more sustainable path into the Americas. In this way, our earliest American ancestors dispersed and settled along the American coast, going all the way down to the south coast of Chile. The earliest evidence we have of a crossing is around 13,000 years ago, with successive migrations occurring over the next 7,000 years. To understand this sudden movement of humans, it's important to keep in mind that the warming globe combined with the retreat of glaciers made for a huge explosion of life. Flora and fauna spread rapidly over newly uncovered coastlines, offering an unimaginable amount of resources to our hunter-gatherer ancestors. When considering how many of these early migrants chose to stay in Alaska, it's worth keeping your mind open to just how flourishing and plentiful Alaska might have been back then. Insect evidence from the start of our current epoch, the Holocene, indicates that Alaska was still a hell of a cold place back then, at least for us. We have no way of knowing how well humans coming out of the interglacial period dealt with the cold.
Hey, Chunky,
But
you wanna,
it's safe to assume
slap
they
that
did
one for
so
me?
a little better than we do now. So, Alaska was and remains a much colder place relative to the lower latitudes most of us live in. Average temperatures in the interior range from 45 to 75 degrees Fahrenheit or 7 to 23 degrees Celsius
Well
in
done.
summer, and about 20 to 10 below Fahrenheit or 6 to
For an
23
evasive
below
dinghy,
in
it did
winter.
not get
That
evasive
being
enough
said,
to
in the
avoid
summer,
the
it isn't
panhammer.
rare that temperatures reach into the 90s or 32 degrees plus Celsius, or that in the winter they drop all the way down to the 60s below zero or 51 below 0 Celsius. Besides the extraordinary
explode.
temperature range this is, to most of us these numbers are quite literally unimaginable. But if you can prepare yourself adequately for the Alaskan cold, it can offer you a few unique advantages. First off is food storage. Alaska, for any resourceful individual or tribe, is as plentiful as any other place. Today, Alaska produces 60% of the United States commercial fisheries, including salmon, crab, cod, ground fish, shrimp, herring, sablefish, pollock, and halibut. It was no less bountiful long ago, with natives getting much of their sustenance from these same fish, while also hunting and feasting on seals, moose, elk, and other game, and using their remarkable knowledge of plants to gather up the huge variety of nutritious flora in their surroundings. Now, with temperatures regularly dropping below freezing, food can be stored for almost indefinite periods of time in Alaska. Alaskans have long leveraged their unique environmental advantage to
Poor
sustain
Chunky.
their way of life. In a land where
He
cold
is
temperatures
become
dominate,
food.
preserving food stock is far less labor-intensive than in the warmer climates of lower latitudes, where heat spoils food quickly, and refrigeration costs soar. For generations, the natural refrigeration provided by Alaska's frigid environment has made the process of sustenance and food preservation not just more efficient, but a key part of thriving in such a rugged landscape. Impossible to ignore, though, is the severe cold that sets in on Alaska each winter, when sunlight ranges from scarce to non-existent. The town of Barrow, at the northern tip of Alaska, has a prolonged polar night that starts in November, which means entire months without a single ray of sunlight, the most important source of heat there is. The average year in Barrow has temperatures varying from 19 below 0 Fahrenheit or 28 below Celsius to 47 degrees Fahrenheit or 8 degrees Celsius, with the coldest temperature on record clocked at 56 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit or 48 below 0 Celsius on February 3rd, 1924. While this may sound terrifying, Native Alaskan tribes, as well as people currently living there, have grown used to having a sufficient stock of dry wood, ready to burn all winter. And besides the simple fact that food can be stored for so long in Alaska, there's the effect of seasonal daylight on the yield of crops and other vegetation. Because of where Alaska sits on the Earth's axis of rotation, summer days there generally peak with around 20 hours of daylight. And some northern towns like Barrow have a long, luminous summer that follows the endless night of winter. On May 10th, the sun rises and then hangs in the sky for 3 months. The effect of
Holy
this
moly.
on vegetation is remarkable. Common vegetables can grow to enormous proportions and often end up with a much sweeter taste than crops from lower latitudes. In recent years, a 138-pound cabbage, a 65-pound cantaloupe, and a 35-pound broccoli have ranked among
Holy
some of the
crap.
finest prizes. So, for those that can prepare adequately for Alaskan winters, the benefit isn't merely
That's
that agricultural
insane.
produce and gathered foods can be stored longer. It's also the foods themselves, which grow to fantastical volumes and possess high nutritional values. While Alaska's extreme swings in temperature and daylight might seem daunting, the real danger lies elsewhere. Here, it's not the predictable extremes that pose the greatest threat. It's the unpredictable that truly makes Alaska a land of risk and wonder. And what that means primarily in Alaska is the day-to-day weather. Although it might be more like minute by minute. The variation in weather patterns in Alaska is common, severe, and sudden. Now, let's talk about Alaska's road networks, or the lack thereof. Even if Alaska had millions of residents demanding highways, travel by boat or plane would still reign supreme. Why? Because permafrost, which blankets a staggering 80% of Alaska, makes building infrastructure a Herculean task. Roads and buildings here don't just sit still. They shift, sink, and crack as the ground below freezes and thaws with the seasons. It's a constant battle against nature, where the land itself refuses to stay put. Add on to this the cost of shipping building materials that far north and paying the laborers a living wage, and you have the reason why there are so few roads in Alaska. Keep in mind, Alaska's small population comes with unique challenges. The demand for essential goods is relatively low compared to other states, but the cost of importing those goods, thanks to Alaska's vast distances and remote locations, is extraordinarily high. Alaska's soaring cost of living makes it one of the most expensive states to call home. While the population has fluctuated with the discovery of oil and gas, the fishing industry boom, and other natural resource-driven opportunities, the overall trend of migration into Alaska has remained largely unchanged since humans first ventured there. It's unlikely that this will shift dramatically anytime soon. As a result, don't expect Alaska's road system to ever resemble the interconnected highways of the lower 48 states. Here, the wilderness reigns, and the infrastructure reflects that reality. To truly grasp the magnitude of building roads in Alaska, let's look at the Alaska Highway, a feat of engineering built in 1942 by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. This wasn't just any road project. It required an army of 11,000 soldiers and engineers, 16,000 civilians, and 7,000 pieces of equipment. The final cost was a staggering $185 million in 1942, the equivalent of over $3.5 billion today, making it the costliest infrastructure project of the Second World War. And for all that money invested, the highway didn't even cut that far into Alaska. It connected Dawson Creek, British Columbia, Canada, to Delta Junction, Alaska, at the 64th parallel. Alaska reaches all the way up into the 71st parallel, well inside the Arctic Circle. And today, at only 80 years of age, the Alaska Highway is already suffering heavily from degradation and disrepair, thanks to the harsh Alaskan climate and the scarcity of resources and funding to maintain it. There's more to Alaska's population challenges than just its harsh environment. While natural causes, like the extreme cold, isolation, and rugged terrain, play a significant role, the relationship between culture and environment has been equally important in shaping Alaska's history of population and depopulation. Over the centuries, this dynamic has influenced how communities adapt, thrive, or move on, revealing a complex relationship between the land's demands and human resilience. While one culture can deal with and incorporate a problem, another can find it a good reason to flee and never return. Anthropologists guess that around 80,000 people lived in Alaska by the time of contact with Europeans, which began in the mid-1700s. From then on, a sharp drop in population occurred, and the numbers didn't return to their pre-contact level until World War II. although the native populations never fully recovered. The reason for the sharp drop was primarily the surge of epidemics and violence which contact with Europeans brought on the native Alaskan populations. The Anthropocene, the epoch where humans became the dominant force shaping the planet's environments and climate, is often traced back to the 13th and 14th centuries with the wave of European colonizations. This global expansion didn't just alter landscapes. It brought profound and often devastating changes to local cultures, flora, and fauna across the world.
I'm gonna have to set up production for
While
copper
reliable
sheets
census data
as,
for Alaska's
as I'm
population
spinning up
before
this
its
oil
purchase by the
production, I can
United
already
States in
tell.
1867
'Cause I need to
is
build
scarce,
pipelines.
the first official American census in 1880
And I'm pretty
paints
certain
a stark
pipelines need
picture.
copper sheets in
Just
this
over
game.
33,400 people called this vast land home. To put that in perspective, that meant a population density of 0.005 people per
That
square
new,
mile, or a
plant might
staggering
be
20
that
square
might be able
miles
to do
per
that.
person. Compare that to today's figure of roughly 1 person per square mile, and you begin to grasp just how empty and untamed Alaska was in its early days under American control. Now, as just mentioned, Alaska was a Russian territory until 1867, when the Tsars sold the territory to the US for $7.2 million. The Russians, unable or unwilling to manage such a huge swath of remote land, wanted to be sure Alaska wouldn't fall under Japanese hands. They needed an ally to occupy the territory instead. The Americans purchased Alaska for similar reasons, as a point of strategic defense. From that point on, America has had bases and a military presence in Alaska, and today, Alaska serves as a critical point in America's nuclear missile defense system. In 1935, the American Brigadier General Billy Mitchell affirmed of Alaska under oath before Congress that it was, quote, the most strategic place on Earth. Alaska is the closest U.S. location to the center of the Northern Hemisphere, and it is far closer to many national capitals than most points in the lower 48 states. In that sense, it turns into kind of an advantage for Alaska to be relatively one of the most unpopulated. It might also explain why migration there has never been encouraged outside of economic contexts. Within 20 years of that first 1880 census, the population would double in Alaska, rising to around 63,600 people by 1900, when the gold rush of 1896 to 1897 was over, and by which time Alaska had become world famous. In 1896, a massive flood of settlers called Klondikers poured into Alaska, heading north for the Klondike region looking to make their fortunes in a time of serious economic depression. Of the 100,000 people who made the attempt simply to get to the Klondike region, only 30,000 made it. The rest turned back or died along the way. This was because most Klondikers were massively unprepared for the hardship and fight against nature that awaited them, having no idea what they were getting into. One of the Klondikers, or Stampeders as they were called, who was drawn to Alaska in that period was 21-year-old Jack London, who would later become a great American novelist. He had just dropped out of college to make his living as a writer, and arrived in Alaska with his brother-in-law and a haphazard crew on July 25, 1897. London was threadbare, gaunt, nearly starving, and hoping, like the other Klondikers, to fill his pockets in an Alaskan gold mine. And also like the other Klondikers, what London found instead turned out to be quite the surprise, and would furnish him with the materials to make one of the greatest American literary careers. By August 2nd of the same year, London arrived in Juneau. 3 days later, he was in
Take care of
Skagway,
myself.
having paddled his way up there with 5 tons of supplies. This was where the reality of the frontier started to sink in, with London witnessing the horror of what was going on in the Alaskan hinterlands. In Skagway, London was forced to come to terms with the White Pass Trail, which from Skagway wound up into the rugged interior and the Klondike. The conditions he witnessed left him with an impression of the brutality on the Alaskan frontier like few of us will ever know, and this would form the basis of some of his most well-known literary works. Originally designed for lightly loaded horses and experienced horsemen, Dead Horse Trail was torn to bits by the unmanageable traffic, the brutal inhumanity of the stampeders, and the general inexperience and carelessness of all involved. At one point, while hauling over 100 pounds of supplies up a treacherous mountain slope, Jack London spotted a pair of shoes poking out of the snow. Thinking little of it, he tugged at them, only to discover they were still attached to a man, buried alive by an avalanche just minutes earlier. This was on the Chilkoot Trail, a path notorious for its avalanche risks, which, of course, many stampeders ignored completely. On April 3, 1898, the famous Palm Sunday avalanche occurred on the Chilkoot Trail, killing 65 people. Native packers had warned the stampeders of the notorious avalanche risk on the trail in the springtime, but the stampeders, with their minds set on gold, ignored these warnings as they ignored just about everything else. By the end of London's ordeal a year later, he was almost entirely crippled from the waist down due to scurvy. He ate his first vegetables in over a year in Anvik on his way out, and by the end of June, he was on the Bering Sea, shoveling coal on a steamer to pay his way out. Jack London returned to San Francisco with just $4.50 worth of gold to his name. Yet, what he brought back was far more valuable. A wealth of memories, trials, and life experiences that would forge him into one of the great American writers of his time. Alaska asks a high price from those who wish to make it their home, even for a little while. Higher still for those who think they can afford to be negligent of surrounding society and natural environments. The reward can be tremendous, but the cost can easily be your life. In Alaska, survival always comes first. The pursuit of gold or fortune can wait. Preparedness is an acquired instinct that no Alaskan takes lightly, and for good reason. Let's explore just a few of the challenges that keep your average Alaskan on their toes, and why, quite simply, most people think twice about moving to this rugged, unforgiving land. The avalanche risks in Alaska are high, with 170 avalanche deaths there from 1951 to 2023. While Colorado has more avalanche deaths, with 323 avalanche deaths in the same period, it's important to remember that most avalanches are caused by humans. There are nearly 6 million people in Colorado, with millions of tourists coming every winter for the ski season. Compare that to Alaska, and you'll realize that lack of loose and melting snow is not what keeps the avalanche count in Alaska lower than Colorado. Then, from avalanches in the winter, you get landslides and erosions in the summer. And with the melting ice each spring, flooding always follows, whether on the coast or in the rivers. Ice jams are also frequent. This is where ice blocks up a river until there is a large enough mass of water to push it all past the dam, resulting in what is, in effect, a tidal wave over the river flats. What's more, with Alaska's thousands of glaciers, glacial outbursts occur frequently, where the dam holding together a glacial lake bursts and the whole body of water suddenly pours off into the valleys below. This was the case on August 6, 2024, when the Mendenhall River near Juneau rose 16 feet, or nearly 5 meters, above its normal level near Auk Bay, all because of a glacial lake outburst flood in Suicide Basin on the Mendenhall Glacier. And with the warming climate, these problems aren't going away. Glacial lake outburst floods, uncommon on Mendenhall River in the past, have since 2011 increased dramatically in regularity, with Suicide Basin producing a glacial lake outburst flood every year since. Even if we ignore the sudden calamity posed by glacial outbursts, the high groundwater imposed by glaciation and glacial melt year-round in Alaska can severely affect coastal communities, from flooding to contamination and buildup of pollutants to quickened infrastructural decay. Another very important reason why Alaska is so uncommonly chosen as a place to live is that it sits on 3 fault systems. So saying Alaska is seismically active would be putting it lightly. Between 2013 and 2018, there were around 150,000 earthquakes, 31 of which had magnitudes of 6 or higher. Alaska is not a place you come to if you're scared the ground beneath you might give way. Alaskans have to deal with fault ruptures, seismic shaking, and landslides. It also has to deal with liquefaction. This is when seismic disruptions cause water-saturated sediment to lose its strength and act like a fluid, ruining any infrastructure that happens to stand on it and putting lives in great peril. What's especially terrifying is that landslides and earthquakes in Alaska, when large enough, can actually trigger tsunamis as well. At 5:36 p.m. local time on March 27, 1964, an earthquake of magnitude 9.2 occurred in the Prince William Sound region of Alaska. The Pacific plate lurched northward underneath the North American plate, slipping in some places as much as 60 feet. It lasted 4.5 minutes, and to this day,
I haven't seen
is
any of
still
that
the
in a while.
second largest earthquake ever recorded. In fact, the earthquake was so large that the whole Earth rang like a bell, and modern instruments recorded vibrations that had no precedence whatsoever. The earthquake spawned thousands of aftershocks, hundreds of landslides, huge submarine landslides, and scores of other secondary effects. The most serious of these were the tsunamis triggered, which caused fatalities and other damages all the way down in Oregon and California. But this was nothing compared to what some coastal Alaskan communities like Whittier, Valdez, Seward, and Chenega faced. Within minutes of the earthquake starting, tsunamis flooded some areas as high as 170 feet above sea level. Within 4 minutes of the earthquake, a 65-foot wave barreled into Chenega, killing a third of its population. All in all, the earthquake resulted in 129 fatalities sustained and billions of dollars in property losses. Alaska's dangers are countless. Extreme weather, wildfires, volcanic eruptions, and limited search and rescue capabilities. Add to that the constant threat of losing critical infrastructure, power, communications, water systems, and clinics, or facing facility failures like collapsing bridges, washed out roads, and hazardous spills. Every Alaskan knows these risks intimately. Why? Because here, the #1 rescue resource is yourself. Unlike the lower 48, there's no guarantee of outside help. It's you versus the wild. And fundamentally, this is why there are so few people living in Alaska. As we've seen, Alaska is a land of paradoxes. At once, one of the most inhospitable places in the world, and one of the most bountiful. It's a place where some find their true strength, resilience, and a self-reliant way of life, and where others find a cold, hard end. So, though Alaska will likely never have swaths of humans flocking to it again, as they have repeatedly done so over the ages, it will certainly hold a certain awe over us.
I also don't know if he's
continue to
correct in
draw
that
those of us
assumption.
who are tempted and taunted by the wildlife out into its enormous wilderness to see if we have what it takes. Thanks for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you want to see more videos like this, then please consider subscribing and turn on notifications. It really does make a difference. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time on MatPat.
New Guinea, this massive island, is split vertically in two by the border between Papua New Guinea and Indonesia, then split horizontally by the towering Central Cordillera Range. These peaks stretch so high as to produce snow in probably just a few hundred miles from the equator, then this snow melts off. It funnels down into valleys, filling rivers, fueling...
Okay, that's not the video I
In
wanted
an
to watch
average
for.
year, more than 300 million of us fly long haul. And one thing a lot of us look forward to when flying is the food. So with more than 1 million
I don't know
hungry
anyone that
passengers
looks
in the
forward to
air at any
airplane
one
food,
time,
but-
how does everyone get something to eat? With exclusive access, we go behind the scenes at the UK's largest in-flight caterer, whose job it is to keep millions of travellers' taste buds tantalised on nearly 30,000 flights every year. This is where food production on a mega scale
You're not going to use 200 grams of chili spice because it just blow your head off.
meets the glamour of air travel.
Tartlets are a butternut squash, a little bit of curry spice in there.
How do they decide what we eat on board?
This is what it could turn into: potato soup.
And how does a meal never miss a flight?
There's a coral and fondue on the floor. So yeah, it's a tough day today.
Tonight, we reveal all as we welcome you to the secrets of your airline food. It's 6 a.m. and the early arrivals are checking in their luggage at Heathrow, London. Little do they know that just down the road, it's also check-in time for a food delivery. On a mega scale.
We've got carrots, we've got onions, leek, lettuce, all kind of salads that's coming in.
Welcome to the UK's biggest supplier of airline food. An operation that must run to military precision. Every 24 hours, 37,000 meals are made here from scratch and then eaten on planes flying all over the world. Whether you're a first-class flyer or riding slightly further back, there's a chance your sky-high breakfast, lunch or dinner has been prepared, cooked and packed here at Donata, recently known as Alpha LSG. So what does one meal have to endure to arrive at a passenger on one of the 82 flights the company cooks for every day? It's a journey that
This is our most
painfully
important
early
oil
in the
over
morning.
here. This is our
Delivery
pure
starts
oil.
at 5. Can't get
Pure
the
crude oil.
You definitely have to
So it'll produce the
join
most.
in the queue and wait until it's your turn.
Terry is the man with the huge task of making sure every one of the 50 deliveries from 85 suppliers a day is up to scratch. Over a year, thousands of tons of food arrives here.
Walking my way.
Including 78 tons of carrots, 180 tons of potatoes, and 94 tons of onions. The same weight as a pair of Concords on takeoff. And just like the supersonic plane, they don't hang around.
All of these which you've seen here will be gone within the next 12 hours.
This arrival is destined for a 7 p.m. flight to Tokyo. We're going to follow every step of the journey of this mountain of food. From the pallet, right to the passenger's tray on the plane tonight. So, with the clock ticking to take off, Terry gets started on the first of the unusual set of culinary challenges that airline food provides. It's vital that the ingredients are the right size to fit in the dishes we eat from on board. Which, on average, is a snug 10.5 centimeters wide.
I'm gonna need to make a
15
large central
centimeters
platform
long.
here, I think.
So these guys, they will do the check on it. They may just take a bag randomly and just open it, just make sure that it's within spec. The chefs will do the same before they actually start cooking it. We have very tight quality control here.
And to help with that, there's a very technical piece of kit. A ruler.
So this is a graded 9 centimeter carrot. Take the ruler and just check it to make sure that, well, it's within spec. We have dishes which can just hold the extra 9 centimeter. You're getting carrots which are 20 centimeters, then it's not fit for purpose. It wouldn't look nice, it wouldn't fit in a dish.
But for the ingredients that do make the cut for tonight's flight to Tokyo, they're in action immediately, where all the food is cooked in the epic kitchen.
Set up.
160 chefs are cooking constantly here. 365 days of the year for 30 airlines.
What are we yipping?
25 nationalities conjuring up 15 different cuisines.
Oh, they added
And they
Netherlands
all
as a
answer
factory.
to one man. Head chef and airline food veteran, Tim.
Okay. Yeah, it's massive. It's really huge. It's 24/7. We have a brigade of chefs on nights as well, so it's constant. There's 2 kitchens in the same building. What you see here is mirrored next door. So we've got the non-halal, which is here, and we've got the halal, which is next door. We do a wide range, from mashed potato to lobster thermidor and everything in between.
While the cooking never stops for the day's flights, Tucked away upstairs, there's another vital deadline being chased.
Do you want to get the rice on the go?
This is the development kitchen. It might be the smallest kitchen on site, but it's where 10,000 meals every year are tested and tweaked before they can even dream of making it 35,000 feet up. From first class to crew food and everything in between. Kevin Love heads up the team. As a former right-hand man to Michelin-starred chef Heston Blumenthal, he knows what he's talking about.
We've got a great mix of chefs here from Asian, Indian and Middle Eastern specialities. We've got guys that have worked on cruise ships and hotels, all the way up to fine dining and Michelin-star restaurants.
Every one of the 30 airlines that get their meals made here must sign off every new dish for their menus at a face-to-face presentation. And today, Chef Niall is prepping for one of the biggest days of the year, when they will present more than 100 meals to the largest airline in Japan, ANA, All Nippon Airways.
I love cooking, full stop. For 10, 15 years I've been designing menus. You can be encased inside this aluminium tube for hours. There's not a lot else to do. You can watch a movie, you can walk up and down the plane, but ultimately, the food is so important.
It's a key contract worth millions, and with multiple caterers for the airline to choose from, it's crucial for Niall and his team to impress.
Right. We do 2 presentations a year to ANA. Started approximately about 2 months ago, where I received sheets from ANA asking for us to present certain dishes and also to present suggestions.
To add more pressure, ANA even win awards for their food, and with a whopping 42 million hungry passengers a year, Niall has to be on top of his game.
Be offering and showing them a muse-bouche. This is a dish that we'll have prior to take-off, maybe, to a little, just to get them in the mood for their main courses. We'll be showing a caviar service. From the caviar service...
Okay, so they're talking about Japanese airlines right now. That explains why there's concern over making good food.
Shrimp, tomato, walnut vinaigrette. The passengers expect this from ANA.
One dish for these guys can contain up to 55 ingredients, so they're going to need a hefty shopping list.
It's not like your shopping list my wife would go and do her shopping list. There's 700 items. Every ingredient is essential to the success of our dishes.
Niall has definitely got his plate full. And when you're prepping airline food, that plate has got some very precise dimensions. Along with the size of the ingredients, each dish must be no more than 3.2 centimetres high to fit in the carts on board. And no more than a minuscule 250 grams in weight. The more weight on a plane, the more fuel is hoovered up. And with as many as 868 trays on board, just an extra 50 grams on each plate could drain enough fuel to stop a plane getting within 2 miles of the runway.
Yeah, excellent. Put it into...
Said my wife had a flashback.
Superb.
And remember, they're not doing this purely for the love of food. Kevin and the team must make sure they're getting as much bang for their buck as possible when choosing what food to fly. Take the humble olive.
This is a 2 kilo box. If we were to divide that by, let's say, a 50 gram portion, quick maths would say that I'd get 40 portions. Once it's drained, if we lose, say, 500 grams of oil, that's actually 30 portions. So that's a big difference. We've lost quite a lot. We've lost 650 grams. If you scale that up, if that's on every aircraft that we do in all cabins, the cost of that is pretty huge.
Every single ingredient for every dish must pass this test before it gets its boarding pass for the menu. And if Kevin gets it wrong here, then it will be a disaster if the meals are multiplied in the thousands in the big kitchen downstairs. The stakes of getting it wrong couldn't be higher.
One little error like that can expand into thousands of pounds almost on a daily, if not weekly basis of loss to the business.
As the team continue their prep upstairs, back down in the kitchen, it's all systems go. Although it's still 12 hours to the Tokyo flight. And there's one breakfast favourite hoping to make it that's being cooked on an epic scale. The omelette.
Not the omelette.
I use 40 liters, 50 liters egg per day. I make it for different airlines, different omelettes.
Over her 7 years here, Natalia has broken many an egg and made nearly a staggering 1 million omelettes.
Today is 400 and plus pancake already, which I make it morning time. Sometimes make it 500, sometimes before I make it 800, my record.
Another dish that's destined for the Tokyo flight tonight is the business class fillet of beef. Like every dish that's cooked here, it will be cooled before being reheated on board in the aircraft oven.
Stand above floors.
But before it's cleared for takeoff, it must pass the green light of kitchen boss Tim and senior sous chef Rafal. They go to extraordinary lengths to make sure the food will taste just like on board.
When we do this, we're reheating the aircraft oven. So what we're tasting now, we know this is what the customer's going to be tasting because it's been reheated in an aircraft oven for a set period of time. That's good. The trick is to make sure that when the passenger sees it in front of them, it's just as though it's just been cooked for them on the aircraft. It's tricky enough in the restaurant to do this right. But when you think about it, to do a reheat is really another level. Really good. Nice one, Chef.
For most of us, it won't be filet de boeuf under the tin foil. But the economy meals get the same taste test.
We just got a selection here. Stir-fried prawns with egg fried rice. Coq au vin. You got a balsamic.
That still looks way better than anything I've ever even been presented as an option on a flight.
Yeah.
So
flavours are there. The rice is really good. It's spicy. That's good.
There's a man who loves his work. But it's a serious business making sure the thousands of meals in Tim's kitchen taste and look exactly as they did when starting life in Kevin's development kitchen upstairs. And supersizing meals comes with a warning.
They will make a recipe for 3 or 4 people. Then what I do is we times up all the ingredients in that. If you're going to times up every single item in a recipe, a lot of it will work, except for your spices, your herbs. If you're using 1 gram and you want 200 times that, you're not going to use 200 grams of chili spice because you just blow your head off. So then what we do, we will get it cooked and we will tweak that before it goes live. So
it just blow your head off.
So good. I'm sounding like a broken record, but I'm telling you that's such good food. This really
spice is like one of those things that doesn't scale up correctly. It's not a 1-to-1, you know. What are these things doing on my property?
In a normal year, more people are flying long haul than ever before.
Well, one of them died. I didn't
more
try
of
to
us
kill
are
him,
making a reservation to dine at 35,000 feet.
I guess I'm killing them.
And what we get to eat on board has become an obsession.
I guess I'm not killing that one. But
with social media full of mile-high meal reviews.
I had pasta. The only ever vegetarian option is pasta. Really, really nice. Not too greasy but spicy, you know, really lovely.
So keeping passengers happy with their grub is serious business.
How's the Royal Eye today?
Yeah, it's going well, very well.
Labels good?
Yes.
Any...
Sarah is on the front line, keeping passengers and the airlines happy.
Pretty good, yeah.
So she knows what's what when it comes to our love it or loathe it feelings about airline food.
A lot of people sit on the aeroplane and that is the beginning of their holiday. What you see there, what you eat, what you taste starts, you know, whether you're going to have a good day or a bad day. For a lot of people, they may think this food wasn't great on this carrier, I'm going to try a different carrier next time, you know, so it can be very important.
But no matter how fast or talented the chef, to feed tens of thousands of people safely a day, you need some serious tech. Step up another secret of your airline food, the Mega Blast Chillers. They are the next compulsory stop-off for every dish, including the food signed off by Tim for today's Tokyo flight.
This is a quick method to chilling the food. It's very important to be safe for the food and to be safe for customers.
Each blast chiller blows cold air over the cooked food, rapidly cooling it down to below 8 degrees and out of what's known as the danger zone where bacteria can boom. It's not rocket science, but it was first discovered by NASA in the 1960s when investigating safe food for space travel.
So all the process we check it with the probes. For example, that one is still not right to remove because it's too high temperature. It's in the danger zone. Yes, this is danger zone.
From this point on, all the food must be kept below 8 degrees until it's ready to be reheated on the plane. While the food chills downstairs, the temperature in the development kitchen is heating up, as the team still have dozens of dishes to prepare for their big presentation. Chefs Niall and Danny are ironing out their strategy for a first-class dish they're hoping will wow the airline.
Very neatly put the akira, the salmon roe eggs across there. Tiny palette knife, you don't want to get any fingerprints on the plate or on the roulade.
While at the back of the kitchen, Chef Manabu is working on a 7-course Japanese showstopper.
This is a part of kaiseki-style Japanese meal. This particular course is a highlight for a lot of Japanese. As everyone knows, we love raw fish. According to the spec, I need three pieces, 10 grams. For kaiseki style, we normally pick odd number rather than even number. The reason being is that the number starts 1, which is an odd number, so it's considered to be better than even number, which is 2, so hidden meaning to it.
Airlines often use their food to show off their culture and traditions. While British Airlines will often lay on a cream tea, on a Japanese airline, it can be sashimi with a story.
When we dish small particular dish, we always think about how the story goes. So with this vegetable, we make kind of mountain. It has to have a bit of height, so it looks nice. You need nice color to balance. You put yellow, and yeah. So I hope it goes well.
Meanwhile, Danny and Niall have gone fully French.
This is a sea bass roulade. So we have a sea bass fillet, which we've taken the skin off, and we're just batting it out now gently trying to get the right dimensions. And then we're going to put 30 grams of a scallop and lobster loose inside, some cauliflower puree that we've made, some seasoning, some lemon juice, and it goes with a carrot sauce, a different cauliflower puree, and salmon roe. It can be quite intricate, the work for A&A on
It's
this.
not going on,
so
he dies. He must perish for his sin.
But sometimes airline food can even go above and beyond first class.
I think a few years ago we had to go and support Air Force One to do a presentation when the President of America was in Ireland.
We do have a customer that have quite a special service, let's call it, where they provide for their passengers, it's its own little cabin, essentially, and they can have pretty much anything they want in there. That can be anything from the finest beluga caviar to Alba truffles, or it could just be a box of fried chicken or a pizza.
Going to garnish with the salmon roe, being as careful as possible. It's all about finesse. And lastly, we're going to garnish with the dill, which gives a lovely bit of colour and vibrancy. And here we have the completed dish.
It oozes quality.
Quality. But what do the airline food connoisseurs themselves go for when they fly?
On board, I'd like to eat the finest foie gras personally. Probably it's not going to happen. I'd like to have a bottle of Bollinger. It's not going to happen.
I love airline food. I eat it all. The kids, everyone's. I'll say, if you don't want it, give it to me, pass it over. I just love the whole thing.
I'm a bit of a sucker for a bacon roll and a beer. I really enjoy that when I go flying. I don't think you can beat a bacon roll and a beer, really.
$11 a.m. and back in the kitchen downstairs, the food for today's flights is on the move again. Along with hundreds of other ingredients, they've left the glass chillers and have been waiting patiently before entering the plating rooms. These two massive areas see up to 60,000 items a day come together to transform into the dishes we eat in the air. And with the clock constantly counting down to takeoff, they must all be kept an eye on. Enter Martin, the airline food number cruncher.
What we've started to now do is to use tablet technology.
So that's going to produce fuel and polymer resin.
Those items. At every moment in time, over a year, our tablet technology is actually holding the data and the information for over 33 million individual items that we've actually produced.
Natalia's omelettes and Tim's fillet of beef are both here. But now they're out of the blast chiller, it means there's a constant threat of food falling into the danger zone. For Amar and her colleague Darshan, they've got to get a move on for the food to make the flight safely.
This is the business class we are making. But in this foil, they're going 3 portions.
There are strict time limits to plate each flight to keep the food safe to eat. And if the team take too long, the only destination for the meals will be the bin.
The job bar is very small. That doesn't go like 10, 15 minutes. If it's economy, then over 45 minutes we can't put outside. Beef, 140 grams, 2 asparagus, 30 gram truffle sauce, and then 20 gram wild mushroom, the one is we put it over here. And 1 red pepper.
This is epic scale cooking with mega tech. Tracking the meal's weight as well as keeping an eye on the temperature so it doesn't rise into the dreaded danger zone.
This is safe. Dish is complete.
There's 7 hours till takeoff, and with the food plated up, it's time for it to fly the nest of the kitchens across the yard to get ready for travel. But not all meals that arrive here have such a quick trip. In fact, a whopping 84,000 frozen meals are delivered from off-site every week.
This goes on many different flights, all stored in here. We use a selection process 24 hours before it goes on the aircraft. We put them outside in the chilled environment, outside the freezer, so make sure it's not frozen once we load it on the flight.
So, with today's meals defrosted, it's time for them to be united with the rest of their fellow tray travellers. Every single item on the tray placed in front of a passenger gets brought together here.
When you walk from one end to the other, it takes quite some time.
Trying to figure out what to do with the pollen.
Now, if you start
so I could
stopping and
probably
looking
split it
at all
half
these
and half.
corners
Half
and
of
nooks
it
and
go
crannies,
towards like
you know,
rubber
2-3 hours
production, and
later,
the other half
you get back
towards
to where you start
plastic.
from.
So we're producing
Every
those.
3 seconds, a tray is assembled, including nearly 6 million bread rolls a year. From a simple bap to a brioche bun.
It's the amount of items that we're talking about, not just your hot food, but it's the bread and the butter and the cheese and the cracker and this dessert and you know, this little yogurt with this spoon in there
this
and
down real quick, 'cause I wanna
wet
take a
wipe.
look at
So
the-
many different components just to make that one tray.
50 megawatts, but it doesn't tell me how much it needs in terms of fuel to produce.
That's one of the cold hors d'oeuvres, smoked salmon.
Kevin and Khalid are busy checking the newly arrived meals for the Tokyo flight. These two know the airline food game inside out. They're about to celebrate their Ruby anniversary, working together here for 40 years.
There is that odd occasion where we have a little bit of a barley, but it's life. But we're great, we get on well, yeah.
That's longer than most marriages.
Well, it's longer than my marriage.
While Khalid is on the business and first class,
Yeah, that's business class, beef. That's 3 portions for 3 passengers.
Kevin
It's
is on
longer than
economy.
my marriage.
Is you've got
It's like, okay, bud.
vegetable curry for Japanese choice.
Now the question is, how much
And the Western, we
oil
have
do you
chicken.
reckon we're gonna need
That's the first choice. And second
to
choice,
burn?
this one is a
Also, I'm realizing
with
this means
ginger.
it doesn't need water because there's only one
And the Western, we have
pipe
seafood.
in, which means it's not like the
We have
coal
a
power
ratio,
where I
we
had to
a
have
chart
water
which
as
tells
well.
us percentage-wise what we need to put in.
While these
And I
meals
do
have
like
had a
that.
smooth
That
journey
makes me
so
quite
far,
thrilled. What I don't find thrilling is
There's
the fact
always
that it
some
doesn't tell me what
ingredients
the
that just
ratio
don't like
is,
flying.
what the oil to power ratio is until I got it running. So
top chef and development kitchen boss Kevin Love has had to learn a few secrets of the airline food game which don't apply to conventional cooking.
This is a good example of a classic economy meal. Got very simple chicken, mash, vegetables, and the sauce in there.
Even creating this frequent flyer can cause havoc for airline chefs.
When you're in the air, it's a fact that you lose about 30% of your taste buds. So that's to do with aircraft noise, it's to do with the dry atmosphere because of the recycled air pressure. It's a bit like you've got a cold.
With the risk of dulled taste buds, chefs like Kevin must find a way to pack a punch for the customers while keeping the costs down.
Taking this dish as an example, there are a few tricks we can do.
Smuggled into the sauce, the dish has a secret ingredient loved by airline chefs.
We use umami-rich ingredients. So umami is found in tomatoes, it's found in anchovies, seaweeds, parmesan, and what it does, it just boosts that savoury flavour. We've got kombu here, this is a British seaweed, it's packed full of umami.
Chicken breast is a firm favourite, but it's a battle to keep moist.
We're always combating dryness in airline food because of the dry atmosphere and the ovens and cooking. Quite an old technique, brining. What the brine does is it travels through the meat and flavours the meat on the inside. That just helps keep the meat a little bit more moist. So chicken will sit in there for a few hours and then we wash it off.
okay, we're good there.
Just going to finish it off cooking in the steamer.
We're only going to worry about this area first because we're going to try to like
And not
kind of do
forgetting
this
the
as a
mash
system. I'm gonna
that has a
hook
little
this
known habit
all
of
up. I'm
behaving
gonna
badly on
build a
board.
couple of bioprocessors
Mashed potato generally has a tendency to split
serve
when it's
as like
reheated. So
the
I've got an
jumper
example
for
here
it.
of a
And
very
once we get the
waxy
oil
potato with
into the oil power plant and
quite
get it
high water
burning, then
content, and this
we're good to
is
go
what it
from
could
there,
turn
and we
into.
can develop the rest of this going forward.
Potato soup.
And this will
We have
become
to use a very
very
dry,
large
fluffy
oil
potato.
foundry for
This
us.
is one ingredient
Our
in one
oil
dish and
fields
one
will be
airline.
active,
It
and I
is that,
think once that
that
one's up
insane.
and running, we can use it to power the others until they're all burning power as well, and then we've got a full setup here running. So that's the current operational plan. And that's why we even
Across
did
the
like
yard
a
in
little
dispatch, it's 6
painting
hours
the
to take
floors
off
and
for
whatnot.
the Tokyo
even though
flight.
There's no need to actually do that. I just wanted to.
Here, 82 flights a day,
Let's
all
go
due
get our
for departure.
a bunch of copper. We're gonna need
Everything
a
needed for
ton
onward
of
travel
pipes.
is loaded
I can
from
already
here.
feel it.
Even the ice to keep your wine or fruit juice cool. All thanks to this machine. Every year, it churns out nearly 4 million slabs of dry ice to chill the carts. Time may be ticking down to take off for today's meals. But they still can't leave dispatch. 70 trucks and 50 vans are the crucial link to the airport. Running back and forth more than 200
Which reminds
times
me,
a
we need
day.
to stop at the secondary base for a moment.
But before
and
any of them
try
get
to
filled
pivot
up with
its
today's
production.
meals, they must
Even though it's not
unload
running yet, I
every
need
single
to
thing from their last
set it to where
flight.
it'll be producing copper.
And there's a lot to shift.
Producing the copper.
Every day they drop off
rolls,
30,000
whatever they
cups,
are.
35,000 plates,
We're gonna need a lot of
and
it for the oil plant.
47,000 bowls at the washroom. Here, 8 mega washers pump through nearly 10,000 items an hour.
I cannot wait to be done with coal, or not coal,
If any
but
rubbish on
coal
the floor,
power.
ask the cleaner.
Because then I can turn my coal power plant into a purely
It's a military operation
steel
that
foundry,
needs an army of 40
and I can
staff.
have it start pumping out a
Today,
ton
they're
of
led
steel,
by Jagjit.
which we're gonna
Nearly
need.
75 to 80 flights we cater a day. Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. We have to wash on
I've got
time
these set to
and deliver
wire,
on
but
time in
instead-
the production area. We load on time, we can deliver on time to the airport. Or meet
Swap
the
these all
deadline.
over to copper
I'm
sheet
excited for that.
production, so that whenever we got this all spun up, these will be producing our copper sheets that we're gonna need so
As
much
well
of.
as washing on an epic scale, Jagjit's team must deal with the constant war on waste from picky passengers.
We can't control here the people, what they eat on the aeroplane. Any open, any bottle of wine or Coke, anything, we have to put in the recycle machine. That's it. Any food waste come offload from the aircraft, we have to dump in the compactor area.
3 compactors take a mind-boggling 20 tons of waste a day from the washroom. Over a year, the same weight in fuel could fly you around the world 19 times.
Disposable glasses, tea, coffee cups, and the plastic dishes. So everything we put in the compactor.
Along with the liquid leftovers, the waste is turned into energy that generates electricity for nearly 1,000 homes a year.
See, what
It's
I'm
an
really
epic
looking
task that
forward to
never
is when we can get
stops.
to nuclear
But
power.
maybe just the right
That'll
man for the
be
job.
fun.
Finish
Getting that
everything
spun
on
up.
time, deliver everything on time.
But at least
That's
we're
all.
moving over into oil, which means we can break our coal production out and just do steel instead, which will be swell. We're also steadily approaching unlocking the train tech, and then I'll have trains that I can use to get
It's
around.
decision
instead of doing
time
this.
for Niall and his team.
Plus oil I can use
I'll
for
just space them out
fueling
for you.
the
space
cars
them.
and
Okay. I
the
think we've got all the
trains and
the
whatnot
news.
as well, which will be
Let's
nice.
keep it flowing.
They filleted, flipped, poached and pureed. And finally, after 300 hours of prep, they're nearly ready for all Nippon Airways to give their verdict on nearly
What did I come here for
200
again?
dishes.
Copper sheets. Lots of copper
I'll
sheets.
be leading from the front. They're my right-hand men. I mean, I look at it like I'm a surgeon. They know my next move. I put my hand out and I'll have my knife given to me. If something needs garnishing, they will be there. They're 2 steps ahead of me.
This is serious stuff. A&A will be bringing a vastly experienced and highly respected team of chefs whose opinion on the food is paramount. As it's one of the airlines she looks after, Sarah has the inside scoop on what they'll be looking for.
They like it to be professional. If it's organised, you'll see when Niall's laid out the food, it gets laid out in such a way, that's how they like it.
They're coming in.
Oh, the
But
Japanese.
the proof is in the tasting. And as soon as the A&A chefs arrive, it's straight to work.
Tartlets of a butternut squash with a little bit of curry spice in there. Vol au vent, so, you know, it's coming back into fashion, the vol au vents.
The airline is judging both Western and Japanese food for flights up to 9 months in advance.
Holy cow.
Each dish must
Leave
look,
it to the Japanese.
taste and weigh the same as when it flies. And to give the chefs the ultimate airline food experience, there's a familiar sight.
In order to show the customer as close as it would be to what the passenger gets, we will reheat everything in the airline oven.
Although the food might not taste how we'd expect it.
When chefs are tasting here, they have to be mindful of how it will taste in the air. So we've talked about umami and using different ingredients to boost savoury flavours. That will be encapsulated in pretty much everything we've got here.
There's a lot of flavour in this dish, which I thought about when designing this.
Even though prep for today has taken 2 months, the visiting chefs have the power to immediately change anything they don't like.
They don't use a spoon, they pour it, so it needs to be more like soup consistency than this.
The smallest of tweaks are leading to some drastic changes.
We're looking at the canapé, the first service, and we had a few items there that the chef thought might clash with menu items that he's chosen for the appetisers and the main courses. So he's just having a look at what items we've got there that we can either create a whole new canapé. He's also checking the weight. It could be that the combination of the 3 he's chosen takes him slightly overweight or slightly underweight.
And next door in the Japanese room, there's also changes afoot.
マグロはキハダですね。キハダのマグロ。キハダマグロとホタテ。
Manabu's 7-course showstopper is one of the 70 dishes he and Chef Yoshi created for the A&A chefs
Not
to
Chef
judge.
Yoshi. Oh no. Someone get Kayla.
And it's a hit.
It was received well. Chef is happy with it, but there has been a bit of tweak because there was a duplicate of the ingredients. It's go back to sort of kaiseki style. You shouldn't really have the duplicate of the ingredients, so make it more exciting for a diner.
Also, Chunky, earlier, that
While the
vehicle that you were
chefs
talking about, I don't know if that's the right one. The front
Back in
doesn't look
dispatch,
right.
it's 3:30. And the ingredients that arrive first thing in the morning are finally ready to depart for the airport and the Tokyo flight.
And the camo pattern is wrong as well. Like I said, the camo pattern, the one that we saw was using, was much more close to the
And today,
US
making sure
woodland
no
pattern.
meal will miss their connection,
And it didn't
is
have like that
logistics controller
front that was
Chris.
designed that way. Its front was more like a truck.
We have
where it came
about 10
down over the
flights all going
engine
off the
and
dock
then
within an
into
hour,
a cabin
2 trucks
instead of
per
just
flight,
straight
so you're
into a
looking at
cabin.
20 trucks
I think
an
you had the
hour.
wrong vehicle, maybe.
Being so close to one of the main routes into London means the risk of disruption is high.
I can see the resemblance,
Today,
like especially
there's
since
trouble
it's
on the
a
roads.
double-jointed trailer kind of thing like that, but
then causes,
like where it's got the cabin vehicle, the main vehicle, and then its trailer that it's pulling. I don't think that's it.
It takes the trucks a lot longer to get to the airport. It also delays them coming back as well, so it has a double impact on us. Yeah, it's a tough day today.
With today's flights raring to go, will they get to their gate on time? Back at the presentation,
You can bring it out now. Do you want to see it now? Right.
It's time for Niall and Danny's sea bass dish to take centre stage.
So the chefs are now quickly preparing a product to bring out to show the chef. And that's the way it rolls sometimes. And it keeps the chefs on their toes too, so it's good. Beautiful. Other dish. So the sea bass. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
The dish is cleared for takeoff.
No changes. Brilliant. They want to keep it. No changes.
I genuinely, Chuck, I think it might be American, to be honest. I think it may have been an American vehicle.
That's the reward for the
just not one that we use very, very frequently.
The day is finally over.
But hard to say.
提案させていただいたメニューがそのままイメージ通りの味に出来上がっているものが数多くあったのでとても良かったと思います。自分も楽しみながら相手も笑っていただけてると思うのでとてもよくできたと思います。
Over 100 new dishes will soon be
maybe.
multiplied in the thousands to fly high around the globe. It's 4 p.m. and crunch time for the food flying to Tokyo. No matter what the obstacle, it must leave the dock 3 hours before departure. But first, driver Jose and flight coordinator Kevin have 3 tons of food and equipment to load onto the 2 lorries for the flight.
Everything's actually loaded in numbers. So every trolley will have a position number. So when we go on the aircraft, it's all follows suit. 102, 103, which all follows on. 106. Because I've got to make sure the right number of trolleys on board. Everything is on me to make sure it's correctly loaded.
With the lorries sealed for security,
all right, all good.
At the airport, passengers are already starting to arrive for check-in. Time for Jose and bodyguard to the meals, Kevin, to hit the road.
I think we've got everything we
Sometimes
need
can
to
be
finish construction
long time to get
largely
there.
now, so we
Right now it's
should
okay, but sometimes could be very
theoretically be able to get
busy.
that first pump going.
We just have to drive very carefully so that everything gets there in one piece.
Back at dispatch, Chris is keeping a close eye on Jose's journey thanks to a GPS tracker on the lorry.
This will be our route into the airport. You're never safe, we're always watching.
So yeah, we're just approaching the security gates.
Just like the passengers, every vehicle entering the airport must clear security, even for something as harmless as an omelette.
Something as harmless as food, good sir.
Even the slightest error on that paperwork, I mean, they'll refuse entry to the airport and they'll be turned back and we'll have to obviously recheck it and reseal it again.
And that could cause massive disruption.
If we do delay boarding, sometimes that can mean a financial penalty, which is why we try so hard to prevent the delay of the aircraft.
But not today.
He's just going through the cargo tunnel.
And I don't
Now
even
the
know if it
team
would be a
only have
mountaineer
1
unit,
hour to
Chonky.
get
My
everything
first thought
off
would be
and on the plane.
it'd be a marine vehicle. Something
time
meant
for
for
some
island
precision
hopping
parking.
operations, because it looked like it was equipped for
He's just going to position himself
driving through
by the
particularly unpleasant
back door.
terrain, very marshy
Guide us
land.
to it. It's so on him on this
So I don't
this
even know if
one
I'd
is
say
so on him.
mountaineers. I'd probably lean towards
Makes a
being
mistake,
one of the
then
marine units.
We all in the bad state.
But it is also still hard to say either way. Didn't I chase you off and
So
kill
with
3 of your
crates in
friends? What are you
position,
doing back here?
it's time for the final hurdle.
Courageous. think it was driving through a marsh.
All of the last flight is loaded up for Jagjit's washroom back at base.
What I'm doing now is checking, make sure the air chillers are on.
This is not how I intend to keep this, but this is just so we can actually get this up and running and test it.
And all the carts and ovens loaded, just as the passengers are arriving at their gate.
All the food is on board.
All right, we got our jumper.
Ready to go. Job done.
Just a couple of hours after takeoff, somewhere over Sweden, at 35,000 feet, it's the final destination of an unbelievable journey for Tim's beef and Natalia's omelette.
To see it from its beginning
Let's
stages,
give her a
its
test,
raw
shall we?
stages, to in the kitchen designing it, having it costed, and then maybe 6 months down the line, if I'm lucky enough to see it flying, and that's superb. You can't ask for anything else.
To be honest, I still don't know how we do it. It's insane how many departments there are that all come together and get these flights off the ground. It's just mind-boggling.
From veg being measured first thing in the morning to flying out that same evening and repeated thousands and thousands of times a day. It's a never-ending cycle for the most frequent of flyer.
Stay on, you dirty rat. Fine.
New Guinea, this massive island, is split vertically in two by the border between Papua New Guinea and Indonesia, then split horizontally by the towering Central Cordillera Range. These peaks stretch so high as to produce snow in probably just a few hundred miles from the equator, then this snow melts off. It funnels down into valleys, filling rivers, fueling agriculture, then finally depositing its nutrient-rich flow into the island's coastal mangrove forests. The vitality of these forests translates into their vitality as fish spawning ground. Marine life, lots of marine life, starts its life here, then swims out and matures in the Arafura Sea. This sea, nestled between Indonesia and Australia, is one of the most productive fisheries in the world, or at least it used to be. Legally, territorially, it's split in two. Australia has the southern half, Indonesia has the northern half, but Indonesia, historically, did little to restrict and enforce restrictions.
Now we're watching this one.
Before the whistles are blown, thunder sounds in the deep. For hours on end, it will rumble across the land, raining down destruction and telling the earth of carnage. Even as the troops and the tanks
20 per minute. This produces 60 per minute. Holy moly. This produces
formations and fortifications crumble under the pressure of a barrage which can endure for years on end. Thus does this grim reaper of the battlefield stand as the deadliest member of Krieg's combined arms forces. Today, let us dive into its inner workings. From the front
I was like, why didn't it turn off? Oh, yeah.
To the heavy artillery batteries.
Okay,
the
so
siege artillery companies. The Leviathan war machines. And the endless supply columns which feed these ravenous beasts.
Oh, hold on. I'm writing this down, or I'm typing it in right
this
now.
Is the true size of the Krieg Artillery Corps.
So if you love these types of videos in the world of Warhammer 40,000, I can highly recommend the game Tacticus, which is today's sponsor. Now, I've been playing this game for over a year now. I am super addicted. I play almost daily, and I love it. So essentially what you're going to be doing in this game is making a team of characters to fight tactical, crunchy battles. There are a whole bunch of factions in the game. I've collected most of the characters at this point, and I love it. Each of the different factions comes with its special traits. For instance, the Necrons have this living metal feature, which allows them to heal at the start of each round. Otherwise, Nurgle, for instance, is very flavorful. They have a Contagion ability, which strips away and sunders enemy armor. And then beyond that, once you get into each character, they all are going to have their different stats, abilities, passives, actives, and you put that all together with all these synergies, and it makes for a very dynamic battlefield. The battles themselves are going to see you deploy about 5 characters and then fight the enemies in turn-based movements on a hex-based map, height, line of sight, elevation, terrain that is impassable. It all matters, and it makes a very flavorful and rewarding combat. The game is chock full of different modes, with rotating special events and constant updates to keep things fresh. I can't recommend Tacticus enough, so use my link in the description below to get started, and keep in mind these 5
The video that you watched last night, I thought it sounded familiar when I saw its title.
The death world of Krieg is best known for its tithes of fanatical troops. However, these are but one element of the formidable army which emerged from the half-millennium of civil war that ravaged their planet. Beneath the radioactive surface grew vast manufacturing complexes dedicated to the production of war machines and munitions. It is these which have helped churn out the armor and artillery units of the Death Corps.
So each one of these is going to produce 40 per minute.
Are organized into regiments, which can take all manner of forms.
Dang, that means each one of these refineries can power 2 of the generators.
Privilege of fielding truly combined
That's crazy.
Arms formations. Siege
I'm gonna have to have
like
like
250,000.
I'm gonna have to end up pumping oil off-site to a larger refinery. I can already feel it.
Within them, infantry,
at least for this one, because this one
companies are broadly organized.
Even now, I'm realizing so that produces 240 per minute.
Focusing more closely on the last of these, variations emerge as one begins to differentiate between the field artillery, the standard artillery, the heavy artillery, and the siege artillery.
So each one of them takes 60.
For a closer understanding of their form and function,
each one takes 60 crude oil, produces 4 fuel.
We can begin with the
hold on. Let me.
At the lowest level of the hierarchy is the field artillery team. It features a single wheeled light artillery piece.
Trying to do some math here.
Of 4 gunners and loaders, who are led by a watchmaster with the rank of sergeant. For such field teams, a Centaur utility vehicle is present to tow the equipment and load the troops for rapid deployment. The role of the team will depend on the variant of artillery being used. Many types exist, but we can cover the most common. The siege cannon acts as the rough equivalent to a 105mm gun howitzer. It provides either direct or low arc indirect fire up to a maximum distance of around 15 kilometers. Shells include high explosives, fragmentation, armor piercing, melter, inferno, chemical, smoke, and more. As such, the siege cannon can engage a range of targets from maximal distances. Where it shines most, however, is its long range to pummel opposing artillery or fortified positions. Another artillery option is the heavy mortar. It provides high arc indirect fire. Though this comes at the cost of reduced range, it greatly increases the impact of its payloads. For instance, the HE and frag shells of the heavy mortar are far larger than those of the siege cannon, with the added benefit of a high angle of attack which allows for devastating air bursts against masses of light infantry or vehicles in the open. The great momentum of such ammunition also allows specialized siege shells to bury deep within fortifications before erupting and caving in their foundations. Other shells in common use are the illumination and smoke shells, which can help support infantry operations. And finally, we should mention the quad launcher. Its weaponry consists of a 4-in-1 mortar system. As such, it inherits the shorter range of this weapon class while boosting its rate of fire by having each barrel fire in rapid succession. Thus is the quad launcher able to quickly saturate an area with explosives for maximum damage or suppression. The downside of this system is that once the shells are released, it takes more time to feed in new rounds. Commanders must account for such trade-offs. Beyond these examples exist other light artillery pieces, such as multi-rocket launchers, bombasts, and heavy las cannons.
So we actually need going to be 4 of these for this one.
But for now, let us move on. At the next level, 4 to 6 field artillery teams are joined into a field artillery battery with its own 5-man headquarters unit led by a lieutenant for a total head count of about 25 soldiers. Within a battery, each of the artillery pieces and their
trying to
crews
think how I
will
want to
typically
do
be
this.
identical. This helps facilitate the operation of the unit, which should ideally have equivalent ranges, reload times, and ammunition. The task of coordinating the battery falls to the HQ. Here, the lieutenant's staff includes a forward observer, whose role it is to assess the enemy's location. This information is then passed on to other team members who act as the fire direction center. Their job will be to compute the bearing and elevation of the artillery batteries to hit the desired target. They will also specify the ammunition type, the fuse settings, and other special orders. When such details have been locked in, the information will be relayed to the artillery teams for execution. At times, they may be allowed to fire when ready. On other occasions, they are to await the explicit orders of the commanding officer, who will issue the instruction to fire through their FDC. In these duties, the battery HQ will be assisted by a specially equipped Centaur. Such vehicles will be loaded with robust observation and communications packages, with additional tools meant to assist with the otherwise laborious task of fire direction calculations. The Centaur also doubles as an additional transport for personnel, gear, and towed weapons. At the next level, 3 or more field artillery batteries are joined into a field artillery company with a 5-man headquarters unit led by a captain. Bolstering their ranks are attached supply and utility vehicles for a total strength of about 100 troops. Within a company, each of the batteries has the ability to operate independently and can therefore be configured dynamically. This might mean massing all siege cannons for dedicated counter-battery purposes, or having a mix of units for more rounded capabilities. In our case, we have chosen to model 1 battery of heavy mortars and 2 batteries of quad cannons, which is often used as close support for trench warfare. Yet, while each battery has its own fire direction center for independent target acquisition, the efforts of these batteries will be coordinated by the headquarters unit. Leading this 5-man team is a captain. They are individuals with both the combat and administrative expertise necessary to properly wield such a pillar of a Krieg arms force. Assisting them in these duties will be a staff of specialist engineers. Among them is counted a quartermaster, who will be in charge of the logistical aspects of the company. For transport, the HQ squad will be assigned the typical complement of a Centaur utility vehicle. However, given the additional burdens of commanding a company, this team will also be assigned a Trojan and, if they are blessed, an Atlas vehicle, each with a roughly 3-man crew. Let us review both. The Trojan support vehicle is based on the Chimera chassis. As such, it stands roughly 7 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 3 meters tall. However, in contrast to the Chimera, the Trojan has shed much of its frontal armor and weapons systems. In their place exists a large interior hold capable of housing all manner of supplies. Access to these is made easier thanks to a top-facing hatch and a rear-mounted heavy lift crane. Thus can materials be efficiently transferred in and out of the Trojan vehicle. The crane can also be used to assist in other duties, such as towing, resupply, and various engineering tasks. In our case, the Trojan attached to the company HQ has been converted into a specialist communications vehicle to facilitate the coordination needs of the command team. The Atlas recovery tank, meanwhile, helps bolster the resilience of its unit. Based on the Lehman Russ chassis, it measures 7 meters long, 5 meters wide, and nearly 4 meters tall. As with the Trojan, the Atlas is also a stripped-down version of its combat counterpart. Here, the Lehman Russ turret has been replaced with a large crane, while its power plant has been upgraded to a supercharged engine. Such modifications allow the Atlas to fulfill its mission of reaching damaged vehicles and dragging them back to safety.
Each
Crews
one of
are
these
also
can power
able to
2
perform
of them,
battlefield
so...
repairs or can salvage vehicles that are otherwise unable to be rescued. Thus does the Atlas prove vital to the Krieg Army's resiliency in the field.
Okay, so there's our
Yet
problem,
more vehicle
rubber.
teams may be attached to an artillery company to support its operations. In our case, we have assumed this entails a supply column consisting of 4 paired sets of Trojans and ammunition trailers, each with a 3-man crew. For such a role, the Trojan interiors will largely have remained stripped down so as to maximize the available space of their cargo holds. Adding further to their capacity are the paired ammunition carriers. These are simply tracked or wheeled platforms used for the bulk transport of materials. In a supply column for an artillery company, this will primarily mean hauling hundreds of shells between supply depots and the gun positions.
Okay, got all that set
Given the
up.
power of the Trojans, multiple such carriers can be linked together for carrying additional ammunition or even entire
Trying to think
artillery
what
pieces.
to do here. I'm obviously going to
With
have to
this
go back and
understanding
produce
of
some
the
more
field
motors and
artillery
encased
company
industrial
line,
beams.
let us now
to produce
discuss the
another
organisation
fuel-powered
of
generator.
a standard and heavy artillery company.
But that won't be a big issue.
A standard artillery company will be similarly structured to a field artillery company. It boasts 3 to 6 batteries, a headquarters team, and an attached supply column for a total crew of around 100 soldiers, led by a captain. Upon closer inspection, some important differences should be noted. At the team level, we see that the artillery piece itself is larger but still towed. As a result, the crew has been boosted to 7 troops, and the paired vehicle is now a Trojan rather than a Centaur. In terms of its operation, this unit functions much the same as its field counterpart. However, the nature of heavier artillery equipment means they boast different combat capabilities. We can get a sense of this by reviewing a few examples. The Earthshaker cannon
I really need to make
is
a little, like,
132
prefabbed
millimeter caliber
power
weapon
unit like
with
this.
a roughly 10 meter
As a
long
jumper.
barrel, firing from horizontal
I'll have to do that once
up
I
to
get a
68
blueprint
degrees of
thing set up.
elevation. It has a standard range of around 15 kilometers.
I guess instead of
with the
having
ability
those
to
ones all
increase
built
this to an
up,
excess
I
of 20
could,
or even
well,
50 kilometers using overcharged rounds. Shells come in a
Those won't
variety
give me
of
more
forms,
rubber anyway,
including
so there's not really
high
any point to
explosive,
stripping them down.
armor-piercing, macro rounds, smoke, and illumination. All are delivered with shocking force, which has earned the Earthshaker cannon its name. Infantry caught in its blast radius vanish in an instant, with nothing more than a 15-meter wide crater as their grave. Given its range, firepower, robust design, and mass producibility, the Earthshaker cannon stands as the artillery workhorse of the Imperium. The Medusa siege gun is an older piece, whose roughly 300mm caliber weapon and 5-meter long barrel trades range and velocity for larger payloads. These include heavy variants of the typical high explosive, armor-piercing, and incendiary rounds. Given their increased size, these have far larger blast zones than any of the prior artillery pieces we have covered, resulting in entire infantry platoons and even vehicles being devastated by the explosive force. However, where the Medusa truly shines is against fortifications. Here, it makes use of high-arching siege shells to burrow down into structures.
I need to
for
check while
brutal
we're at the main
detonations
base
at their
what
foundations.
produces rubber,
Bastion
like what
breacher
machine
shells,
I need to
meanwhile,
build.
are fired directly at targets, penetrating deeply into bunkers or walls before exploding outwards and leaving gaping holes for infantry to charge through. In our example, we have assumed the Standard Artillery Company consists of one battery of 3 Medusa siege guns.
I gotta get
and
rubber spun
2
up, that way I
batteries
can build
of 3
more
Earthshaker cannons.
oil power plants.
Once more, each of these will have its own fire direction center for target acquisition, while the company HQ coordinates their actions and support elements. Given the greater complexity and importance of the Standard Artillery Company,
Keep forgetting I
we
need to
see
stop
that
and
it
gather these
often
bauxites
boasts
whenever I
an
encounter them,
enlarged
because I don't know what I need them
team of
for,
around
but
10 members.
I know I haven't
These are
found a
assisted by
mineable
2
source of it
transport
yet.
centaurs. One
I think I found a
Trojan
mineable source of just about
communications
every
vehicle
other
and one
type
Atlas
of item in the
recovery
game,
vehicle.
but not that one.
As with the Field Artillery Company, there is also an attached supply column, which we can again estimate as
I'm also
containing
at some point going to
4
build a
sets of
hyper tube
paired
system
Trojans
because I
and
want to be able to get
ammunition
around faster.
trailers.
Don't get me wrong, this slide
Altogether,
canceling stuff
such
has been
artillery
working quite
companies
well
feature
to get us
prominently
around
in
quickly, but
siege armies of the Imperium, and in particular of those
Yeah.
of the Kree. Owing to their gun calibers, they are often deployed well to the rear of the front lines. Here, their massed firepower can be used to saturate the battlefield with bombardments, tear down hardpoints, lay down rolling barrages to cover troop advances, establish box barrages to isolate sectors, and provide counter-battery fire. However, both field and standard artillery companies suffer from the fact that they are slow-moving, towed pieces of equipment which most typically occupy static positions. More mobile artillery units are available in the form of the heavy artillery companies. Let us now
I presume
review
it's a
these
constructor, but let's see.
As with its sister units, the Heavy Artillery Company consists of about 3 batteries,
not
a
constructors.
headquarters team, and an attached supply column for a total crew of around 80 soldiers, led by a captain. The main difference is that now each artillery team mans a self-propelled
I
piece of
didn't think
equipment.
it'd be a smelter, but you
For the
never
most
know.
part, these consist of mounting the previously mentioned artillery variants onto the chassis of a Chimera APC. The Griffon light artillery tank, for instance, uses the heavy mortar cannon previously seen amongst the field artillery teams. As a secondary weapon, it can also make use of the Chimera's hull-mounted heavy bolter, in addition to other mounted options, such as remote-controlled las guns, missile launchers, smoke launchers, and
What
searchlights.
produces rubber?
Thus equipped, it is able to act as a rapid response, close support unit capable of keeping up with blitzkrieg assaults, blasting apart key points of resistance, and
Residual
shrugging off
rubber
most
and
small
regular
arms fire
rubber.
as it charges through the breach. The Basilisk is another conversion, which has chosen as its mounted weapon the Earthshaker cannon.
With a
It is often
refinery, I
reinforced
could
with a
refine it
forward-mounted
into
gun
it.
shield to protect its crew. The Vanaheim pattern enhances this with flank shielding, while the Armageddon pattern pushes this even further by fully enclosing its crew compartment. In all cases, the Basilisk is most often positioned just to the
Noted.
rear of evolving front lines. Here, it will
Residual
be able
rubber
to lay
might be
down
my best
devastating
bet
support
then.
fire and be ready to push forward as the battle lines advance. Some commanders will even bring the Basilisks to the fore of their assaults, lowering their guns to act as makeshift tanks. Another notable Chimera conversion
You
is
gotta
the
love the
Manticore.
Krieg.
Unlike its traditional artillery counterparts,
Madmen,
this
a
vehicle
whole lot of
type
'em.
uses a rocket launcher as its primary weapon. 4 firing positions allow for the loading of multiple missile variants. These include high-explosive fragmentation warheads, oxyphosphor incendiary warheads, air gas warheads, and surface-to-air interceptor missiles. But the most common and iconic munition is the Storm Eagle rocket. These are designed for extreme-range bombardment, detonating over target zones to unleash a cloud of bomblets which carpet the area with pulverizing force. The notable advantage of the Manticore over its brethren is the extended range and tracking capabilities of missiles, in addition to broader tactical flexibility of being able to use diverse payloads for countering any number of ground and air targets. However, a downside of the system is its ancient design, which is prone to technological eccentricities and long reload times. Larger, self-propelled artillery vehicles also exist based on other vehicle bases. The Bombard, for instance, is built upon a reinforced Lehman Russ chassis, which allows it to bear the weight of a heavy
That would
siege
be a
mortar.
terrible thing, Chalky.
This massive weapon is among the largest and most powerful of its class, often
It's
being
like,
reserved for use in dedicated
we're all gonna
siege
die.
artillery companies. Owing to the huge shells fired by this behemoth, the vehicle comes with a recoil spade to hold itself in position, as well as a rear-mounted crane for assisted reloading. Such a massive vehicle is quite slow-moving and thus is most often deployed for sustained bombardments against enemy fortifications or other static targets. Heavy artillery batteries will typically be formed out of uniform sets of these self-propelled vehicles. Most often operating in groups of 3, the lead vehicle and its crew will take on the role of the unit's fire direction center, while another crew may be delegated for forward observation. Additional vehicles, such as Sentinels, may accompany a battery to assist in observation and even ammunition loading. Together, multiple batteries join to form a heavy artillery company. Based on the nature of the equipment being used, a unit with sufficiently large guns and properly scaled supply columns can be designated as a siege artillery company. In either case, the firepower they can bring to bear proves to be one of the Krieg Army's deadliest assets. This is especially true when such units are massed into siege armies, featuring hundreds of artillery pieces.
Imagine being under bombardment from
The resulting
hundreds of
carnage
those.
is enough to reshape battlefields, both figuratively and literally. But even sometimes, this is not enough. Even more colossal artillery weapons lurk deep in the recesses of the Krieg arsenal. Many are so large that
no.
they require rail-mounted structures for deployment in the field.
The Krieg's Dora.
These guns can fire over hundreds of kilometers and deliver truly massive
Now, what do they
payloads.
call it, though? Imagine fighting the Krieg. That alone is terrifying. Yeah.
The Ordinatus class war machine is an even rarer find in the 41st millennium. Such Leviathans use the equivalent of 4 to 6 Bane blade size chassis to mount truly gargantuan weaponry. This includes the feared macro cannon, normally found aboard spacecraft, whose detonations have a radius of 5 kilometers, as well as massive sonic disruptors, gigantic Hellfire missiles, and dedicated Titan killers. As secondary armaments, they may sport quad las cannons, Vulcan megabolters, void shields, and even troop holds for entire regiments. Yet, such colossal weapons, while impressive, represent a mere drop in the bucket of the Krieg arsenal. As is characteristic of their armed forces, the Krieg make quantity a force of their own by churning out endless tides of munitions and the field, heavy, and siege artillery systems we've covered thus far. In this way, do they pound the enemy into oblivion. A striking example of this method of war can be found in the siege of Burundi. Here, Krieg regiments were deployed to punish the capital of a rebellious hive world. For 5 years of relentless bombardment, they rained hell upon the city, obliterating all who attempted to escape. When surrender finally came, the Death Corps ignored it. Without pause, they continued to level the city. After 3 years, scouts reported the capital was devoid of life. The shelling went on for another 2 years, just to be sure. Join us next time as we continue this journey through the true size of the Krieg army. What topics should we cover next? A big thanks to our fans on Patreon and YouTube memberships for supporting the channel, and to the researchers, writers, and artists for making this episode possible. We couldn't have done it without this team and this community. If you liked this episode, be sure to like and subscribe for more content, and check out these other related videos. See you in the next one. Krieg once stood as a prosperous and industrious jewel of the empire, until it was destroyed by over 500 years of atomic-fueled civil war. But from this death world bloomed a new kind of life. Legions of zealous troops inured to the atrocities of war, ready to lay down their lives for the emperor as atonement for the sins of their fathers. And so their tithe of imperial troops is among the most coveted in the galaxy, and their presence on the battlefield is most feared. From the mobilization of combined arms Death Corps numbering in the millions, to the engineering of sprawling siege works with which they choke off their foes, the unending deluge of bombardments they use to pummel foes into the mud, and the inexhaustible waves of troops with which they dominate the hellish landscape of their own creation. Such forces can only truly be appreciated at scale. This is the true size of a Krieg siege army.
There we go.
So if you love these types of videos in the world of Warhammer 40,000, I can highly recommend the game Tacticus, which is today's sponsor. Now, I've been playing this game for over a year now. I am super addicted. I play almost daily, and I love it. So essentially what you're going to be doing in this game is making a team of characters to fight tactical, crunchy battles. There are a whole bunch of factions in the game. I've collected most of the characters at this point, and I love it. Each of the different factions comes with its special traits. For instance, the Necrons have this living metal feature, which allows them to heal at the start of each round. Otherwise, Nurgle, for instance, is very flavorful. They have a Contagion ability, which strips away and sunders enemy armor. And then beyond that, once you get into each character, they all are going to have their different stats, abilities, passives, actives.
Okay,
you put them all together.
Got that all set up. This will be our emergency jumper station.
The battles themselves are going to deploy about 5 characters and then fight the enemies in turn-based races on a hex-based map.
Well, you worked your way in here and got stuck, so now you gotta die.
That is impassable at all times, and it makes for very flavorful and rewarding combat. Now, what you're doing is engaging in a lot of different forms of combat. So, for instance, the core
Stop trying to amuse me by making me bounce.
play that focuses on a separate faction. Once you master that, you can move on to the elite mode of each of those. So that's 16 campaigns. Then beyond that, you have salvage missions where you can go and collect in-game currency. You then have onslaught, which is wave-based, which allows you to then progress and upgrade your characters. Then there's arena where you can test your mettle against other characters. And there's
now that's going to be our problem.
They have a lot of great rewards, a lot of cool characters, and for instance right here I have my quest requisitions, which allow me to pull a bunch of new characters that I didn't have before. In addition to that, I've been able to level up a lot of other characters like Snufflaga. So you can see here I got him all the way up to Diamond, and now that means I unlock the Rogue Trader, which then has knock-on effects where I can spend his shards, go towards the progression of other characters, and really scratch my itch when it comes to unlocking characters.
Trying to think what I want to do, because that's probably what's going to be the issue. Yeah, this will fill up and that'll stop it burning power. Or that'll stop it from producing more.
Including our own, which you can find in the description.
Oh, that was this thing making that sound. I was like, did my power just go out? What happened?
The planet of Krieg is located to the galactic southwest of Terra, in the Uhulus sector of the Segmentum Tempestus. In millennia past, it had arisen as a thriving hive world of the Imperium. However,
I guess for
over the
now,
years,
I
its
could.
rulers came to harbour a deep resentment for the tithes levied upon them by the Departamento Munitorum, with the most powerful oligarchs fearing that the only true threat to their grip on the planet came from outsiders. Thus, they began to grow more insular, investing vast resources into private armies and colossal military fortifications. Such moves came to a head in the year 433 of M40. It was then that the High Autocrat of the largest hive city renounced the Emperor, imposed natural law, and declared that Krieg was now an independent planet. As this heretical movement swept across the land, loyalist factions rose to oppose them. Yet they were few in number and destined to be overrun. Thus, in their last stand, the Loyalists chose to unleash atomic weapons upon the traitors, purging the planet of its sins. Millions died in the initial blasts, with untold billions more being claimed by the societal collapse and nuclear winter which followed. As a consequence, the planet of Krieg would forevermore be transformed into a hellish death world. But this was not the end. For 500 years, the surviving Loyalist and Fascist factions fought one another across the nightmarish landscape. Eventually, Krieg would see the Emperor's banner raised in triumph. It did so in the hands of a brutally forged army, the Death Corps. This new military was the product of generations hardened by unending war across an atomic wasteland. A grim, fatalistic, and fanatically loyal people who proved uncompromising in their desire to atone for the sins of their ancestors. Thus, the Krieg made excellent recruits for its newly reinstated imperial administrators. In fact, their tithe to the Astra Militarum is among the highest of all planets as a proportion of their population. But such seemingly untenable contributions are the result of more than just mass mobilization.
Okay, so I also need water, just as a temporary deal with this.
Such an elevated output
Just until I can get
manpower.
things spun up properly, because
According
I'm
to
gonna need to
reports,
build more of
this is
these, I
achieved
guess,
through
actually.
the use of strict breeding programs and artificial vitae wombs, capable of reliably birthing vast generations of soldiers on a regular basis. However, rumors persist of accelerated growth programs and even cloning initiatives taking
Trying to
place
think
deep
what
within
I
the
want
bowels
to
of
do.
the planet. Surprisingly, this has failed to draw the wrath of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Nah, it's probably still for the best.
Perhaps this is evidence of their falsehood. Or perhaps it is but another example of the Imperium turning a blind eye to the means by which a desired end is achieved. In this case, a deep source of effective and loyal troops. But regardless of their origin, we can now turn our attention to the armed forces of Krieg. As with the troops raised from other planets, regiments from Krieg take all manner of forms, such as infantry, mechanized infantry, armored, tank, heavy tank, artillery, and more. However, the most infamous formations are the Krieg siege regiments. Such units are truly a reflection of their home planet. These are regiments numbering upwards of 250,000 troops who bring to bear combined arms and especially artillery for the conducting of grueling warfare in the harshest of environments.
Need 10 rotors. We're gonna
Using
go
the
get 10
Vrax campaign
rotors.
as an example, a
We'll come
siege
back out
regiment
here, get the
might be
water
organized as
pumping in
follows.
there, start producing that residual. It'll just be a
It is
temporary
also
solution,
common to
but
see
at
them
least it'll get us
reinforced
rubber
by
production,
traditional
and
independent
that'll get
companies
us
on an ad hoc
what we
basis.
need to get the rest of the facility over here spun up.
Multiple
Welcome back,
such
Otter.
regiments and their associated attachments may in turn be grouped together into a corps numbering in the millions. Multiple corps might then be grouped together into armies. For instance, the 88th Siege Army present during the Vrax campaign primarily consisted of 4 line corps, 2 assault corps, and 2 artillery corps, with many smaller units swarming around them. It is at this point that we should remember that such formations are far from standardized. After all, the incarnation of any given force is the reflection of each campaign's strategic and logistical needs, in addition to the messy realities of marshalling massive armies. Nothing is as clean and organized as these simplified tables of organization. For a more grounded feel for the mobilized armies of Krieg, let us now build its units from the ground up. We can begin by looking at your typical soldier. They wear a Krieg Imperial Guard uniform. It features a long coat which can be pinned up around the legs for improved mobility. These come in a variety of regimental colors, but tend to feature somber tones of grey, black, blue, brown, and green. Beneath such great coats, flak armor, leg wraps, and combat boots help protect a guardsman's body and limbs. The head is protected by a helmet fitted with a respirator gas mask. Load-carrying systems, meanwhile, allow troops to carry bedrolls, entrenching tools, empty sandbags, canteens, rations, and a variety of other gear. Weapons depend on a soldier's role. Generally speaking, though, most infantry carry a Lucius pattern las gun.
I could have saved myself a lot of trouble just making those there if I had set one of those things up.
More
Oh well.
powerful individual shots at the cost of reduced battery life and rate of fire. Other standard issue weapons include frac and crack grenades when available, and
Okay, I can build
bayonets
one.
and
I'll make one
shovels
while
for
we're
close
out there this
quarters.
time. That way we don't have to keep doing that.
Alongside
Whenever
the
it's
typical
something
soldier,
simple like that,
we
if I've
should
got
also
parts
mention
on
the
me.
typical rider. While nowhere near as numerous, they are still well worth discussing on account of their iconic place in Krieg military history. Though seemingly out of place, such cavalry units have found a niche in the modern Imperium as scouts and fast attack troops, thanks to their nimbleness and low supply cost. This is made possible by their unique mounts. Krieg steeds are genetically engineered and grown in cloning vats as the perfect warhorse, boasting incredible strength, endurance, aggression, and specialized organs fit for battlefield toughness. Furthermore, they have been augmented with subdermal armor, osmotic lungs,
subdermal
and a drug
armor for
injection
horses,
system, which can boost their performance with stimulants and painkillers.
That's a tricked out horse right there.
Krieg soldiers wear similar uniforms to the foot troops, with the main difference being their plasteel breastplate and tall riding boots. For offense, their primary weapon is an explosive-tipped hunting lance. After use or in close quarters, this will be swapped out for a saber or las pistol. Additional gear such as rations, bedrolls, and mission equipment can be stored within one's saddlebags. With this understanding, let us join together individual troops into their various units. We can begin at the lowest level.
Yeah, that's a crazy horse.
A standard infantry squad consists of 9 guardsmen led by 1 watchmaster, who bears the rank of sergeant. His second in command is a corporal, often equipped with a voxcaster for communication with their fellow squads and their HQ. All are armed with a las gun, with the exception of the gunner, who carries a special weapon such as a melter gun, a plasma gun, a flamer, or a grenade launcher. A grenadier squad will be similarly organized to an infantry squad. The main difference being that its 10 soldiers will consist of veterans, or at least survivors, hand-selected from the rank and file to join this more elite force. As such, they have access to some improved armor, equipment, and special weaponry. In combat, they will be used to lead assaults, crack key defenses, and maneuver in deadly tactical groups. To do so is a great honor. Grenadiers face tough prospects in battle with a reportedly 80% fatality rate. Thus, they have come to adopt the iconic skull mask in recognition of their fate. An engineer squad is made up of about 5 specialists in siege warfare, with a watchmaster acting as team lead. They wear shorter tunics for improved mobility and carapace armor for increased protection. The kit of these engineers is a reflection of their operation in both trench and underground environments. Here, their standard primary weapon is the Lucius pattern semi-automatic shotgun. However, other close-quarters weapons may also be adopted, such as flamers, swords, and heavy clubs. Engineers will also make use of highly specialized weapons for siege warfare, like the
just in
mole
time
launcher,
too, I reckon, because
that
that looked
fires
like we were
breaching
probably
torpedoes,
getting pretty close to
capable
that
of
being full.
burrowing through the earth, and fortifications for the precise delivery of catastrophic demolitions. Other explosives will include the usual complement of fracked and cracked grenades, with the added punch of melter charges against armor and gas canister grenades against biologicals. Beyond this, they carry all manner of gear such as geothermic sensors, mine detectors, digging equipment, wire coils, and more. One special piece of equipment, which often finds itself in the hands of Krieg engineers, is the Cyclops demolition vehicle. These are small remote-controlled machines with thick armor and treaded or screw-enabled movement, which can navigate their way through the hardiest of environments. Thus do they serve as excellent tools for observation, material transport, and demolition.
I just realized I did those backwards.
Other Krieg specialists can be found among the heavy weapons squad. It consists of 3 two-man teams composed of a gunner and a loader. The senior-most gunner acts as the overall squad leader and is typically a corporal. Each team will make use of a heavy weapon suited to the task at hand. The heavy bolter is quite common, given its ability to unleash torrents of rocket-propelled explosive rounds capable of tearing apart most infantry targets and even light vehicles. The twin-linked heavy stubber, meanwhile, trades armor-piercing capability for a much
I was wondering
higher
why that
rate of
wasn't
fire,
producing anything.
making it ideal for countering massed formations of light troops. Mortars fulfill a similar anti-infantry role, whose indirect firing arcs are particularly useful in siege warfare. Here they will be used to bombard enemy positions with all manner of fragmentation, incendiary, and chemical payloads. Other anti-vehicle pieces, such as rocket launchers and las cannons, can also be found. A final group worth mentioning is the Death Rider Squad. It will be composed of 9 Lancers, led by a Ride Master. In most cases, all members of the group will bear the same standard kit, with a lance, a saber, and a las pistol.
There it goes.
However, specific missions may result in deviations. Long-range operations, for instance, often call for a stripped-down kit with 1 or more steeds being tasked with hauling extra supplies or spare materials. Reconnaissance missions, meanwhile, may see weapons traded for observation, communication, and camouflage gear. With these basic squads in mind, we can now begin joining them together into larger units. The typical Krieg Line infantry platoon is made up of 6 infantry squads and 1 command squad, led by a lieutenant, for a total of 65 troops. Assault platoons may see this number swell to over 100 or more men. The headquarters unit consists of a 5-man team. Its commanding officer can be identified by their ornate helmet, shoulder aigrettes, and other accentuating gear. However, they rarely boast marks of personal distinction, such as family crests or medals. This is because, unlike many other imperial regiments, officers of the Krieg army are not drawn from private stock. Rather, they are men who have risen from among the rank and file, either because of their ability, their seniority, or their survivability. Besides them serve other soldiers who have been similarly elevated to the command squad.
Okay, so this will do for now. It's kind of makeshift, but
operator,
it's producing
and a pair
rubber,
of specialists who either carry special
and it
weapons
is producing
or
oil,
together man
which is
a heavy
producing
weapon
power.
system. Coming in a variety of anti-infantry or anti-armor variants,
And more importantly, that means it will give us what we need to produce more fuel power generators and slowly start spinning up a full proper production system here rather than this.
The main difference being that their troops may bring a proportionately higher proportion of special arms and equipment on account of their role as heavy infantry. In some cases, Grenadiers will indeed appear in concentrated units, such as this one. More often, however, their squads will be dispersed across other infantry formations. The same can be said of engineering platoons, whose roughly 40 members will typically be attached to other forces or vehicle crews. The heavy weapons platoon is made of about 9 heavy weapons squads and 1 command squad, led by a lieutenant for a total of 59 troops. Their composition may vary based on the role of the group. For our model, we have assumed a platoon which boasts 4 fire support squads bearing heavy bolters or heavy stubbers, 2 anti-armor squads bearing las cannons, and 3 mortar squads bearing mortars.
So I could build 1 per each pump instead of 2 per pump, and then just use the overclocking, push it up to 200%.
As with the HQs of other platoons, this officer is again accompanied by a flag bearer,
All right,
a Vox
Jockey.
operator,
See you in a minute.
and a heavy weapons team. As with the infantry, cavalry may at times form into platoon equivalents. In such cases, these units will be composed of about 3 squadrons. These are most suited for scouting and other light cavalry missions. Combat roles are better filled by Death Rider companies made up of 6 squadrons and 1 command squadron led by a lieutenant. Together, these make for fast, hard-hitting units. In battle, they will often be carefully held in reserve. When the time is right, they are then unleashed to break up enemy attacks, to blitz through defensive weak points, or to chase routing units to ensure that they cannot regroup and fight back. Now, let us explore
That
how
is
the
the
various
correct
other
use for a
platoons we have
cavalry
covered
unit,
will be joined
especially the
together
last
into their
one,
own
chasing
companies.
down fleeing units and shattering them so that they don't have a
The
chance
typical
to regroup.
Krieg Line infantry company consists of 10 infantry platoons.
And scouting.
1
Also want to use
heavy
them for
weapons
scouting and
platoon,
training your forces.
2 grenadier squads, and 1 command squad led by a captain, for a total of about 735 troops and about 40 heavy weapons pieces. As a side note, a grenadier company is of similar make, with the main difference being that a greater portion of the infantry platoons feature grenadier squads in them. With either company type, the infantry and heavy weapons platoons are organized as previously described. However, we should note that the support weapons of the latter group are seldom concentrated into a single block, being instead broken out by heavy weapons squad type and distributed amongst the infantry platoons. Zooming in on the grenadiers, we see how this small group of about 20 men forms the elite core of the overall force. Among them, one will find the greatest concentration of special weapons, as well as a pair of Centaur-class armoured utility vehicles. Centaurs measure about 3 meters wide, 4 meters long, and 2.5 meters tall, with a weight hovering around 6 tons. Across the Astra Militarum, these are most commonly used for logistical purposes, either carrying supplies or towing heavy weapons and artillery. However, when assigned to grenadier units, they are instead employed as rapid troop transports. In this configuration, the vehicles will feature extra armor plating, mounted weaponry, and other utility upgrades such as smoke launchers, minesweepers, and dozer blades. Moving on to the command squad of our infantry company, we see that it once more boasts a commanding officer, typically a captain, and their staff. These include the usual complement of NCOs and specialists who man a heavy weapons system. Besides them is a wider team, meant to deal with the administrative needs of the unit and allow it to integrate with sibling or parent formations. This staff will most commonly be led by a quartermaster. Such officers are unique to the Krieg as individuals who double as both clerks and medics. In the former capacity, they will be tasked with tending to the fuel, the arms, and the ammunition of their unit. In the latter capacity, they will see to the injured, be it the delivery of life-saving care or, more often, a merciful death as dictated by the tenets of the cult of sacrifice. In the attrition-heavy battles of the Krieg, both roles go hand in hand, as quartermasters seek to recover as much useful material from the fallen as possible, a behaviour that has earned them the grim nickname of carrion eaters. At the company level, we might also expect to see the presence of a commissar. In most Imperial Guard units, they are political officers who keep busy by maintaining the morale and discipline of their units. Among the Krieg, however, such concerns are noticeably less pressing. Instead, commissars may focus on reining in overzealous commanders or simply be deployed elsewhere. Zooming back out to the headquarter group, we should mention that it will often be issued with a number of centaurs. Unlike those of the grenadiers, these will more often be loaded with supplies and specialty gear such as communication packages or medical centers. Rounding out its capabilities might also be an attached Death Rider or Sentinel squadron meant to serve as the eyes and ears of the force. Altogether, a Krieg Line infantry company is a truly impressive unit. which stands just about double in size to that of its Cadian counterpart. In combat, they will be used to lead assaults, crack vast trench lines, and engaging in the grueling attrition of siege warfare. That is without even taking into account the differing weapon systems, tactics, and doctrines of warfare. However, we have only begun to scratch the surface of what makes the Krieg military unique. Other companies yet remain to be covered, such as the Assault Infantry Company with its massive transports, the Armoured Company with its heavy-hitting tanks, and the Artillery Company with its enormous bombarbs, to name just a few of the elements that make up a part of a combined armed siege regiment. Join us next time as we continue.
Let me back it up to the last one, that way I can
One
drop a like
claims
on
it's
it,
the
because I
company's
forgot to do
only
so before it
chance
had
for
changed.
survival.
And I'm going to step away for 1 moment to use the restroom. I should be back momentarily, chat.
Filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The 31-year-old
EWA presents the difference between Kodak is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection.
What's up, guys? My name is Jake, and welcome to the 7th episode of Bankrupt. There are few brands around the world that are synonymous with the entire market they serve. Band-Aid comes to mind, or maybe even nowadays, Purell, one that just encompasses all hand sanitizers when the average consumer mentions it. There is one very large brand that did that to the entire camera and film market through the 1900s. They were the leader in photography, cameras, printing, sensor technology, and most importantly, film. It was a company name known very well around the world. Yet, in 2012, they filed for bankruptcy. So today, let's explore the incredible history and what eventually happened to Eastman Kodak. This episode of Bankrupt is brought to you by Raycon. Go to buyraycon.com/BSF to get 15% off your first order. It all started in 1877 with a man named George Eastman, who set out to develop an easy-to-use camera, one that didn't require a large amount of time and patience to operate. Cameras at the time used something called a wet plate to capture the image, meaning a glass plate was covered in liquid chemicals, then while wet, were quickly inserted into the camera and used. Eastman had learned about a new technology called dry plates, and he believed that was going to be the future of photography. So in the early 1880s,
I need to
at
remember
just 26
next time we
years
head out
old,
to that
he
big,
opened his
to
own
the new
factory
plant.
called
I
the
need to take
Eastman
some
Dry
additional
Plate
biofuel
Company.
to
Just
stock
around 8
those-
years later, the company
those,
released a
biomass
revolutionary
gens
new camera
just in
for
case. That way they're
consumers,
fueled up
one
for
which had very few
future
moving
use.
parts and was marketed as a simple way for anyone to take photographs. This was absolutely unheard of at the time. With just one click, and you're done. It was called the Kodak. This was an enormous innovation, and while there were a lot of rich and impactful things that the now named Eastman Kodak Company did, for a time I'm going to skip ahead to the early 1900s, as by now, Kodak was already very well known in the United States as the premier camera and film brand. They had sold millions of cameras through the 1800s, and once World War I broke out, the company continued to innovate, this time for the war effort. Kodak developed various aerial photographing technology, as well as supplying materials for all types of military uses. By 1919, George Eastman assumed the president role of his company after the death of his longtime collaborator, Henry A. Strong. Now at the helm of his photography empire, he guided Kodak through other incredible advancements like 16mm cinema film, along with new cinema cameras meant for
All
Hollywood.
fixed vetted
George had built
materials
the
are
company
tested
up
for
from nothing
toxins,
in the late
hallucinogens,
1800s
and other
to a
biologically
thriving
adverse
staple
effects.
of new technological
Pioneers are
advances
advised
by
not
the
to immerse
1930s.
themselves in these
He
materials
helped bring
and
the
not to
magic
lift,
of photography
eat,
to
breathe
millions
in,
of
or
people,
otherwise
and
consume
as a
them.
person, he was known to donate
Thanks, Ada.
large sums of his
I
extraordinary
wanted to
wealth
know.
to institutions.
I would have tried to have eaten them,
However,
like
as he
Chonky.
grew older and became sick, he retired, and in 1932, in a move that shocked many, George had committed suicide at the age of 77. He left a note simply saying, quote, "To my friends, my work is done. Why wait?" Eastman's legacy, Kodak, continued their success for decades after, developing the 16mm Kodachrome film, which was one of the first widely adopted color film, as well as 35mm slides and 8mm home movie reels. Though professionals were also fans of their new innovations of products, like the Kodak 120 and 828 film. After World War II, the company put all of their focus on the average consumer, introducing low-cost movie cameras as well as the projector to go with it by 1952. Kodak continued to expand their reach until an incredible milestone of over $1 billion in sales by the early 1960s. The company's film also found their way off the planet when astronaut John Glenn became the first to record space travel through video. He was using Kodak film. By now, the Instamatic line of cameras were introduced with big fanfare, once again improving consumer photo-taking technology. After a pretty big presence at the 1965 World's Fair, the company had finally surpassed over 100,000 employees with over $4 billion in sales. This was all accomplished just by the end of the 60s. The corporation, though, reached even higher levels of success as the company continued to produce cameras and film, pushing the limits of what was possible and innovating at every step. They had a massive office and factory park in Rochester, New York, and had their products sold in almost every shop in North America. By 1976, Kodak had a staggering 90% US market share for film and 85% in cameras. They absolutely dominated the market through this era.
One last thing I want to
reaped
check. It's
all
that,
the rewards.
how to make the
However,
plastic.
this level of success
I keep
couldn't last
seeing
forever.
fluid
By the
packaging is up there in
1990s,
that
the
top
market
right
they had
corner.
been dominating in finally received a worthy competitor. Fujifilm, the Japanese equivalent, began making their presence in other countries, including ones in North America. However, Kodak remained a giant through this time, making their brand known in almost every aspect of film and entertainment. Most notably sponsoring Disney theme park photography spots, and even making themselves the primary sponsor for the Imagination Pavilion at Epcot Center. They also embarked on massive marketing campaigns, yet decided to skip out on the 1984
I'm gonna need a lot of
Olympics, allowing
refineries, is what I'm
Fujifilm
saying.
to swoop in and take on the sponsoring role, introducing the often lower-cost rival to the masses. Despite this slight loss in market share, though, the company still posted their highest sales of over $10 billion. As the company dabbled in other business ventures like buying Sterling Drugs Inc., they had also brought out products like the Kodak Ultralight batteries, as well as the Kodak Fling, which was one of the world's first disposable cameras. By the 1990s, Kodak's lead was still honestly unchallenged, as the bulk of film purchased in North America was Kodak made. Sales had finally peaked for the company at $16.3 billion, and the brand continued to produce products like the Kodak Professional Digital Camera System and manufacturing the short-lived Apple QuickTake. It turned out, though, that their costly pharmaceutical ventures didn't exactly turn out that well, and after a restructuring of the company, management was still criticized for being slow-moving, patronizing, isolated, and bureaucratic, at least in the opinion of a Fortune writer in 1994. By now, several companies had introduced their own digital cameras. These were pretty terrible in quality and often very expensive consumer products, especially by today's standards. Adoption was rather slow, and because of this, Kodak essentially turned a blind eye to it, which is sort of surprising because they were the first to develop digital photography all the way back in 1975. Now, that was just a rudimentary, basically useless to the general public prototype, but I think it's important to note that they were funding advancements into this technology. By the mid-90s, leadership within the company laid out a plan to slowly introduce digital cameras, but very cautiously, as they were scared that these cameras would cannibalize their lucrative film sales. Remember, an enormous chunk of their sales were directly from film, and that in turn funded other advancements. But really, Kodak failed to see the emerging digital revolution on the horizon. Their CEO essentially thought that digital was never going to overtake film, and that paved an ill-minded course for the company. But that wouldn't last long when in 2000 the brand switched their CEOs, and a year later they introduced their own digital camera that actually garnered some praise. It was called the Kodak EasyShare, and it sold pretty well. This marked the company's actual real entrance into the digital photography space, and for the first few years, Kodak was actually doing pretty well selling them. They introduced all sorts of innovations within the space, trying to solve the annoyances of shooting digitally. But despite being #1, film sales were enormously down, and other brands like Olympus, Nikon, Sony, and Canon were all bringing out other and sometimes much superior digital cameras. The market went from just 4.5 million digital cameras sold in 2000 all the way to over 28 million units sold in 2007. Kodak's net
500
sales
megawatts
were
from each one of
noticeably
these.
down to $10 billion
That we
and
do it that way.
dropping one
That's
quarter
gonna
after
be
another. Their stock
crazy.
price too was in a free fall after a high of over $95 a share in the 1990s to now just $2.50. Their once, remember, 85% market share was now just 7% in 2010. The vicious world of digital photography had wreaked havoc on the brand who made most of their money on the old way of doing things. Still, the company pressed on making new models
leave
of their
them not
cheap
on
yet
standby,
easy-to-use
they'll
Easy
just be
Pix line.
idle.
But they still persisted, making new film and cameras, which was essentially only for enthusiasts at this point, while also
That
expanding
is
their
good
disposable
stuff.
camera line to now include waterproof models. By now, digital cameras had become the preferred way to take photos, and now with the advancements in cell phones with their own onboard cameras, many consumers felt like they didn't even need a separate camera anymore. This evolution in the industry had decimated Kodak's film sales, and the corporation was now losing money. Kodak posted just $7 billion in total sales, yet lost over $680 million. By 2011, the brand was attempting to turn things around. Kodak was clearly on a downward spiral, and the public saw them now as a much older brand struggling to keep up with modern trends. Kinda like the Radio Shack of the camera market. Their iconic film Kodachrome was already discontinued, and their CEO began making drastic actions, first with closing entire film factories, and then laying off thousands of employees. They began putting millions of dollars into their printing division, a move to try and switch their core businesses from film to commercial-grade printing. And while this did kind of work, in order to fund these more aggressive endeavors, the company used up a large chunk of their over $1 billion cash reserve to do so. They were switching from the almost non-existent film market to the competitive camera market, and now to the also very competitive printing market. Kodak was almost out of money, and with dropping sales and no profits in sight, finally on January 19th, 2012, Kodak filed for Chapter 11
I didn't
bankruptcy
actually
protection,
check.
just before their stock price had fallen below 50 cents a share, and they were delisted off the New York Stock Exchange. This bankruptcy filing came with a deal the company made with Citigroup for a $950 million line of credit to be paid off over 18 months. This was done to ensure the company could keep operating as they try and figure out a viable future for the brand. Of course, when a company this large goes through something like this, their business needed to be streamlined. Downsizing became prevalent across the company, and at their enormous business park in Rochester, New York, the company began selling off former factories to other companies. Kodak also sold off some of their consumer imaging patents and spun off other businesses. They introduced a new branded digital camera and lenses, but more importantly, switched their entire focus on printing, both for consumer and commercial. So the brand emerged from their bankruptcy in September of 2013 as a
Just
restructured
one solid
company.
one.
In their
That'll keep
bankruptcy
it
exit
just
document, they say, quote,
Only
"Kodak is
consuming
focused on
60,
meeting
we're producing
customer needs
500,
and leading the
so
consumer
that
imaging
is
industry, in which Kodak
quite
has a
a
compelling
solid
and unique
setup that we've
combination
got
of
there then.
advantages."
And if each reactor
well,
does
brings
that,
us to
we'll be
now.
producing
Kodak
1,000
today
megawatts
is a very
just from
different corporation
this
than it
section,
was.
just from
the company
this one
primarily
fuel pump,
focuses on printing
which will be
and motion
more
picture
than
film,
my
with
coal
now
ever
a much
produced.
smaller
Actually, right
customer
now,
side of products
this
for sale.
one
As
power
of fiscal
plant,
year 2019,
this one producing
Kodak only
500
made $1.2
beats
billion
out the 6
and actually made a
coal-burning
profit of
reactors that are
$112
producing
million,
450.
which was a big increase from 2018's loss. Regardless, that is a long fall from the enormous sales they used to generate. But how did this staggering fall from grace happen? Well, I think Kodak was just too comfortable in the position they were in. Selling
not-
film
I might
is
not sound
extremely
it,
lucrative, with profit margins as
but
high
I
as
am,
80%,
like,
while selling
giddy
digital
with joy
cameras
right now.
with
I'm
no
so
reoccurring
happy
payments
with
only
how much
has
power this is
razor-thin
producing.
margins of around 4%. So, of course, upper management is going to want to try and ride that profit for as long as possible. I also think they just had the idea that
'Cause that's
digital
what,
would never replace
2,000
the traditional method.
megawatts
the
once we've
mindset
got
that
all four
film
set
will
up,
always have more detail
which
than
just
digital.
means
And to some
more
extent,
power
that
than
is
I've
true.
ever
You can get
needed
more
by a
detail out of the
significant margin.
image than you could with the low megapixel photos
And that's
of
still
that
with
time.
it producing
it's why you
the
can get a
runoff,
higher quality
the
image of something like this
polymer
in the
resin
early
runoff, which I can
1900s,
use to
but
make
get
other
a digital
product.
photo that looks like this in 2002. However, as cameras quickly became more advanced and as megapixels grew in size, digital photography became universally adopted over film. So that thinking was very short-sighted. In fact, the company had a history of
Like,
refusing
that's
to
going to
switch
allow me to
digital.
actually
Remember when
start
Kodak
spooling up
developed
my
the first
production
digital
and start
camera back in the
building massive
1970s?
factories
Well,
with
the
really
inventor, Steven
complicated
Sasson, claimed
production
that the company
chains.
killed off his project in fear that it would kill film sales. And as the late 90s came in, Kodak only jumped on the technology cautiously, only introducing 1 or 2 attempts. And despite them still being on top of the market by 2005, they were now competing with other brands, ones that focused much more on the camera technology than Kodak was. This caused a catastrophic chain of events, leading to the film company to eventually be left in the shadows of a whole new digital age, eventually leading to the inevitable bankruptcy and reorganization. Today, Kodak is merely a shell of its former self. At one time, in the golden era for the brand, over 30,000 employees produced film. Today, it's less than 300 people. Kodak's consumer products other than film are very limited. They do still have a line of digital cameras and of course printers, but also dabbles in audio and portable projectors. They also for some reason produce home security devices, puzzles, and retro apparel. I'm not sure how well these are selling and if they're even worthwhile for the brand, but I guess I do see some value in these products in developing countries that don't have robust competition like North America, Asia, and Europe. The company is continuing to drop in sales year over year, and their stock price now, even before the 2020 crash, is just around $2.50. However, I guess Kodak does seem to have found their place in the market, and they are generating profit, which is a good sign. Kodak was the premier name of photography for decades, but now that iconic brand has somewhat become merely just a nostalgic throwback to better times. While the company is still very much in business today, and still even making film, which I use from time to time, they are almost a completely different entity. George Eastman made it clear that Kodak was always going to be on the cutting edge of technology. For over a century, that was true. And when millions of people across the world look back at their memories from the 1900s, they look at them on most likely Kodak paper taken on Kodak cameras. They were almost a symbol of the idea of capturing memories, and that iconic logo will forever be a part of pop culture. But they lost sight of that innovation mindset, and they were delusional and blind to the revolutionary digital age.
Even now,
The
I'm
brand
thinking
does
about the
seem to
current
have a
setup,
decent
though, the
future
way that I
ahead of
got it
them,
built,
but
there's
as sad
gotta
as it may
be
I think
a more
Kodak's
sensible
moment
way for me to
is
do
finally
this,
over.
yeah.
I'd like to thank Raycon for sponsoring this video. Raycon sent us their E25 earbuds, and we absolutely love them. They are high-quality wireless earbuds, but start at around half the price of the other guys. However, there isn't a sacrifice on quality since the E25s have powerful bass and do a great job with noise isolation, especially for their size. They're comfortable and subtle, perfect for any use. For the price, you really can't
can
go
tell
wrong.
his,
And if you're
his
interested,
girlfriend
you can get
or wife,
15%
whichever she
off your
is
first order by going to
quite camera shy still.
buyraycon.com/BSF. A link will
The way she
also be in the
behaves whenever
description
he's
below.
zooming in
I
is
appreciate
kinda
everyone
funny.
for watching this video through to the end, and stay tuned for a lot more exciting content on the way.
New York City, home to millions of people from around the world, all making their way about by planes, trains and automobiles. Only some of that infrastructure is getting pretty old, and building, well, anything here is now far from easy. Sit back, relax, and take in some of our favourite videos on New York's billion-dollar plans to save its ageing infrastructure. If you're a frequent flyer in and out of New York, there'll be one name that fills you with dread. LaGuardia.
We start tonight with the traffic trouble at LaGuardia Airport. Travelers say they're being bit by swarms of mosquitoes.
There's just a bird loose in the terminal?
Other times the situation's so bad, even pilots have to deal with this.
Despite being a gateway to America's biggest city, LaGuardia's reputation was, well...
If you didn't know anything about LaGuardia Airport and you showed up at Terminal B, you would probably be confused. The airport was extremely tight, extremely dense. Even the check-in areas were kind of odd and didn't represent what a typical American airport looked like.
With that in mind, you might be surprised to learn that the airport now looks like this. Work's just finished on the first phase of an $8 billion project to rebuild LaGuardia. But with so many challenges, will this revamp really be enough to save New York's most hated airport?
That's not what I wanted to do. But.
It was back in 1935 that New York Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia ordered the construction of an airport to give the city a more centrally located terminal. It proved such a success that in 1964 a new building, the now infamous Terminal B, was built to meet demand. But as the volume of flights and the size of aircraft continued to grow, LaGuardia failed to keep up, despite the addition of 2 further terminals, and it began to rank at the bottom of league tables for customer satisfaction and delays on a pretty regular basis.
I think really in the 80s and 90s is when the airport really started to show its age. And one of the reasons for that was the introduction of larger jets into LaGuardia Airport and the fact that more and more passengers needed to go through the airport on very large airplanes.
Queues for check-in often snaked out the front door, and modern security created bottlenecks in the already undersized structure. Corridors and waiting areas were overcrowded, with low ceilings that added to a feeling of congestion. And then, to cap everything off, the food was awful.
If you have high expectations when it comes to food, you could not have brought those high expectations with you to LaGuardia Airport. You'd find a lot of fast foods at the airports. You'd find a lot of quick bites in a very unpleasant atmosphere, almost like a rundown convenience store.
In 2015, then New York Governor Andrew Cuomo announced a bold plan to rebuild the airport. The dreaded Terminal B would be completely reconstructed in a $4 billion project. Transport connections would also be improved,
I'm just currently shifting the foundation over to a concrete
transport
structure.
services such as a ferry. In a separate phase, $3.9 billion is being spent to rebuild the 2 Delta-owned terminals, C and D, as one structure. That new building will boast 120,000 square meters of space, double the size of the 2 previous terminals combined. And there'll be new concourses able to host some of the world's biggest and sexiest planes.
That's an
Terminal
interesting
B
look.
opened in January 2022,
not
and the
bad.
transformation was pretty dramatic.
I think I like it better than like
Different
the
than
metal
other
frame.
airports in the United
work,
States.
to be
It's not this
honest.
large box. You do feel
At least for
kind
a
of
floor.
a sense of coziness along with it because it's on different levels, and that's a unique experience for an airport. But it's very New Yorky because in New York there is no space, so you do build up, and that's exactly what's happened at LaGuardia Airport. To get to your gate now, you go up and over and down again. So it's definitely an intricate feeling, but it's sophisticated at the same time. And finally, an airport in New York City actually recognizes the fact that it's a New York airport.
The original terminal had a large head house with 4 fingers emanating from it where planes would park. It was innovative for its day, but the design created dead ends where no planes could park, meaning some passengers had to walk further. The layout also caused problems as the planes departed for the runways. They have to be towed far enough away from the head house before they could start taxiing to avoid the thrust from their engines causing damage to the
Before we
building.
waste any more
That led
resources
to a
building
less
more
than
of that,
efficient
I need
airfield.
to
The new terminal turns
expand
everything on
this
its
side,
head and
'cause this
switches to a
side
satellite
doesn't go
configuration.
out far
There are now
enough
2 satellite
to
concourses
fit those.
joined to the head house by sky
Well,
bridges,
maybe they do,
and
actually,
planes can
let's see.
pass underneath.
Nope.
But anyone who knows LaGuardia will realise it's going to take more than one new terminal to solve this airport's problems. Many of its challenges are somewhat baked in and kind of stem from what first made LaGuardia an attractive spot for an airfield back in the 1930s. With a sea border on 2 sides, LaGuardia is also hemmed in by the Grand Central Parkway to the south, and that all rules out any kind of serious expansion short of a land reclamation project. It's
Let's
also
see,
hampered
so
by its
where are the
runway
reactors?
arrangement. This
And we've
intersection
got
here
1, 2.
effectively guarantees the two runways can't be used at the same time.
LaGuardia Airport is in a particular configuration. For example, landing on runway 31, departing on runway 4, the queue for departures is very, very long because of the intersecting runways, and we don't always know if the arrival is going to go through the intersection before they can clear the runway. That makes the queue very, very long and windy around the terminal area, and it's been in situations like that where there's a delay getting out of the ramp, a long taxi queue to the runway, where I've actually missed my connecting flight in my next airport.
In 2017, New York's then Mayor Bill de Blasio unveiled plans to close the prison on Rikers Island and redevelop the site as a third runway for LaGuardia. The idea was to increase capacity at the airport by an exciting 40%. But again, location threw a spanner in the works. LaGuardia sits in some of the busiest airspace in the world. JFK, Teterboro and Newark are all in the area, and the skies above this city see some 3,000 flights a day. Adding another runway wouldn't exactly do much to cut congestion in the air, so the Rikers Island plans were quietly dropped. Now, aside from the issues at the airport itself, just getting there has always been a bit of a nightmare. The proposed ferry terminal was dropped during construction, and another key link has since been derailed. There was some promise in the Air Train LaGuardia, a new 2.5-kilometre elevated railway which would have plugged into the New York Subway and Long Island Railroad at Willets Point. But that idea was also shelved after it came under heavy criticism in Queens by residents who opposed the destruction it could cause to their neighbourhoods, and others who argued for a more direct link to Manhattan. As such, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, which operates the airport, has now gone back to the drawing board. But in all honesty, it's hard to see a simple or affordable solution. In many ways, LaGuardia is a victim of its own success, and may always struggle with its most intractable problems. Nevertheless, the new Terminal B is a triumph of design and construction, and will make a real difference.
So I definitely see two improvements with the new LaGuardia. The first one, of course, is, yes, it is a nicer place to wait for your flight. Just look at the terminal, it's absolutely gorgeous. But the second improvement is the ramp itself. And that's something that a lot of travelers may not recognize, but there's enough room now to put two aircraft on the ramp at the same time. And that is definitely going to improve operational efficiency. I think that there's going to be less situations where you sit at the gate and you need to wait for the aircraft behind you because they're blocking the ramp because the tug is being removed. I think that there's going to be more opportunity now for those aircraft to be placed in different locations so that the aircraft at the gate can efficiently push back and go right to the taxiway.
The teams who build these entirely new airports while keeping existing ones fully operational are testament to the skill of the construction sector. The terminals at LaGuardia are steadily being transformed from the butt of a bad joke into world-class facilities. But will that be enough to give people renewed faith in this airport? Or will it end up as just a slightly nicer place to hurry up and wait?
So that gets us fuel all
Ask
set
any
up,
New York
so
driver
just
which
need to
highway
figure
they
it
hate
out.
the most, and you'll probably get the same answer.
The BQE is one of the busiest roadways in all the 5 boroughs. It's also in some of the worst shape.
Leaky, rusty, and literally falling apart.
More than 130,000 vehicles navigate the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway's narrow lanes and countless potholes every day. Despite its terrible reputation, the BQE
Yeah, I
is
just had
actually
noticed. I was
Brooklyn's
like, wait a
only
second.
interstate highway.
That's
and
not-
after years of harsh weather and increasing
It's
traffic,
not plugged into
sections of it
anything,
are
so I built it on there and it
The
was
worst
it wasn't doing a thing.
and I don't even want to think about it, is that we have some kind of collapse or some kind of true disaster.
While most of us have probably never heard of it, this road is a big deal for New York. If it shuts down, the next best option is for hundreds of thousands of vehicles to drive through narrow residential streets to get to where they need to be. Not exactly great in one of the world's biggest cities. Over the years, temporary band-aids and ideas to fix it have come and gone. There was even a move to tear it down. Plans for emergency repairs and a long-term strategy to fix the roadway are now being drawn up. But as we know, things are never straightforward in NYC. The city that famously never sleeps also rarely makes construction cheap or easy. This is how New York is
I like
racing
these
to fix
clean
one of its
pipes a
most
little bit better.
important arteries.
They look a little nicer. This is nice for like
When you
being able to
think New York,
visualize
you'll
the
probably
flow
think of
rate,
its skyscrapers, and then
I think I
quite
just
possibly
would
its
rather
public
have a
transit
normal
system.
looking pipeline.
But its roadways are just as important. Americans love their cars, and these routes help transport millions of goods, services, and people in and out of the 5 boroughs every day.
Now,
some of those
the
roads are now nearly 100 years old
see.
and seemingly in a constant state of repair. Much of the city's aging transportation system can be attributed to a guy called Robert Moses. He was a famed, if at times controversial, city planner. Throughout the early 1900s, Moses helped design many bridges, parks and roads across New York. One highway he proposed would connect Brooklyn and Queens to help alleviate traffic on the borough's local streets. At first, he suggested a route that would cut right through Brooklyn, but that was shot down. So he changed the route to run along the waterfront, and in 1937, construction of the BQE began. By the time the highway was completed in 1964, construction costs had reached $137 million. The BQE became one of the first roadways to accommodate both commercial trucks and commuters. Today, it's pretty much critical for the city and especially for the freight that it relies on. Starting at Grand Central Parkway in Queens, the highway runs for nearly 19 kilometers right round to Red Hook, Brooklyn.
It is really the primary trucking route that would connect from southern points of New Jersey up into the city, to Brooklyn, into Queens, even into Lower Manhattan, and then could be extended to Long Island. There's no other trucking route. And about 10-15% of the traffic on the BQE is freight at the moment.
Its most striking feature is easily its triple cantilever, an 8-block, 3-level structure carved into a wall of land and made of concrete and steel. The 3 overhanging levels consist of 2 roadways and an overlook area known as the Brooklyn Promenade. But after years of wear and tear and illegally overweight trucks, much of the road is beginning to disintegrate. And more specifically, the city-owned 2.4 kilometre section known as BQE Central. This part includes the triple cantilever, which is sadly in the worst shape of all. The steel inside the concrete is corroding thanks to excessive road salt and water infiltration. Steelwork in the 1950s didn't have any protective coatings. Now, that's obviously a big problem, and engineers are calling for immediate repair. Well, we say immediate. A report from 2016, yes, a report from back in 2016, found that if nothing was done, the city would need to restrict all trucks on the road by 2026. So, city planners and politicians have been sort of racing to put ideas forward to fix it. They've pitched a temporary highway, a road closure, a new tunnel, extensive waterproofing, and even totally demolishing the whole thing. But coming up with a plan that makes everyone happy in New York is next to impossible, and the years have rolled by. The only progress so far has been closing one lane of traffic and restricting some truck access. Then in 2022, with a new mayor and federal infrastructure funding on the table, another new approach was announced.
We need utmost urgency from the DOT to get it fixed.
Mayor Adams' new accelerated plan is set to start in 2023, and it should be cheaper and faster than the previous ideas. It focuses on the critical city-owned section between Atlantic Avenue and Sand Street.
City Hall, along with New York City Department of Transportation, has started a community engagement process to try to understand the needs and the desires of communities all along the corridor.
Of course, there's still a long way to go before everyone's on board, and disagreements could hold things up. Ongoing community meetings will continue for the next couple of years, along with the design process, until official construction work starts in 2026. Meanwhile, interim repairs will ensure the BQE's immediate safety. The cantilever needs the most emergency fixes, and on the Queensbound deck, the concrete and rebar are being replaced. Here, workers will remove the deteriorated concrete, then new steel plates are going to be added for reinforcement. That means overnight lane closures on parts of the highway across a few weekends in 2023. Traffic is due to be rerouted through local streets, and other modes of transportation are encouraged.
I'm sure, without a doubt, there will be some traffic issues, there will be some snarls, there will be some inconvenience to the impacted neighborhoods. And I don't mean to minimize that, but at the same time, I think that most people would agree that it's really important to keep the roadway as safe as possible. And if these are repairs that will ensure that people are safe, they need to happen. And unfortunately, there will be some inconvenience involved. But I'm hopeful that they have had enough lead time to develop a plan that will mitigate, certainly won't be able to do away with all the impacts, but that will mitigate the impacts as best as possible.
It's safe to say that repairing the BQE is no longer a future problem. It needs to happen now. Without this construction project, many of the people and freight movements that make New York City run will be badly affected. Some community members are hopeful about the future of the highway.
One of the plans that I think people in our community have been excited about is the BQP, the Brooklyn Queens Park plan. What's exciting about it, I think, for people is that it creates tunnels and covers over the cantilever. We have an incredible world-class park in Brooklyn Bridge Park there along the waterfront. It would connect the promenade and sort of parts of Brooklyn Heights and more directly with the park.
It would be great to see some of the ramps that lead directly off the BQE onto the bridges taken away. Not so much to put traffic into the neighborhoods, but partly because the traffic will evaporate to some extent, can be accommodated differently. And those ramps take up, again, acres and acres and acres of space that could be used in all kinds of different creative ways.
The BQE is, of course, just one of many US highways in need of repair. But it powerfully personifies how critical these seemingly simple pieces of infrastructure are to our lives. Fixing this highway underlines the essential nature of construction and creates an opportunity to think more imaginatively about how this industry can reshape our world for the better. If you've ever travelled through Penn Station in New York City, chances are you might have run into something like this. This 110-year-old two-track tunnel beneath the Hudson River carries 200,000 people a day, and it's crumbling. Between 2014 and 2018, major failures caused 65,000 minutes of train delays. That's roughly 45 days of this, or this, or this. Fixing this relatively humble tunnel between New York and New Jersey has been dubbed one of the most important infrastructure projects in America. That's because these delays don't just impact New Yorkers. The tunnel is a bottleneck for America's busiest passenger railroad from Boston to Washington, D.C. When it fails, 20% of the nation's GDP gets put on hold. If just one track were to close, it could cost the country $16 billion. Building a new tunnel therefore sounds like a no-brainer. But first, engineers need the money and political will to get it done.
That is an immense amount of power that we have producing right now. Holy moly.
The North River Tunnel was built by the Pennsylvania Railroad in the early 1900s. At the time, working underground at such intense atmospheric pressure took a physical toll on the workers, and digging through soft, flowing mud made it difficult to establish a secure foundation for the tunnels. Long before tunnel boring machines, engineers used tunnel shields and compressed air to dig out a set of twin tunnels under the Hudson River. The giant metal shields had a diameter of roughly 15 feet, with holes designed to let silt, clay, sand and gravel pass through as it was pushed through the soft ground. The air in the tunnel was pressurized, the walls were lined with concrete, and they were reinforced by steel rods. Now, use of that commuter tunnel grew substantially over the years, and natural wear and tear set in. And then in 2012, Hurricane Sandy hit.
Lower Manhattan remains eerily dark and partially underwater.
Subway stations right across New York City flooded, and the North River Tunnel is still reeling from the damage caused by the saltwater.
This is an example of the corroded wiring that is part of Gateway. If we let it continue, this tunnel will not last.
I'm actually going to let these fill up and see what happens.
You know,
do they stop producing?
Like, we can't ask any more of it. What we need to do, and should have done long ago, frankly, is modernize it.
Ideas to modernise the tunnel have been around since the 1990s, but none have actually been constructed. The latest idea is called the Hudson Tunnel Project, which is part of the Gateway program. Essentially, there's a whole group of projects aimed at upgrading rail infrastructure in the Northeast Corridor. And the North River Tunnel is one
Oh, I see why.
There's a lot that needs to be
They're
done.
staying
Tunneling
low
under
because of
active waterway in the middle of the nation's busiest passenger railroad is a challenge in itself. The catenary system of wires doesn't electrify properly. Wet ballast can send false signals to train operators, and the concrete lining inside the tunnels is crumbling.
You know, there's just a very significant amount of things that go wrong. There's ice that forms in the winter that has to get knocked off by hand. The power cables and the bench walls, you know, occasionally snap because they're old. You know,
so residual plastic and residual rubber are going to be our best way to like spin that out until we get these.
There are three main elements to the Hudson Tunnel project. The first is to build an entirely new tunnel south of the current tunnel. Next is to fix up the existing North River Tunnel, and then finally construct a new stretch of concrete casing under Hudson Yards. At its deepest point, the new tunnel will be 175 to 250 feet below ground, and it's expected to take 7 years
That'll
to
let
build.
them
Once that's done, rehabilitating the existing North River Tunnel is set to take another 3 years. The idea is that 2 of the 4 tracks will always be operational,
They won't
so
work
repairs
at,
can be
like,
done to the old tunnels without having to cut the
but
existing
they will
service in
work.
half. Eventually, the hope is that all 4 tracks can run at once. It's a frighteningly complex project, but pretty representative
so that has
of
a
the
higher
challenges that construction
stack
teams
that
across
it
the
can
country
produce
are now
than I thought it
facing
would.
as they work to rebuild
and I
America's
wonder
infrastructure.
if I were
Those teams depend on effective communication and having the right information to hand to succeed, because mistakes cost both time and money to sort out. It's key on a building site, but for an infrastructure scheme like this, where the site team might be physically spread out over several miles, it's critical. Autodesk Build gives teams an easy-to-use project management, field collaboration, and cost control tool in a single platform. They can track what's going on and be sure they're always building to the latest information, because everyone's looking at the same document in the cloud. It's a single source of truth. Whether they're in the office with their desktop computer or down a New York tunnel with their smartphone, teams can share markups, track changes, flag issues in real time, manage payments and change control orders, keep on top of that all-important and much scrutinised project timeline, and generate reports from all the data. The biggest benefit of all that is efficiency, and when you're dealing with a crumbling tunnel at a crucial transit bottleneck, and New Yorkers on their commutes, efficiency is critical.
Good lord,
Of
it
course,
helped
the
if I could
project's
type.
rate of progress comes down to more than just the efficiency
Pretty
of its
sure I was just
engineers
having a
and
stroke there,
designers.
don't mind
It
me.
takes money and political will, something that's been particularly hard to come by. Back in 2010, ground broke on a similar project called Access to the Region's Core, or ARC. It was supposed to establish a new commuter rail tunnel across the Hudson, but just months into construction, the project was over budget by $2.3 billion, and was ultimately cancelled by New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. Today, the Gateway program estimates it'll cost $12.3 billion to complete the Hudson Tunnel project. That's up 6% from estimates in 2020. Amtrak says that's because development's been stalled for the last several years due to bureaucracy. But now, officials are hopeful that President Biden, also known as Amtrak Joe, could grant the approvals they need to finally get the project underway.
Once we get the funding done, which I feel very confident that we're going to get done, you know, that's only step one. No one's done this in 110 years. And no one's dug a tunnel under the Hudson in 80 years. So this is going to be an experience, and it's going to be an experience for everybody, but it'll be an experience that's worth it once we get it done.
Building a new tunnel.
I just want to know where he came up with that nickname from. Where he's been called Amtrak Joe. I have literally not even once in my entire life heard Joe Biden called Amtrak Joe.
It's a potent example of the power of
not even
infrastructure.
once.
Fixing something as simple as a tunnel can have a knock-on effect for millions of people and a nation's economy. Take a look at any New York City bucket list and you'll probably find Grand Central. The terminal is known for its stunning architecture, iconic ceiling, and as the second busiest train hub in the city. Then there's Penn Station.
Scary, dangerous, and dilapidated. Customers say it's something they can rely on. The unreliability of the trains at Penn Station.
One of the worst services probably in the world.
With over 600,000 daily passengers at its peak, it's the busiest train station in the Western Hemisphere. But it isn't exactly world class. A confusing layout, low ceilings, and crowded corridors makes it a part of the city that many avoid. But that's all about to change. New York has proposed a bold plan to reconstruct Penn Station and create a first-class transit hub. The bold overhaul promises to ease the station's current issues, but not everyone is on board with the plans, and as we know with New York City, building anything can take extreme amounts of time and money, especially when it comes to public infrastructure. This is how one of the world's biggest cities is planning to turn around its most hated train station. Penn Station may be known as a dark and dilapidated part of the city today, but that wasn't always the case. When it first opened way back in 1910, it was actually one of America's top transit hubs. But that's because it was an entirely different structure. The original Penn Station spanned 8 acres across Midtown Manhattan and was considered an architectural phenomenon. Known as the standard railway station of the world at the time, it incorporated influences from European design. The station stood above ground with a coffered ceiling that sat 40 metres high, supported by 84 giant columns and covered with a canopy of iron and glass. Trains journeyed in and out of the station for decades, but in the 1960s, air and car travel increased in popularity and the railways fell out of fashion. So, as it stood deteriorating and losing money, railroad executives didn't really think twice to sell the air rights when real estate developers offered $50 million for the property. Despite public opposition and protests, down came the old Penn Station, and by 1968 the new one was complete. This time underground, and with a massive new entertainment venue above it, Madison Square Garden. Gone were the sunbathed halls and striking terminal. The days of being a first-rate train station seem to be over.
This is Penn Station, once one of the great railway termini of the world. Today it doesn't look or even feel like a railroad station.
Now, over the years, New York has put forward several renovation plans, but nothing's really stuck. The most progress that's been made so far is a nearby station expansion of the Moynihan Train Hall. Then, in 2021, New York Governor Kathy Hochul approved a $7 billion redevelopment of not only the station, but the entire wider neighborhood itself.
New Yorkers deserve a world-class transportation system, and it should have a world-class facility with Penn Station.
It involves replacing the old and cramped multi-level Penn Station with a new 23,000 square metre single-level facility. The idea is that with an improved interior design and more space, the new structure will be able to double its capacity for passenger flow. It also includes a
welcome in, my friend. How are you doing
the size
today?
of Moynihan and Grand Central combined. Other improvements include expanded retail and dining options, a better ticketing and waiting area, and more elevators, escalators, and entrances. And that's just the new renovations to the station itself. Outside the new building, a 2,800 square metre public plaza with widened sidewalks and bike areas is going to be built, along with 1,000 additional public housing units. 10 new skyscrapers.
Bit disgruntled, but managing it. Well, I'm sorry to hear that you're disgruntled, my friend. Hopefully things will clear up sooner rather than later for you.
Now, that's a lot of construction for what is a very crowded area. You've got a busy train station in the middle of what's one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. And even if you deal with all those obstacles, where is the $7 billion going to come from? Well, some of it might have to come from taxpayers if the development's private investors don't generate the returns they're hoping for. After all, real estate investments were down 26% last year. One survey found that even wealthy Americans making over 6 figures are living paycheck to paycheck. But major institutions like Goldman Sachs are pouring hundreds of millions of dollars
is
into
doing
alternative
well. We're
assets,
just fussing
like
about
the
with
fine arts on
our
offer with
oil
today's
production
video
right now,
sponsor,
trying to get
Masterworks.
our
The
oil
platform lets you
power
invest
plant
in multi-million
set
dollar
up
paintings
and
without
sustained.
breaking the
That way
bank.
it's pulling
Not only are
its,
their paintings registered
its
with the
polymer
SEC so they
resins
can be
out, so
broken
we're not
into
having
shares,
trouble with that in the future.
every single one of Masterworks' 12 exits to date
reminds
has
me.
returned a profit to their investors. That includes the sale that happened just last month, which handed back a 15.4% realised profit.
I don't know
to
when it
investors.
maxes out with
There's
them,
a wait list to
like
join Masterworks'
what the maximum polymer
650,000 plus
resin
users,
it'll
but we're giving you
tolerate is
special
before
access
it
and the
throws a
link in the
fit.
description. Now, let's get back to that terrible train station. The city hasn't
200
given many
can store
details
over
yet,
here,
but
so I'd
to be
assume
honest,
it's
we
200
know a
on this
thing or two
end as
about
well,
how
and
things
that
like
would
this get built
presumably
in
be
busy
when it'll
cities.
shut down that
So
production.
here are just some of the challenges we know the engineers are going to run into at Penn Station based on some of New York's most recent construction exploits. For one, workers will have to navigate around those busy train schedules, but it's something that can be done. Take Hudson Yards, for example. When skyscrapers were built above an active rail yard, crews had to work within a 1 to 2 hour time window to avoid the trains below. It was a similar deal over at the East Side Access projects, where teams kept New York City more or less moving in and around Grand Central during the works. At Penn Station, you can likely expect some convoluted walking routes through and between construction buildings as passengers are rerouted around different phases of the works. Transporting crew and materials to the construction site,
and that makes
in the
our
middle of narrow
pipeline look
roads and traffic
much
is also going
nicer.
to pose
That
some
is
issues,
significantly
and
nicer to
probably
look
upset a
at
lot of
without
people.
those
Again,
the
over
unnecessary
recently
clutter
completed East
that
Side
they were
Access
having.
projects, crews travelled in and carried materials on the underground rail lines instead of from the street. Teams building skyscrapers from street level have often found themselves having to bring in materials in the middle of the night when things are a bit quieter. And you can't forget those pesky New York City zoning laws. Empire State Development, a key player in the project, is going to have to override existing land zoning laws in the area to enable construction works to happen. The current zoning permits less floor space than is typically allowed in other transit hubs in the city. But because of a little law that grants exemptions in areas that are considered blighted and substandard, Empire State Development can revise this. Not included in this multi-billion-dollar renovation, a plan to address the congestion of trains themselves by adding more tracks or improved train circulation. That's something that probably won't come until much later, and in New York, that'll mean much later. For now, the plan serves only as a revitalisation effort of the local area and as a way to alleviate passenger flow within the station. But for some designers and activists, that's not enough. Local advocacy group Rethink Penn Station came up with its own design inspired by the original above-ground Penn Station, complete with stone columns, iconic vaulted glass, and classical architecture. But given that it's now the 21st century, it'll include modernisations like wider track level platforms, newer transit technologies, and an improved circulation plan.
On this side.
At the moment, the station is based on what's known as a terminal system. That means that once a train comes into the station and unloads passengers, it then reverses back out again.
Should be converted to through-running operations, which is the way commuter trains run in London, Paris, Tokyo, Hong Kong.
That means trains would keep moving in the same direction, which Rethink Penn Station says will increase efficiency. To cut construction costs, the group said it would use an automated technique to cut the stone columns, reducing the amount of stone to 1/5 of the original station from 1910, while still creating the look. But to rebuild the overground station, there's a bit of a catch. That is, moving Madison Square Garden. It's something other architects have put forward as well.
Alex Washburn would rebuild or something akin to Penn Station on probably 40% of the site and would put a park on the west side of the site. Bashan Chakrabarty has this interesting idea of sheathing the present garden in glass but putting a much more modern train operation below.
Now, it wouldn't be the first time the stadium's moved. In fact, it's been relocated 3 times before. And the arena's operating permit does expire in 2023, something the station's developer has yet to address. For whatever your position on it, it's clear that the redevelopment of Penn Station is important for many residents. And with such high stakes for the busiest transit hub in the hemisphere, there's bound to be varying opinions of how it should be improved. Like most things in New York, it's going to take more than just engineering to get this project done. There'll need to be a lot of money and political will too. Remember all those new skyscrapers that are planned for the area? Well, since they're part of this government-backed renovation, they'd qualify for certain tax breaks. Instead of paying traditional property taxes on the building, the developers would pay the state of New York directly. In turn, the state government said they'll use that money to help pay for the renovation of the station and the public plaza. But, surprise surprise, there's a problem. The developers are already delaying the construction of the new towers because of high interest rates and poor demand for office space. In February 2023, office occupancy was still roughly half of what it was before the pandemic. Since the government is banking on money from the developers, any delays in their construction could cause issues getting the funding for the public improvements too. Still, the city's plan is seemingly moving forward for now, and despite its critics, the commuter-focused renovation is sure to please many passengers. Only time will tell if it's enough to make Penn Station the envy of the world once again.
New York City is home to some of the world's most iconic buildings. But its most impressive structure might actually be right here.
Okay, that gets the oil flowing into that one. Which means the oil is flowing into that one.
With the swipe of a Metro card, you can ride from the Bronx to Midtown to Brooklyn to Queens, all on the same network.
Production is stopping anyway because of the polymers, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are delayed because of train traffic ahead of us.
Yeah.
Now, New York is undergoing its biggest subway expansion in 50 years.
That is
with
okay.
The Second Avenue subway. This stretch between 63rd Street and 96 was completed in 2017, and it cost $1.7 billion per kilometre. Yes, that's billion with a B. And that's just phase one of the project. There are plans to extend the line even further uptown from 96th Street to 125th.
What?
Now, the newly passed US infrastructure bill could help fund the $6 billion price tag on phase two. Of course, there's the challenge of building beneath the city that never sleeps, dodging layers of existing underground infrastructure, and manoeuvring tunnel boring machines across Manhattan. It took nearly 100 years to complete the first few kilometres of the Second Avenue subway. So can New York do it all again? New York's subway system helped make the city a world leader in urban transportation.
Almost any section of the city is within easy walking distance of a subway station.
Today, there are more than 470 stations across 4 boroughs. That's more than any other underground system in the world. In recent decades, though, the subway's lost its edge over other cities with more reliable networks. Tokyo's built an uber-efficient subway system that takes reliability to a whole new level. Many cities like London, Hong Kong and Sydney have smart ticketing systems. Seoul and Shanghai have step-free access at 100% of their stations. New York, not so much. Accessibility is notoriously bad across the network. The city just recently got contact payment technology in its stations. The trains can get crowded, tunnels are deteriorating, delays
Takes
are
less
inevitable,
water for the plastic
and projects
than it
to
does
fix
for the
it
other one,
have a
but that's
tendency
okay.
to go way over budget. When we say this moment has been a long time in the making, we mean a really, really long time. The idea for a Second Avenue subway was first tabled in 1920. The city put a budget together for it in 1929, and then the Great Depression hit. Just when it looked like the economy had recovered and construction was about to begin, World War II kicked off and the project was delayed again.
On 2nd Avenue, for example, work is getting underway on a new subway line that will run from the Bronx all the way down to the tip of Manhattan.
That video is from 1973. For nearly a century, the 2nd Avenue subway was proposed, postponed, started, stopped, and pushed further down the priority list. Meanwhile, subway access on the east side of Manhattan began to lag behind the rest of the city. Finally, in 2006, federal funding was approved and construction on the 2nd Avenue subway began, again, in 2007. In all, the new line is envisioned to stretch across the entire east side, from 125th Street in East Harlem to Hanover Square in downtown. And it'll be constructed in 4 separate phases. So far, they've gotten through phase 1. It extends the existing Q train from 63rd Street to 96th Street. The station at Lexington and 63rd Street was upgraded and modernised, and new stations were built around 72nd, 86th and 96th Streets. Phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway would extend the Q train even further uptown to 125th Street, building 3 new stations at 106th, 116th and 125th Streets. The aim is to reduce overcrowding and delays and improve accessibility at the stations. Almost 200,000 people are estimated to use the new line that was built for phase 1.
But getting approval for phase 2 might be tricky, especially given how much time and money it's taken to complete phase 1. In fact, it took so much time and money that at one stage the 2nd Avenue subway was the world's most expensive subway track. That's until it was overtaken by New York's other scheme, the East Side Access Project, just down the road.
Now, there's a few reasons why the new stations and roughly 3 kilometres of track had a $4.5 billion price tag. Firstly, building in New York is expensive. Construction costs.
So theoretically, I could run this over there and then use it to pump them as well, but I'm thinking that that might not be a good idea.
Cities in the world, which
Tony
means
Hawk
any
Pro Skater
construction is
website
probably
has a
going to affect
countdown
a
on
lot
it. Tomorrow's
of
when
people's
it
daily
complete.
lives.
Huh.
And below ground, there's a maze of building foundations, sewer pipes, power lines,
Fair
and
enough.
existing subway lines.
I have not heard that name in
Back
a long
in the old
time,
days of building
Tony
the
Hawk.
subway, construction crews would shut down the entire street for excavation. But that kind of approach won't really fly today. It's loud and disruptive for the many people who now live and work in the area. Instead, the crew used tunnel boring machines they could lower into the ground and drill through the hard rock for almost 4
Separate
blocks
power source? So, no, it's not a situation like that.
But the most expensive element wasn't actually
It's just,
tunneling.
I need water for both sides.
Roughly half
I'm
the
gonna
budget
try
went
it.
towards
We'll see
building
how
new
well it
stations.
works.
They're some of the largest underground excavations in America. Before blasting, the crew reinforced some of the nearby buildings to protect them from the force. Construction teams then drilled, blasted, and reinforced the inside of the caverns, all while people lived and worked in the buildings just above ground.
Its water.
Once those caverns were cleared and the tracks laid, designers worked to specially construct the new stations to dull the sound of the rattling subway cars that New Yorkers know
I need
all too
water
well.
for these.
Instead of the echo-prone tile and stone that's used in other stations across the city, engineering firm
We're
Arrow
producing
lined
plastic
the new station
and we're
ceilings
producing
with metal
rubber.
panels backed with sound-absorbing fiberglass. When the 2nd Avenue subway was first put forward back in the 1920s, designers, planners and politicians were probably all working off some paper drawings that we could passed around for approval. Now, after 100 years of updated designs, budgets and teams, a paper filing system isn't going to cut it. That's where digital platforms like Autodesk Build become essential. It's a construction management platform that's easy to use for teams, whether they're in the office on their desktop or deep below ground with a tablet. Teams can control who has access to what information and make sure everyone's working from the most up-to-date data. It's a single source of truth that's all updated in the cloud. As America sets out to rebuild its aging infrastructure, tools like this will be key. Making sure projects run on time and on budget is crucial for the 2nd Avenue subway, especially as it has so many phases left to complete. We reached out to a range of organisations asking for an interview for this video, but no one wanted to talk about phase 2. Despite the challenges, the full 2nd Avenue subway could have a huge impact on New York. Extending the Q train to 125th Street would better connect East Harlem with the rest of the city. The long-term benefits this project could bring to commuters and the city have the potential to long outlive the political and construction complexities of today.
The subway system's been a quintessential part of New York City for generations. But now it's up to New York to make sure that it remains fit for generations to come.
New York City's subway is massive. With more than 470 stations across 4 boroughs, it's really good at getting people in and out of Manhattan. But there's a problem. A lot of people don't actually need to go into Manhattan, and it's really hard to get to where they do need to go. Say you live here in East Bushwick and you work here in Midwood. It's a little over 6 miles away, so it's going to take you a couple of hours to walk, 45 minutes to cycle, or 30 minutes to
getting
drive.
its water at
But if you
least,
want to go by
which is
subway, that's going to
key.
take you an hour, and you'd have to go all the way into Manhattan and then back out again.
And now we've got plastic and
Despite
rubber
millions
being
of people
produced,
living
which
and
is
working in New York
the
City's
goal.
outer boroughs, there's no subway line that really connects them. At least, not yet. Enter the Interborough Express. It's the MTA's latest idea for a new subway line to connect Brooklyn and Queens by an abandoned freight railway. This could change a lot of people's lives, but building in New York is never easy, and there's still loads to do before it becomes reality.
Okay, so now I need to set up
When the subway was
storage
being
for them.
designed, it was being designed to get people off the streets where the primary public transportation system was horse-drawn back in the later part of the 19th century. And that meant that it was a different kind of pollution in New York City. And it's been described that people were very often knee-deep in it.
Yikes. The most densely populated part of the city at the time was Lower Manhattan, so when the subway network grew, the lines expanded from Manhattan to the outer boroughs.
In the mornings, Manhattan acts like a heart and draws in the workers from their homes in the surrounding areas. The streets become filled with crowds of workers and shoppers. Then in the evening, the workers bring home again, and the business section becomes a ghost city.
So the city ended up with a system that looks like this. A bunch of radial lines coming out from Manhattan to the outer boroughs, and not a lot of circumferential lines actually connecting the rest of the city. It's not just New York that followed this blueprint. Chicago, Washington DC and Stockholm all have metro networks that radiate out from their central business districts. Places like Moscow have literally built a ring line to connect their outer boroughs, but in New York the system is still centered around Manhattan. Enter Jeffrey Zipan,
Senior Fellow for Transportation at the Regional Plan Association.
and Kate Slevin.
I'm Executive Vice President of Regional Plan.
Jeffrey began advocating for an interborough subway line in New York back in the 90s when he helped write this report. Kate is still advocating for it today.
Triborough RX was the original name of the project. The idea was to look at all the underused or abandoned rights-of-way that were in both in the city and the surrounding suburbs and try to make better use of them for public transit. We had a lot of proposals in the region at risk, and some of them hit the mark right away and some didn't. And I have to say that Triborough RX was not among those that were even talked about, I would say, for 10 to 15 years.
26 years later, that proposal is being revived as the Interborough Express. If you're having deja vu right now, then you could be thinking about any number of New York City transit projects that were proposed, planned, started, and then stopped again for decades. Remember the 2nd Avenue subway that took nearly a century to complete? Well, for everyone's sake, let's hope this project moves a little faster.
So I'm so excited here today to announce that we have finished a feasibility study. See, I said make it happen fast, and it's fast. I told you, I'm impatient.
We've gotten a lot more interest in improving transit in the outer boroughs than you had in the 90s because people have seen the job growth. Recently, during COVID, we saw some of the neighborhoods in the outer boroughs that would be served by the interborough line. They still had tons of people going to work throughout the whole entire pandemic, and there was increased desire to improve public transit for them.
The Interborough Express would run 14 miles from Bay Ridge, Brooklyn to Jackson Heights, Queens in 40 minutes or less. It would break New York's pattern of subway lines radiating out from Manhattan, stretching across 2 of the city's outer boroughs and intersecting with up to 17 existing subway lines leading into Manhattan.
That is what I want to see.
The MTA says the
Rubber
Interborough Express would serve
flying
up to
down the
88,000
production
rides
line
a day and could shave more than half an hour
precisely
off
what
people's
I want.
commutes. Now, that could make a big difference to people who've traditionally been underserved by public transit. 7 in 10 are people of colour, and 3 in 10 live significantly below the poverty line. And as Manhattan becomes more and more expensive, many people and businesses are leaving the city for the outer boroughs like Brooklyn and Queens. In fact, since the Great Depression, roughly half of New York City's job growth has happened in the outer boroughs. And the area around the Interborough Express is expected to add tens of thousands of new residents and jobs over the next 25 years.
Trying to get all the polymer out of my, all the polymer resin out of my my inventory real quick.
System that doesn't provide some of the connections that we need today, and so we're kind of been playing a game of catch up in some ways to provide those vital connections and catch up with the population growth we've seen.
Just a little more, and then I won't have any more of it in my inventory.
There's already a rail line in place called the Bay Ridge Branch. It opened in 1876 as a passenger service line, but was shut down in 1924 because there weren't as many tourists going to Manhattan Beach. Now, the Bay Ridge Branch is used to transport just one round-trip freight train per day on average.
Alright, so now to check this one. So this one is not one that we've sped up.
While also building up existing freight trains alongside it. Since most of the route has already been built, the project should cost much less than building an entire new subway line from scratch. Now, that'll be a huge selling point as the project seeks funding.
So we're just gonna,
subway construction
that's gonna start risking our
Sadly, it's
us
not
having
as easy as just
sufficient
adding passenger trains to the
oil
existing
going
track.
in.
There's a long list of engineering challenges that the Metropolitan Transportation Authority will face. They'll have to maneuver a fuel pipeline that serves LaGuardia and JFK airports.
Could do that so
segments
that
the
each
new
of
routes
these
would need to navigate
has
road traffic and other subway lines.
enough
and there might
to
not be enough
maintain a
vertical
full
space for a
pipe
new passenger line to weave through some of the existing underpasses.
We'll go to each one and
To make
do it
things
so
even
that
more
they've all got
complicated,
full
the air rights above part of the existing routes have been sold or leased to private
situations
developers.
here.
That would mean the MTA
It's not draining it too fast. I just don't
avoid
like
the
it not
existing
having that
properties.
backup there, you
And
know?
all of that means more time and money.
So
There
we'll
are
let that
still a
build
lot
up
of
for
question
a
marks
bit.
around how the Interborough Express would actually work. It's not yet decided.
Okay, the
which
water
mode of transit
system
the
is
line will be
working.
serviced by conventional rail, light rail, or bus rapid
It
transit.
just needed the
And
one
it's unclear
pump
how the project will be
there, so I can
financed.
probably...
The MTA chairman estimated the cost would be single-digit billions and take 3 to 5 years of construction. The plan's also missing a key part of the RPA's original Triborough RX proposal, the connection with the Bronx. Some Bronx residents have said they're left out of the Interborough Express idea, and State Senator Jessica Ramos has called on the governor to connect that borough too.
I mean, they have to start somewhere, right? They're not going to build the whole 22-mile corridor. It makes sense to start in Brooklyn and Queens for a bunch of different reasons. One, the MTA actually owns the right-of-way there, so you know, it'll just be easier to do a project there. Two,
all right, now we
Bronx
just got to get our
is,
plastic side
getting
spun up, so that
big
way that
transit
side's good
project
too.
called Penn Access, which will bring the Metro North into Penn Station.
So
and that
here's
would
what we're
be
going to do.
along
We're
the
going to
same
pull a bunch of
line
the
as
plastic
Bronx
from there,
portion
because
of
that'll give
Triborough.
us some leeway
First
for
you
a bit.
start with Brooklyn, Queens.
We're going to go
then
back
you
to the
see
main
what
base.
There's a way to
Because
go
I gotta get
before
more
the Interborough
materials,
Express becomes
more,
a reality. But it's a
foundational
rare opportunity
materials
to take
to-
something old and make it new again.
get it
and
all
in a city
spun
with some
up,
of the
but
biggest stations
that
and more
oil
subway
plant
lines than you can keep track of,
is looking
one of
like
its
it
most
is going to
impactful
work
projects might be sitting right
darn
in front
near
of us,
perfectly.
just waiting to be built. If you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, make sure you
Just
subscribe.
figured I'd clear
to the
that out
BLM.
now, so that way I don't have to deal with it later. Fish? I mean, it's potential that fish are being pulled into the water system. I suppose that is a possibility, Chonky. In which case, they too shall become oil. Now I'm getting hungry. The question is, what do we get to eat, y'all?
Snow, ice, or scenery.
What's the food plan
One of the
here?
world's most challenging
Any
and
suggestions?
epic construction sites.
I got cups of noodles and
new
whatnot. I
dam
could go
in the
make
most
something like that.
unforgiving of locations.
There's
The site sits
treat
2,000
stream as well,
meters
but I don't-
above sea level. It's hours away
I don't
from
feel like putting
any
any money
major
towards
city.
that right now.
And you can only reach this place for a few months each year because the winter.
Trying to think what
looks
else I
like
have.
this.
I've got ramen. Eat democracy? Chonky, that's heretical.
Okay, campers.
One does not
Rise
eat
and
the
shine.
democracy. We need that.
And don't forget your booties, because it's cold out there. It's cold out there every day.
But hold on a minute, why are they building a shiny new dam when there's clearly already a dam standing right behind it? Well, that original structure is nearly a century old, has a crack in it, and is damaged beyond repair. It can't be fixed, it can't be demolished. And if nothing's done about it, well, things wouldn't be good. So here we are, building a dam in front of a dam. But how do you replace something as massive as a dam
What
in
have
the
I
middle
had
of
in the
a
past
mountain
week or
range?
last few days? Mostly ramen and cup ramen. I did have some,
happened if they didn't really
what do
bother?
they call it? The mullback ramen as well, which was quite good. That stuff is very spicy and has some really good quality noodles. I like eating
Milestone
theirs.
reached.
Theirs is always good.
Avoid the embarrassment of placing liquids in your pockets only for them to spread across your suit. Package and unpackage them with the packager. Packaging fluids allows them to be transported in your inventory on conveyor belts and by vehicles. For increased, non-pocket related fluid storage, you can now use the industrial fluid buffer.
Project in the most incredible of locations. Everything about this project is epic, including the drive to get here. Look at this, waterfalls, the death-defying roads, mountains, snow. It's like something out of a Bond movie.
Expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
It's going to soon be time for our monorail technology, so that's going to
Now,
be
I'm not Sean Connery.
so
and trust
nice
me,
to set
that
up a
ain't
train.
Aston Martin, but I am here on a very special assignment of my own. You see, about 20 miles
sub
that
sandwich?
way is an
Don't have
historic
anything
piece
to
of
make a sub
infrastructure that
sandwich
served
with.
the people of this region well for nearly 100 years without any problems at all. That is, until now. Just down there is the Spittelam Dam, one of two man-made walls that were built a long time ago to form this enormous body of water known as Lake Grimsel. Why does any of that matter? Well, it may not be as famous
we
as the
could
dam it looks
order
exactly
out,
like
but-
in America, but this structure does have its own place in history. You see, Spittelam is one of the world's first large arch-gravity dams. It was built up here in the mountains between 1925 and 1932, and is actually older
and
than the iconic
unpackages
Hoover Dam
fluids.
that we all know and love, which completed 3 years later. At 114 metres, Spittelam was also one of the tallest dams in the world when it finished. The vast structure was built by some 600 construction workers, almost entirely by hand. But hold on a minute. For those of you sitting at home wondering what on earth an arch-gravity dam is, well, let's rewind a bit. It's where a dam curves upstream and narrows, using its own weight and support bracings to force most of the pressure of the water behind it against the rock walls of the canyon that it sits in. They're ideal for when you're in an area of particularly hard rock, just like this part of the Alps, and they require less material than similar methods.
And while we're here,
the completion of this incredible structure meant that a new artificial lake could be created, and that's now used to generate hydroelectric power. Now, this lake is absolutely massive. It has a volume of 94 million cubic metres, making one of the biggest reservoirs owned and operated by energy company KWO and one of the biggest reservoirs in the whole of Switzerland. But about 30 years after this amazing structure was completed, a pretty shocking discovery was made. Back in the 60s, when the area was becoming popular with both tourists and filmmakers, some tests were made on the dam which threw up some very worrying results. Investigators found a big old crack on the lake side of the structure. Well, actually, it was more than a crack. It's what's called a vertical separation. In other words, a massive chunk of material running almost all the way from top to bottom has started to separate from the rest of the dam, the mass concrete.
There's a smaller horizontal crack below the crest of the dam as well. Over the years, it's been getting worse, and there are concerns about what might happen to the structure in the event of an earthquake.
Yes, Switzerland does get those. In fact, it averages more than 1,000 a year. Most of them are too small to even notice. In fact, there could be one happening right now, for all I know. But the one that occurred back in 1991, for example, was big enough to cause damage to buildings. Now, at this point, I know what you're thinking. Why go through all that effort of building a great big new dam in front of the original dam? Why not just repair the original dam or fix that crack somehow?
Well, that was the original plan. Break off the material that's already separating and patch it up with some new, better quality concrete.
I may just go and make a cup
stronger
of
than
ramen.
before. But
Here in a
it
minute.
turned out to be too risky. An investigation showed that doing that could lead to a so-called alkali
the
aggregate
ship is
reaction, which
back.
could cause long-term damage to the concrete.
This stuff and
On top of all this, quite literally, sediment has started building up behind the dam and is now accumulating around the lower discharge zone. That's not good, because if this area gets completely blocked, it'll become harder to release water from the reservoir if they need to.
Der Worst Case ist vielleicht in 30, 40 Jahren, wenn die Verformungen noch größer geworden sind, der Spalt noch größer. Wir haben ein großes Erdbeben hier, dann könnte es sein, dass ein Teil der Mauer in den See fällt mit einer Flutwelle hier, die das Tal beeinträchtigt.
Get this all spun up, and then we'll
So what if they just removed the dam? Well, that would mean all of that water having to go somewhere else. And because it's used to generate hydroelectric power, that would leave a gap in the energy grid. That left them with only one option: build an entirely new dam in front of the old dam and then flood the massive space between them using a tunnel. The original dam I'm currently standing on is going to be retained. It's a piece of history after all. But the job of carrying the weight of all that water is going to be taken over by the new, younger and fitter dam. Now, when I say it like that, it sounds really simple, but trust me, it's not.
Okay, we got that. We can go grab these back.
It's going to take a lot of time and money. Luckily, the country's home to a whopping 800,000 millionaires, and that's on a population of only 9 million people. Millionaires who've had to adapt recently. The country's leading financial institution since 1856 collapsed earlier this year. In fact, Bloomberg reports families worth over $500 million, Swiss or otherwise, are changing their strategies, looking to other safe haven investments, with another area of interest being collectibles, with the greatest allocations to art. In fact, thousands of the B1M subscribers are employing a similar strategy with our sponsor, Masterworks' art investing platform.
Okay, as
Masterworks
I've
has
said
racked up
before, I
in-
normally don't skip
I've been
ads,
to
but if it's a
lot
company
of
that I find
construction sites,
questionable,
but
I
never
will skip
seen
them.
anything like this. Cost-wise,
So we're
the
skipping that because that is one of those
$140
companies
million
that I
new
am
dam
highly
is
suspicious
pretty
of.
small compared to your typical mega project. But its sheer scale and the challenges facing its teams are immense.
Yeah, let's go get
Right
some
here
steel
is where it's
while
being
we're over
built,
here.
with the old dam towering behind it. Construction's been underway since 2019 and is due to fully wrap up by 2025. Now, obviously, a
Art
lot's
investment
changed in
firm.
dam
Well, and
design
it's
since
not
the
even-
1930s. The
It's not
original
like a
dam was
group
built
that's
with a single
buying
lock, which is
that you're like
huge
buying
curve you
art
can clearly
outright.
see
It's
from
like
here. But take a look
NFTs
at
with
the
art
cross-section,
where
and
you're
the
buying
left side of the dam
fractional
rises
ownership
in a
over a
straight
piece of
line.
art, and I am
Now, its replacement is
hyper
going to be a
suspicious
double
of it.
curvature dam, which
Because
means
that
it'll curve in a
reeks to
vertical
me
direction
of
too.
some
That
kind
means the
of
dam's
scheme
walls can be
going
made
on.
thinner, meaning less materials, while still having the strength needed to hold back all that water. The new dam will be the same height as the old dam, but strong enough to be further extended in future if there were ever plans to grow the reservoir. Building all of that goes like this. It started with clearing space for the new dam. Now, this being solid rock,
Hence
it can
why
be
it
used
is
to
one of the
control
only ads
explosives.
you'll see me skip. I'll skip it. I'll skip, what's it called? Better Health, because of there.
And doing that
highly
right
questionable
next to the
business
old dam that's holding
practices.
back
I'll
a
skip.
massive lake full of water without damaging it is
What was
just
that
about one of the
Scottish or
trickiest construction
Irish one
maneuvers
where it was
ever
like,
pulled
you
off.
can become a
From
laird
there,
or lady,
the vast dam
and then it
wall
turned
is
out that
rising as
they
a
were
series of staggered 15-meter
conducting
wide
some
towers
highly
over the course
suspicious
of 4 summers.
activities.
It's built like that so that
Anything
each
like
segment
that,
can drive
anything
or
where I
cure
am
faster
suspicious
and
of
to
the
increase
company,
overall
that's
strength
the
of
only
dam
time
wall.
where I'm like, look, I'm watching your content, so I appreciate that I will watch your ads, because it's only fair. Not whenever it's something super suspicious, though.
Bei allen Tätigkeiten, die wir machen, muss die Mauer sicher
If
sein.
it's a company that is questionable,
Overall,
I should not
some
do it.
215,000 cubic meters
As
of concrete
shrimpable
will
as
be
that.
used. Next, a huge tunnel is being carved through the mountain.
In those
That will
cases,
allow
that
water
kind of
to
comes
be
down to
discharged from the
a
reservoir and
sorry,
sent
but
downstream if the levels ever
be
get
a
too
little
high.
more selective,
But
I guess,
before the
in who
excavation can be
you
completed,
agree to
the reservoir
advertise
must
with,
be
'cause
completely drained
if
by
it's a
sending
company that I
all of
know
water
is
down into the hydro
doing
power
something
system.
that I do not
Teams
approve
will then
of,
clear the
or is
sediment on the
conducting
lake bed and dig the
scam
rest of the tunnel
behavior,
before
like I'm not
allowing the
going to support
reservoir
it.
to refill naturally.
Which means I'm
After
unfortunately
that,
not
they'll
able to
gradually
support
flood the
you.
area between the two structures,
And as a content
and the
creator,
new
I can
dam
kind of
will
get
take
it.
over the
Like, I get
task of
why,
holding back the weight of the lake.
like, because at least for me, I don't make basically
dam can then
anything
enjoy
doing
its
this, you know.
retirement
Like,
in
I
the
run my
same place
ads
it's always
as
been,
infrequently and as
having
short as I
finally
can,
lost its near century-long
because
battle
I
with
don't
the
want you
lake.
all to have to sit through ads, because I don't like sitting through ads. They irritate me. I don't want you all to have to deal with them either.
Scenes, or rather inside the scenes, several access tunnels are being formed.
I get why
through
a
the
bunch
middle
of
the dam,
guys take on
making for the slightly
advertisers, because if I
terrifying
ran my
location
ads
where I
super
find myself
frequently,
now.
I would have to run
That's
them
right, I'm currently stood in the middle of the
constantly,
dam
as long
with
as I
enormous
could,
amounts of concrete
to make
around
any
me.
decent kind of
Just
money
through
doing
there
this.
is the old dam.
Like, and if
And
you're
outside
not
of
a
that
big
is
streamer,
several
you're not making
million
money
cubic
doing
meters
this.
of water,
Which is
when
why a
you're
lot of
standing
people
on a
don't
place like
go
this,
full time, you know.
isn't such a great
I
thing
can
to
go
think
full
about.
time because the VA support, because the military broke me. And so I've got support coming through there.
There's a
That's what
massive
allows
amount
me to
of
do
work
this
going
full
on here,
time.
and
like
a
this.
huge amount of pressure to get it done right and quickly.
But
as you can imagine,
so
one of the biggest
I get
tasks is
why
getting that amount of
streamers and
concrete
content
up a
creators
mountain.
want
But they found
to
a
take
clever way to do
on deals. I just feel like you gotta be more thorough. You gotta look
Just
into the
behind me
companies
is
that
the
you're advertising
dedicated
with, you know?
on-site concrete plant
That's my thought
that's been
process
built
on it, at least.
specifically for this project, and it's using granite from the construction.
I think
of
it's
the
a
nearby
fair
power
one. I don't
plant
think I'm
in its
overly
production of the
unreasonable
concrete
about
material.
it.
It's just one example of how the construction process on this project is being shaped by its extraordinary location. Driving on top of the dam right now. Sorry. Coming out of the mist.
The Spitland Dam isn't entirely on its own up here in the mountains. Perched high above it is the Grimsel Hospice, a luxury hotel that's also been here since the 1930s, and you've got to drive over another dam to get to it.
Now, Switzerland is an amazing place to come for a relaxing getaway. But when you've got a dam to build, the going can be tough.
Now,
Teams
I don't
build
have
working
any need
here
for them to like
continuously in
rapidly
shifts, 20 hours a day,
exit the
7
supply
days a week.
line.
That's because for about half the year, this place is absolutely covered in snow, and work on the dam has to stop entirely. So they're working doubly hard now while they can.
Ja, wir haben hier eine saisonale Baustelle. Wir können ja nur von Mitte Mai bis Mitte, Ende Oktober arbeiten. Das sind etwa 6 Monate, die wir als Bauzeit zur Verfügung haben. Und während dieser Zeit muss das Bauprogramm umgesetzt werden. Wir müssen da die geplanten Ziele erreichen, weil in einer späteren Phase ist irgendetwas aufzuholen schlichtweg unmöglich auf der Baustelle.
Now I'm here in the summer, believe it or not. I don't really know what it's like in the snow. One person that does is Lucius Gartman.
Lucius has lived in this region for more than 20 years and is now a tour guide for people visiting the sites of the area, including the dam and the power plants. Apparently, the best way for him to explain what happens here in winter is to show it from above. And the best way to do that is to jump on one of these.
But this gun was more than just a tourist attraction, right? Yeah, it was built for the workers to be moved up here, because in winter you have no chance to get up here on the road. So you have to take several gondolas all the time.
I'm from London. We have, maybe a foot of snow is like the worst snow we get. How much snow are we talking here?
But it's very different. But sometimes we have 3 meters of snow up here.
3 meters of snow?
3 meters of snow, yes.
Basically, when the cold sets in up here, you need more than just a thicker pair of socks. The site almost disappears under snow. If the project didn't shut down, those working at height would have to endure 200 km/h freezing winds. There's the threat of avalanches. Pouring concrete can become next to impossible. None of it sounds good.
You know, they stopped the construction site mid-October till mid-May, and they cannot maintain the construction because of the snow, and it's much too cold for work with concrete.
Enormous piles of snow aside, there's the sheer remoteness of it all. The nearest city, Lucerne, is about 50 miles away behind numerous sharply twisting mountain passes, which can make getting the right materials, equipment and people to the site very difficult, even when the sun's shining.
Take the 2 massive red tower cranes behind me, standing 92 metres above this site. They had to be built in sections, brought here by 70 different lorries through the twisting Grimsel Pass, the only route they could take. And because there's not much space on this site, they had to be assembled straight away. There's no room for storage. So timing those deliveries perfectly was an immense challenge.
Compared to your average construction projects, it all feels like a lot of hard work. But like all major infrastructure schemes, there's a bigger problem here. You see, out of sight, deep below the surface of its reservoir, this dam plays a critical role in keeping the lights on across Switzerland.
That will happen in a turbine room deep inside the mountain underneath the reservoir. And to get there, I've got to go through here. I'm now driving through a mountain and under a huge reservoir. Look at that now. We are going under a lake. We're down here to see one of the hydroelectric power plants, machines that keep Switzerland running. So we've come down to a pretty noisy location. What is this? Where are we now?
We are now at power plant Info 2, which is located 100 meters below the level of Lake Grimsel. With all our 13 power plants, we maintain 21 turbines and, very important, 5 pumps. We have the possibility to maintain a perfect balance of consuming and producing electricity in Switzerland.
This place is incredible. It was built nearly 50 years ago, and it's a really good example of a pumped storage power plant. But what does that mean?
In very simple terms, it's where 2 or more lakes or reservoirs at different altitudes are connected, allowing water to flow from one to the other. As the water falls and falls downhill, it turns turbines that generate electricity. When there's not a lot of demand for energy, the spare surplus energy is used to pump water back up to the higher lake. Then, when energy is needed, the water is released.
Okay, I actually really
Overall,
like how this looks. It might be a little silly,
energy source that doesn't experience the
but
same
I am
peaks
quite
and troughs in
pleased with how this
supply
facility
as
is
wind or
coming
solar.
together.
KWO has a whole series of systems doing this up here in the Swiss Alps, generating energy multiple times from the same water as it flows down from the mountains.
Water is coming from Lake Oberar, 500 meters above us, and when we are in this power plant, running on full power, all the 4 machines. There are 100,000 liters per second running through these tunnels. 100,000 liters a second. 100,000 liters per second. That is mind-blowing.
Just like the Spitland Dam
I think
above
that
it,
I've got
Grimsel
this
2
well
is
organized
another
and it is
incredible feat of engineering.
productive, and that is what I want to see.
There are some 200 dams across Switzerland and an incredible 700
Productive and
hydropower
efficient
stations
work.
like this. Many of them tucked out of sight, helping
I am a happy
quietly power
camper.
the country.
And this is just the first like section. We haven't even touched these other ones yet. Because I just wanted to get these set up and spun up, and now we've got so much power I don't even know what to do with. Like we're 2,000 megawatts, and we're maximum consumption is 339.
I just love it.
So we're using a fraction. Yeah, baby. This is gonna be... This area is going to be extremely productive. I can already feel it. As I get it more built up and get it all designed and all of them activated and running so that they're producing power and producing
has to make way for
materials, we're gonna be sitting very pretty, I reckon.
Yes,
to make liquid biofuel, I don't know why I would want to.
The landscape, the climate, or the expertise.
I need to make heavy
maintain
oil
hundreds of
residue,
dams and
though.
hydro plants. But it's not a type of infrastructure that's unique
like,
to
'cause
Switzerland.
other stuff
And as
needs it,
magnificent
it
structures like this
seems.
all around the world begin to age, it might be that drastic action has to be taken elsewhere in time too. What these amazing teams are achieving up here in this most
I guess right now I
and
don't actually. Petroleum
environment
coke.
really speaks to the power
There's a
of
less,
construction
so why would I
and its
want
ability
to use
impact
that?
and shape the lives
I
of
guess that would just
millions
be
of
something that
people.
you could make as a
The
side.
views are pretty damn epic too.
Because I have the residuals unlocked, and I think I got those from like those recipe things that you find about.
Spannende Aufgabe, wunderbare Umgebung. Das ist so schön am Projekt.
This video was sponsored by Masterworks. You can skip their waitlist at the link below. We're raising awareness of construction's mental health crisis and supporting charities in this space through our Get Construction Talking initiative. There's a video series on our channel, and you can find support or donate over at getconstructiontalking.org.
And as always guys, if you enjoyed this video and you want to get more from the definitive video channel for construction, from the channel that takes you up
This all
into the
colored
hearts
correctly,
yourselves,
so that way all
hit
my
that
stuff
down,
is
subscribe
color
button.
coded like it's supposed to be.
This is one of the world's biggest construction projects. A $7.5 billion feat of engineering that's going to transform travel across an entire continent.
And it's happening here, on the quiet German island of Fehmarn.
Let me explain. This is the ScanMed Corridor. It's the northern access of the Trans-European Transport Network, and it spans nearly 5,000 kilometres from Malta in the Mediterranean to Finland's icy tundra. Along the way, it drills through alpine mountains and crosses the sea.
But follow the road north and something strange happens. Instead of being able to go straight on to Sweden, you have to take this 500-kilometre detour through Denmark. And it's all
Hello,
because of
Berlin.
things. A stretch of
Hello,
water between Germany and
Critter.
Denmark
Welcome in, you two.
called the
How you
Fehmarn
doing?
So let's just get this straight. There's currently a 55-kilometre tunnel being dug through a mountain in Austria. There's an epic bridge and tunnel linking Denmark and Sweden. There's another massive bridge linking 2 Danish islands.
Welcome to the petroleum power plant, to our first oil plant.
It might not look like much, but this unassuming stretch of water has thwarted the plans of the world's best engineers for decades. Until now.
This is one of Europe's largest
This is
construction
our
sites.
big project for the day, and we're listening to real life major project designs while I'm doing my own.
The fastest route between Scandinavia and Central Europe.
Nicht unumstritten ist, ob die positiven Folgen dieses Projektes überwiegen. Umweltschutzverbände sehen das sehr kritisch.
I mean, the risk is that people never stop. Maybe they just pass through.
What are your concerns with this scheme?
They're destroying our nature.
We're building the Fehmarn Belt Tunnel between Denmark and Germany.
You might not have heard of Fehmarn or its tunnel, but this is one of the most technologically advanced mega projects on the planet.
Let's see, where was the other one? Trying to keep it like clean and
it kind of epitomizes
similar on
the
either
power of
side. Okay,
construction
so it's
and
like
its
one
ability
tick over
to
from
change
that.
our world.
Over here is a little bit more messy on the pipes, but
oh wow, this is absolutely incredible. You get those moments in infrastructure where they nail both the engineering and the architect and they kind of come together. I saw it on the Elizabeth line. Did it really well. London's new railway. Getting the same feeling here.
I'll have to do. Yeah, this side's much more messy.
I'm currently driving over the Earth Bridge.
I haven't got much that I can do about that, unfortunately.
Probably one of its best infrastructure projects. It's this structure that links two countries. It links Denmark and Sweden. This is where the whole story starts. It's when this was being planned that Sweden had a big idea. So right now, Sweden down into Central Europe, you have to catch a train here at Malmö. That takes you over the Öresund crossing to Copenhagen, where you have to change on to another train that eventually takes you over to Hamburg and down into Germany.
Just relaxing with your mom's cat? Well, good to hear, good to hear. And Critter, what have you? How are you doing today?
The Swedish government saw a shortcut here at the Fehmarn Belt. So they said to Denmark, we'll help you build the Öresund Bridge, including the possibility of a new fixed link in the waters behind them. Fortunately, that request wasn't as outrageous as you might think.
So here's Denmark, and this is the German island of Fehmarn, which gives the Fehmarn Belt its name. Now, there's been talk of creating a railway between Hamburg and Copenhagen since the 19th century, but nothing really happened until the 60s when a bridge was built here. That route was then extended to a new ferry port at Puttgarden, bringing trains right up to the water's edge.
We should now have ready
trains
access
were
to
then
any
loaded
area,
onto
even if we
carried over the
couldn't
Fehmarn
jump,
Belt
we could still
and
get to
onto
where we
Denmark.
need to go.
The whole thing was pretty slow. Diesel trains weren't as fast as the ones we have today, and the ferry itself took around 45 minutes. For years, people talked about the idea of a fixed link between these two countries, a bridge or a tunnel.
Might not
but
be
it
a
wasn't
bad
until
idea.
Sweden threw down the gauntlet that things got really serious.
It's not
It was way
unreasonable.
back in 2008 that the Danish and German governments first signed a treaty to start work on the Fehmarn Belt fixed
Something to
link.
consider at least.
There was a lot at stake.
Though as it currently
The
stands, I
idea
don't
was to
have any
replace the
reason
ferry with a new
to do
permanent
so,
crossing.
as the
It
oil
would have
is just
a
being
four-lane
used here for
motorway
power
and two
and
rail
then to
lines
produce
serving both freight
the
and
polymer
high-speed passenger
related
trains.
stuff, so
And the whole
plastic and
thing would be
rubber.
funded by Denmark, who would also collect the toll
Which
fares
we're just storing
and run
on
the
site.
onshore businesses. Separately, Germany
For
would
now.
upgrade the route from Puttgarden to Lübeck to allow for the new trains and traffic to pass through. That would also
But
involve building another,
now that
much
means now it's
shorter
time
tunnel
to
to the
finish
German
turning the
mainland
rest of this
here
into
at
concrete,
Fehmarn
so we
South.
can have this all uniform, and then we're going to
It
start
would be a once-in-a-generation
painting
upgrade of the transport
the
network.
platform to keep
the
it all
Hamburg to Copenhagen corridor
clean and
would be
clear marked
transformed into
what-
a high-speed rail and road route. The Swedes would get their shortcut to the continent. A massive detour would be wiped off the ScanMed corridor, and that in turn would transform the wider trans-European transport network. The only thing that stood in the way was the water.
The most obvious solution was a bridge. This is what they came up with. A 3-kilometre long cable-stayed bridge sitting 65 metres above the water so that ships could still pass underneath. It probably reminds you of the Øresund Bridge, and it would have been similar, but nearly 3 times as long. And that's where the problems began.
You see, the Fehmarn Belt is pretty awkward. From there to there is just under 20 kilometres, and that's further than the Øresund Bridge had to cross. Also, the depth of the water out there in the Baltic Sea is just over 40 metres, and the soil conditions aren't great for building on.
That all meant the bridge would have needed spans of over 700 metres, and nothing like that has ever been built before for a combined road and rail bridge. The plan was for 3 huge pylons, each just under 300 metres tall. The foundations of those would have to be built at sea in depths up to 25 metres. Throw in poor soil conditions and a busy shipping lane.
I think it looks
and you
really
have
good,
an engineer's
actually.
idea of
I like how clean this
Then,
facility is.
as you'll have gathered from my trip on the ferry,
so
there's
far.
the wind.
It's
Now,
partially
some
just
of the
because
world's
I've got
biggest
way more
bridges,
idea
the
on
Øresund
like
Bridge,
what I'm doing,
the Snakke
and
Bridge
thus
in
I'm
Turkey, or
pre-planning
the
more,
epic
but
Hong Kong-Macau crossing, all share a common trait. They all, more or less, run horizontally from east to west. A bridge crossing the Fehmarn would have had to go from north to south, meaning that every train, truck, car and YouTuber trying to make a video would get battered by the prevailing winds blowing from west to east.
So, after careful consideration of the risks of a cost overrun and the technical complexity
overclock
of
it for a
construction, the
bit,
bridge
get that
was
nice and
firmly
full,
ruled out.
just like the other ones.
You can't go over, you've got to go under, but it's okay, because the Fehmarn Belt is a pretty good place for a broad tunnel.
Now, there's a few reasons why bored tunnels are great. First off, they don't disturb anything above ground. That's why they're usually used for underground railways in cities, but that's also great for a place like Fehmarn, which has a delicate ecosystem that could take years to recover from all the disruption caused by building a bridge.
I shouldn't be quite so easily pleased with it, but I am very pleased. I could make it cleaner by adding walls and everything, and section every area off, but I don't know if I'm at that
Bored
point
tunnels are dug by a tunnel boring machine, or TBM.
We might reach
the
that
width
point at some
depends on
point,
the
but not
TBM,
yet.
but something like London's New Elizabeth line used machines around 7 metres wide. They're good for something like an underground railway because you have 1 track per tunnel.
I also kind of like
but
that I can just
Fehmarn
walk
needs
from
a
one
railway,
platform to the
motorway
next.
and an access tunnel. That could mean boring 5 tunnels at 5 times the
I've
cost.
incidentally
And that's not
created
all.
like an upper walking area. The only negative is these kind of coming off like that, but at least they're uniform in the fact that they're doing it.
Wheels are made of steel, or at least they are in real
And it's just for
life,
this
there's
side. I don't
very
think the
little
other side will
traction.
have the
On
same
flat
problem.
tracks, that's great. It's one of the reasons why trains are so fast and efficient. But going
Now, I
uphill
wish there was a
becomes
way
bit
that
more
I could
challenging.
wire
The average
that
mainline
into
train
the
can
rest of
drive
the
upwards
system
by
and then
2.5%
designate
or
it
1
in the
40,
system like
meaning that for every 40
a
meters of
secondary
track,
source
the
so
train
that
can
they're
move
not
upwards
burning
by
their
1
fuel
meter.
and will
The
just
Fehmarn Belt
focus on
tunnel
burning
sits
fuel
40
from the
meters deep.
refineries
Any
first.
bored tunnel would have to be 10
Or not from the
meters below that
refineries,
and
but from
incredibly
the
long in
power
order for a train
plants.
to travel into it, pass under the ocean, and then successfully climb
Also,
out again
holy
the other
moly, with
side.
those things
A shorter
overclocked,
tunnel
imagine
with
putting
great
your
train
hand
traffic
anywhere
is
near
incredibly
that
steep.
thing.
And any train probably wouldn't make it.
Put your hand in there and it's gone instantly. Of course, they're also all at 200% right now. I've got all 4 of them clocked or overclocked at 200.
Now I know what you're thinking. Finally, another shot of Fred Mills on the beach. A freezing cold beach.
But it just means, you know, stick your hand in that and it's gonna be shattered instantly. Like,
is actually pretty straightforward.
It's not even a subject of debate. It would just be, and it's gone.
Then, instead of digging a deep tunnel underneath the seabed, you just dig a trench in the bottom of the seabed. Then you take your tunnel elements and lay them in one by one, sealing them together as you go. Then you cover the whole thing over. And hey presto, you've got a tunnel. It's a great solution for a place like Fehmarn. You don't have to build a bridge where you're going to be subject to the wild weather and the ocean. You don't have to dig a deep tunnel, which wouldn't really work for a train. And shipping lanes above stay open. Keep driving over the Øresund Bridge and you suddenly hit a man-made island and then drop down under the ocean. I'm driving under the water right now. This is very, very cool. This is the Drogden Tunnel, which is itself an IMT. It's like a preview of what's going to be built down at Fehmarn. Now, some people have asked, why go through the hassle of building a tunnel, then a man-made island, then a bridge up here at the Øresund crossing? And it basically exists because of Copenhagen Airport, because of restrictions to do with height around that.
IMTs are usually used for fairly short distances like rivers and harbours. This is one of the longest IMTs in the world, and it's only 4 kilometres. The Fehmarn Tunnel will be 5 times longer, making it an immense feat of engineering. So, how the heck did you build something this big?
Well, it all starts here. I'm currently standing in Rugbyhavn on the Danish side of the Fehmarn Belt and on one of the biggest construction sites in Europe. It's all run by the Danish state-owned company Fehmarn AS, and this place is so big that it's taken them 2 years just to build the work area. The place is a hive of activity. There's a village for 1,300 workers, a specially built harbour for material deliveries, and the northern portal where the tunnel will come up to the surface. But the star of the show is easily the massive building behind me. This is the factory where the tunnel segments are going to be made. It's one of the biggest factories ever built in Denmark, altogether covering 500,000 square metres. That's around 200 football pitches.
These buildings are vast because they need to be. The 89 enormous concrete tunnel elements that will be constructed here will each be 220 metres long and 40 metres wide. That's so they can fit 2 railway tunnels, 2 motorway tunnels and a service route all side by side. Building an IMT tunnel under the ocean works like this. Initially, the team constructed a new work harbour on the coast so that materials could be brought to the site by sea. That's enabling them to build these enormous tunnel factory buildings that will contain 6 production halls in total. Once fully up and running, these factories will be on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 3.5 years. Aggregates and materials will be delivered to the work harbour and then taken by conveyor belt to the factories. In here, each of the 89 tunnel
This
elements
is
will
not
be
safe
cast,
to do.
but they're so big,
Walking
they're actually
underneath
formed into
an
segments.
active machine like this. Don't ever do this in real life. I only do it because I am in a video game, and that does not concern me.
It has to be the right temperature before you go to the next layer,
Yeah.
Not too much, not too cold, not too hot, not too wet, not too dry. And then it's in 36 hours they have made one segment, and we have to make sure that the concrete are running for all 36 hours.
Once a tunnel element is constructed, it'll be rolled out of the factory and taken here to the upper basin, where huge doors will close behind it. Rather like a lock, the basin will then be flooded, ballast tanks will enable the element to float, and tugboats will move each element down to the lower basin and then out to sea.
They're then taken out here, where the trench they're going to sit in is currently being dug. Now, that's the first challenge this project throws up. IMTs normally sit 20 metres deep. This is 40 metres.
Once the trench is ready, the next step of getting a 73,000-tonne concrete tunnel element to the bottom of the ocean isn't too difficult. Its ballast tanks are simply flooded, and gravity does the rest. But getting each element into the right place is much harder. Along the entire 18-kilometre route, they have to land within 15 millimetres of their targets. To make the whole thing watertight, the tunnel elements are fitted with something called a Gina gasket at one end. Once laid in the trench next to another segment, the water is pumped out of the space between the 2 bulkheads, creating a partial vacuum. This pulls the 2 concrete elements together, and the Gina gasket gets squashed in between them, creating a seal. Once all the elements are in place, the trench is backfilled and the tunnel is covered in gravel to protect it. At this point, nature takes over and eventually covers the gravel bed with sand. Then there's just the small matter of fitting the whole thing out with lighting, ventilation, a motorway and a railway before the whole thing opens in 2029. That's basically it. Easy, right?
Trying to think how to do this one.
Is huge. On paper, the process seems logical and practical. But seeing it up close, you can't help but feel dwarfed by the immense scale of both its ambition and its engineering.
Well, this is Production Hall B, which is one of 3 production halls where we will be casting the tunnel elements for the Femern Belt tunnel. This is the furthest ahead of the 3. It's 98% completed. Right now, as we're entering, they're just busy setting up the internal cranes, the formworks, and all the equipment we need for casting the elements.
So I need one that like
enormous,
is in
like
the
an
center
aircraft
and
hangar
then
It is.
transitions into a
747
corner
or two
line,
in here.
or like the sideline, but none of them do. I guess that'll just have to do this close enough.
Working on the factory site here, what we call the PFA, the production facility area, for about a year. So everything you see here is basically shot up out of nowhere over the last 12 months.
What keeps these engineers awake at night is not whether their foundations and calculations are correct, but the sheer logistics of getting all these tunnel segments built and out to sea in an orchestrated way. There isn't anywhere big enough to store them, so as soon as they're made, they've got to be taken straight out to sea.
To make sure nothing stops the production schedule once it's started, engineers have been practicing and honing nearly every step of the process.
I've now got the chance to get up close to a test segment that's been constructed. This behind me is just one of the rail tunnels from one end of a tunnel segment. And you can see when I'm standing in front of it, the immense scale of this project.
Well, this is our test bed where we are testing our production method, our forms, our crews, and of course the concrete that we're going to use to cast the tunnel elements. What we're actually building is not even 2 rail tunnels, not 1.5 rail tunnel here. The actual standard elements will be 42 meters wide, but it's big enough for us to experience the scaling issues that are involved in building something like this. There's no instruction manual for building anything like this. You know, we are learning as we go, and we've learned a lot about the importance of communication between our crews and the way our concrete behaves over the casting period. And we're going to take all that know-how and make a few more mine-scale casts before the real deal starts up at the end of the year.
What's being built here is proof of how construction is constantly learning and evolving. 30 years ago, when the Øresund Bridge was being planned, a tunnel like this wouldn't have been deemed feasible. The principles of this tunnel's construction are the same as any other tunnel from Sweden to Hong Kong, but our knowledge and skills have now advanced to a level where we can go deeper and further than ever before. When this tunnel completes in 2029, thousands of cars and hundreds of trains are going to pass through it every day. And that's going to be a game changer, not just for Denmark and Germany, but for the wider continent. But it all costs a lot of money, around 7.5 billion US dollars. $500 million of that is coming from EU subsidies, and the rest is coming from a loan underwritten by the Danish state. Crucially, Danish taxpayers won't have to spend a single penny. Now, the cost of the tunnel is going to be repaid over time by the revenue that comes from tolls on cars. It's likely the car is going to be charged about the same as the ferry, about €100 to use the tunnel. And it's projected that Denmark could receive around $4 billion US dollars in profits during the first 50 years of the tunnel's life. So, improving infrastructure, creating green travel corridors, and billions of dollars in profits. What could possibly be the problem?
It's not just the Femern Belt's geography that this construction team have had to battle. Campaigners on the German side of the sea have fought tooth and nail for the last decade to prevent the construction of a permanent crossing.
I've been coming here since a child. It's the most sunniest spot in Germany, even if it's a little colder than in the south. It's one of the most sunniest spots in Germany, and up to now it's very silently. You've got landscape, you've got the free ocean, you can go swimming, you can do water sports.
This is the downside of massive construction projects. Any new mega scheme has to be built somewhere, whether that's in a virgin forest in the middle of a city or on a quiet German holiday island. Whether you like it or not, it's going to have a massive impact.
They're destroying our nature. They're destroying the foundation for our economics, and they're destroying the foundation for ecologics we have here.
Some people worry about the impact this construction project will have on the unique ecosystem of the Fehmarn Belt. The marine life in this area of the Baltic Sea thrives on clear water conditions, and the concern is that digging the trench for the tunnel is going to disturb that.
The ecology of the Fehmarn Belt is very diverse. The cloud
I really am.
in the
Like,
Fehmarn Belt will
I'm not
reduce
saying much,
the,
and it may not be
growth
coming through, but
of macrophytes, of plankton,
I am actually
will have, of
quite
course,
pleased with how this has
repercussions
come
on
out. This has
all
made me very
living
happy.
fauna
This is
and
like my first
marine flora.
properly
Fehmarn
full
AS
planned
say sedimentation
facility
is
where
one
I
of the
wasn't
most
just kind of
closely monitored
building by
environmental
necessity,
impacts on
but
this
rather
project.
I had set
They say
out
they
like
use special dredging machines
knowing
to minimise
precisely
the
what I
spill
was wanting
and
to
have
do.
patrol boats and monitoring stations
And it
around
looks
the dredging
clean
site
and
to
it
collect
looks
data
efficient,
on water
and it
clouding.
is relatively
This
efficient.
and other
It's not-
environmental data is
not super
published in
efficient
real
yet,
time
but
on the
we'll
Fehmarn
get there,
AS
we'll get there.
website in an attempt to improve
It's still
transparency
also
around
it's
the
just
construction. But it's
super
not just the
effective for
marine
the fact that
environment Hendrik and
it's
Isabel's
producing
organisation is
2,000
concerned about.
megawatts, which is
A big feature that's being touted with this new
significantly
tunnel
more. Like
is
that's
its ability to
that's
kind of
4
create a green
machines
link with the
producing
continent. Fehmarn AS say that
like
because the
what
distance between Hamburg
quadruple
and Copenhagen
the
is being
power
shortened,
that the
thousands of
6
vehicles will have to
power
drive
plant
150 kilometers
one
less.
that I built
the new rail
with the
service
coal
will take cargo
was
off of
doing.
lorries and put it onto freight trains.
With 4 of
and the
these,
new
we are
rail link
producing
may take
4
the
times
train
as
more
much
transport.
as that entire facility.
As well as wanting to
And that
improve
means
freight
whenever I go
connections,
back
the
over
Swedes
there,
are
I
also
can
very keen to
tear
avoid
down
something called
the.
Flustrike.
I can tear down the
Flustrike. And pretty much want to make taking
power
the train
plant, the
easier
coal
than
power
flying
plant,
as
and
much as
convert it all over into
That
just
idea is
being
gaining
solely a
traction.
coal
In April
mining
2022,
and steel
France
producing
banned all
area.
internal flights under 2 hours, and other countries
And we
are
can
considering doing
continue
the
to
same.
spin this
If
up,
that's
'cause, I
gonna
mean, this
catch
is just
on, then
one. We've
good
got
high-speed
4
rail links like this
oil
are
pumps
essential.
here.
But, and this is a big but,
That, of course, is the only
constructing
pure
something
one,
as
so it
ambitious as the
produces the
Fehmarn Tunnel
most, which is
comes
why I
with
set
a
up more
huge carbon
like this.
footprint, mostly from the vast amounts of
But
concrete being produced.
it's still, you know, it's still a massive improvement over our previous situation. I don't know why this pipe's not going up.
2 million tons of carbon dioxide.
Fehmarn AS say that the Fehmarn Belt Tunnel is a generational investment in a greener and climate-friendly transport corridor in Europe. Once completed, the tunnel will deliver a significant contribution to the green trans-European traffic corridor by creating a 160-kilometre shortcut, creating a viable alternative to air traffic and shifting goods from trucks to electrified freight trains. They added that they're making a concerted effort to reduce the CO2 footprint of construction, but that it's not possible to build at this scale without causing some emissions. Just one of the initiatives is our commitment to use 100% renewable energy sources for construction and operations of the tunnel.
So long as whenever I
Beautiful,
check
and
that in the
you should keep it
future,
like
it's not
that.
causing trouble.
Not changing it into a transport spot.
Inevitably, infrastructure comes into contact with the natural world. How couldn't it? But that doesn't mean that concerns should just be brushed aside. It also doesn't mean that we should never build infrastructure ever again.
Also,
What
let's
Isabel
see,
expresses are legitimate anxieties from people living on the doorstep of one of Europe's biggest construction projects.
So we've got a good bit of the
When
product
there is a
being
good
produced
cause
as
for
well.
new
So,
megaprojects,
like, we're
it's
slowly
important
but
project
surely
teams listen
filling
to
up
concerns and work
these
to
storage
reduce
units
the
here
impact of their
with
work on people's lives
plastic
and, the
and with
environment as
rubber,
far as
which were
possible.
both,
That's something
until
this
now,
project
products
has
that
set
we
out
just
do
we
from
had
the
to
start.
find.
Most of the construction activity is being done on the less populated Danish side of the water, and new habitats are being built to compensate
So
for
let's see,
land
how
now
much
occupied by
will
the
this
factory.
one produce? 120.
Critics of the fixed link say that the whole project is speculative and that there's no way of definitively confirming whether or
Okay,
not it
so
was
it
worth
only
the
needs
money.
2.
That's true. And it's the case with almost every other infrastructure mega project out there.
This
The
one only
same was
needs
said about the
2.
Øresund Bridge, and it's now a revered structure that millions of people rely on. Tourism is a big part of this island's economy, and it could take a hit during construction. But in the long run,
this one is another pure one. So we actually have two
connectivity.
pure one.
Over the next decade, a new route will be tattooed onto this part of the map.
That means
And
I'm
for
going to
the
have to
people
do
who use
another
it,
quad
its
setup.
convenience will quickly erase
baby.
any memory of the enormous effort that it took to make it happen.
Baby. So that's another 2,000 right there. Another 2,000 megawatts right there.
The bridge behind me is
and
60
then,
years
so yeah,
old and
this
links the
facility,
other side
when
of Fehmarn
all
with the German
operational
mainland.
and set
It
up,
was
6,000
vehemently opposed when it
megawatts
was
of
first
power.
constructed. But now, with the construction of another new
Which
tunnel
means
under
I'm going to be
West
able to
Water,
massively
people are
expand my
concerned
other
for its future.
bases.
They're worried it might fall into disuse or even disrepair.
And thus will be able to massively increase their production lines and create far more complex production lines that'll produce a lot of these more complicated parts that I just haven't, I've had to hand make.
The Fehmarn Belt will impact millions of people across this continent over the decades to come.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm
Any
really
of the
happy.
controversies
I'm
around its
thrilled
construction
even.
will likely be forgotten, and the extraordinary engineering that went in will be taken for granted.
Okay, so we'll take these all down for now.
That's all from me on the sunny island of Fehmarn. As always, guys, if you enjoyed this video and you want to get
So,
more from the
let's
definitive video
see.
channel for construction, make sure you're subscribed to B1M.
So this is pump 02. So we're gonna...
Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
The largest and most powerful nuclear fusion reactor ever built.
I didn't know I could change the color of the paint
workers are trying to replicate
for the factory markings too. I am a happy camper.
A source of clean and virtually inexhaustible energy.
Downside means I have to go back through and do
And
this
it's
all
demanding
again.
one of the biggest
That's okay.
international collaborations in history.
The answer has eluded scientists for decades.
Now, it's been seen as the great hope for generating clean power.
But if it does work, it could help save the planet.
Today is an historical moment.
Successful nuclear fusion has long been a dream for scientists worldwide.
No fewer than 35 nations are teaming up and combining their strengths to build something that's never been built before.
Without that extraordinary partnership, the epic International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor simply wouldn't be possible. Although its origins can be traced back to the mid-20th century, a lot's happened here since I first visited in 2022. Back then, we only scratched the surface of what's really going on inside these walls.
We are building arguably the most complex machine ever designed.
I just cannot believe the scale of the engineering challenge.
To build a device that is this complex is a pharaonic or Herculean sort of project.
It's such a humbling experience. I got goosebumps just talking about it.
Building something together with people from all around the world, it's one of the greatest things you can dream to work on.
I'm here to see how this amazing team of people is managing this planet's most monumental build.
Once again, remember chat, do not walk under industrial machinery like this. I'm only doing it because it's a video game.
I'm driving through the south
And if I
of
die,
France,
I just
and I've got a
respawn.
very big smile on my face, not just because the sun's shining, but because I'm on my way to see the world's coolest
I feel like I have to say something about that every now and then, wherever I'm like just willy-nilly walking under these massive machines.
Biggest and most expensive scientific experiment in human history.
This place looks like nothing from the outside, looks like an industrial complex. But inside these
I didn't
buildings,
notice that it was doing like that blue coloration for the rest of it.
Experts from dozens of nations have joined forces for one very important science experiment. Together, they hope to finally crack a riddle that's remained unsolved for decades, creating virtually limitless amounts of energy through nuclear fusion.
But before I explain what that actually is, it's important to kind of take a step back and grasp why it's such a big deal.
No, I don't think it
If humanity
looks
can make
too
nuclear
bad,
fusion
though.
happen at scale, then it could solve one of our greatest challenges. and quite literally change the world.
Thermonuclear burning, fusion if you will, a process
This is a
that
video game.
literally
Do
is
not
the
attempt.
ultimate source of energy in
Exactly.
the universe.
You see, nuclear fusion can generate 4 million times more energy than fossil fuels like coal, oil and gas. It also doesn't emit any harmful greenhouse gases such as CO2, unlike those other forms of energy we just mentioned.
There's no fundamental reason why nuclear fusion is not achievable.
And if that word
What do
nuclear
y'all
makes
think?
you feel a
Do you
little
like
bit
it
uneasy,
better
then
with the
fear not,
clean,
because a
uncolored
nuclear fusion
one,
reactor
or the
doesn't
blue and
create
yellow?
any long-lived radioactive
Which
waste
y'all think
either.
looks better?
And
Maybe
because there's no
maybe it might be
plutonium
better
or
to ask that
uranium,
when it's the
using
daytime rather
weapons
than
is a
nighttime.
lot harder. Instead, it uses tritium and deuterium, both of which are isotopes of hydrogen, and that just happens to be the most abundant elements in the entire
I mean, for the
universe.
concrete, like a slightly lighter blue with a more
how does all
pop
this work,
yellow
and why are these reactors taking
looks
so much
good
longer
in
to
my
master
book.
than
I
the
think
ones
it
we've been
looks
using for more than half a
solid.
century? Well,
Better than
producing
the
energy
kind of
from
more
nuclear
dull
fusion rather than nuclear fission,
orange
which is what most traditional
and
reactors do,
standard gray.
is a lot more difficult.
Instead of splitting atoms apart, fusion reactors force them together in a controlled way that causes huge amounts of energy to be released. It's essentially what happens inside the sun, when hydrogen nuclei collide at extreme speeds and temperatures to form helium atoms.
Now, amazingly, this machine mimics that process but contains it inside a structure, which, as you can imagine, is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, I think
All
we'll
the
go with it.
structural
We're going
work
to
you
stick
see
with
here
it. We're
at
going to
ESA, all
use
the
this
activity
blue and
going on
yellow
across
for the
this
floor
vast
color.
site.
I think it
All
just
those
looks
systems, those
better. It
buildings,
pops
all of
more.
it
It
revolves
looks
around one
good.
central enormous device known as the tokamak.
To put it in very basic terms, just to get us started, it's an enormous chamber that uses giant magnets and a whole lot of heat to create something called plasma inside a vacuum. In just a few moments, I'm going to be journeying to the heart of the tokamak to learn more about it, and to stand in the very place that in years to come could unlock a new power source that's clean, abundant, and affordable.
That's why it's seen as the holy grail of energy.
Scientists have dreamed of controlling fusion energy, harnessing it to man's needs, freeing him from limited oil supplies, the pollution of coal.
It sounds
The
complicated,
Fallout
just
colors.
because it
I
is.
suppose it is
That's
the
one
Fallout
reason why
colors,
construction
isn't
works
it?
took decades to even begin.
Which wasn't the goal, but it does look good. It also makes it less harsh to look
This
at,
is
because
the
I'll be
massive
honest,
assembly
the
hall eater,
light gray is just
where
a
components
bit
come before
bright,
they're
whereas the
thoroughly
blue
checked
is
and
like
lifted over
that
into the
perfect
tokamak.
tone of like it's not too bright, so it doesn't really
I've
suck
been in
to
here
look
before,
at,
but walking in here just never gets
and then
old.
that
It changes
yellow
all the
pops
time.
really good
And it's the most
on
humbling
it.
experience. It's
Like it
massive.
makes the yellow stand
Not
out
just
really well,
physically,
which
but
considering these are supposed to
the
be
scale of what they're doing here.
factory
The
marking
scientists and
lines,
construction
which are
teams
typically
pushing frontiers
there
that have been
because you're
broken
trying to
before.
tell someone like, hey, don't
It's such
walk
a
on
humbling
this or don't
experience.
walk
I have
over
goosebumps
into
just talking
there.
about it. It's the best of its industry in one room, mate. It's difficult to get across the extreme complexity of this project. Nothing else comes close to it. The tokamak alone has 1 million components and 10 million individual parts. And it's got to be right. There's no room for error. So all the individual components are brought here first, this massive room. And then these huge cranes on the ceiling, these huge yellow beams above me are cranes that pick those components
Once
up.
the sun's like properly
them
up, we'll
over
be able to get a
for assembly in the tokamak pit.
a good look at what it's going to look
extraordinary,
like with
brilliant.
this coloration.
For instance, with this being one of the biggest and most complex systems of its kind ever
The sun's
constructed,
kinda still
all
not
of the vacuum
cooperating,
components have to
but-
be 100% leak tight, because you really don't want leaks inside a vacuum, especially when it's part of a fusion reactor. Specialist welding procedures are in place, full-scale leak tests are going to be carried out in the run-up to the launch, and amazingly, ITER is even developing technologies that can detect leaks, measuring the width of a hair divided by 1 million. It's easy to see they're taking this extremely seriously.
As they should be. they may be on the cusp of designing the first
ITER's
reactor
go
that will
way
kick
back to the
off the next era
1980s,
of
when
human
Mikhail Gorbachev
development.
of the Soviet Union and US President Ronald Reagan formed the International Fusion Initiative. With the Cold War nearing an end, the two leaders wanted to bring forth a new source of energy
You're getting
that
Chinese
is essentially inexhaustible for the benefits of all mankind. After its launch in 1986, other European countries joined the partnership along with Japan, and ITER was officially born. Today, there are 7 ITER members, one of them being Europe with its 27 EU countries. Switzerland and the UK are also partners, but with less direct involvement. Around 45% of construction funding is coming from those European nations, while Japan, China, India, Russia, Korea and the US are covering about 9% each. It took until 2001 for the design of the reactor to be finalised, along with a cost estimate of €5 billion for the construction. A few years later, a site for the incredibly unique project was selected, and in 2010, building work finally got underway. 4 years were spent building the ground support structure and the seismic foundations for the tokamak, which itself has been in the works for a decade. The building where it's situated is simply enormous, a 7-storey structure that rises 60 metres above the ground and drops 13 metres below it.
And here it is, all 180 hectares of what's been dubbed the ITER Enclave. It's an enormous chunk of land that's almost the size of Monaco.
So the
It's
blue
an area
doesn't
that
really
France gave to the
like
ITER
stand
organization
out
so they
in
could
the
build that
daylight.
incredible machine. And it's
It just
crazy
looks
to
like a
think that
slightly
in
darker
2010
grey.
There wasn't much here, but now look at it.
But the yellow is looking like it's gonna pop super duper well.
The tokamak building and assembly hall take up a
So I
staggering
think, yeah,
amount of
this is what we're
space,
gonna
but
do
there's
for the
just one
colorations
part
for
of
this
ITER.
facility.
Altogether,
We're
there
gonna
are
use the blue
39
and yellow,
different
so
buildings and
swatch
technical
one
areas on this
for the
huge
floors
site.
and whatnot.
They include things like cooling towers, a control room, waste management facilities, and a cryogenics plant that'll make the liquid helium needed to cool the 10,000 tons of superconducting magnets. Now, that's important because if they aren't kept close to absolute zero, that's minus 269 degrees Celsius to be exact, the magnetic field needed to maintain the plasma won't be possible. There'll also be a huge area housing all the high voltage electrical systems,
and 2 large buildings like this for converting the electricity that comes in from alternating to direct current before it goes over to those massive magnets. What I'm basically standing in here is the world's biggest power adapter.
So, who's responsible for building all this? Unsurprisingly, some of the biggest construction firms in the world are involved, including major international collaborations. One of them is the VFR Consortium, which is delivering 9 of these structures, including the tokamak complex, the assembly hall, and the control building.
Why have you harmed me,
The
Chonky?
construction of the civil works of the tokamak complex, and we have been installed
Why does he honk?
more than 100,000 embedded plates. We have exhausted work to find cracks and to monitor them and to control. We have faced high densities
Don't
for
you come in here and harm
river.
me.
We have done
I'll beat you.
specific concrete formulas for the tokamak construction. We have performed complex geometries as well as openings inside the building.
VFR consists of 2 French companies, Vinci and Razelbeck, along with Ferrovial of Spain. Together, they've spent over a decade carrying out civil engineering works on the tokamak complex.
As you know, this is a very complex project. Many of our people come from Spain, and mainly the people from the other companies were French. So one of the first challenges we faced was this difference of culture. So we've been working with them in a very open and friendly way, and in a very collaborative way, and the outcome of this has been incredible.
To get an even better sense of the insane engineering involved in this massive project, I've been urged to take a look inside its foundations.
Duco, hi.
Fred, hello.
How you doing?
Good, welcome. Thank you. Let's go.
Okay,
Now,
so this
crawling
is
underneath
02.
a nuclear fusion reactor that weighs as much as 3.5 Eiffel Towers doesn't sound like fun. Thankfully, Duco Janssen, construction manager for the ITER organisation, has agreed to come with me.
This is pretty unique.
This is the basement of ITER.
We're underneath the tokamak.
You're underneath the tokamak. So this is the slab which is holding it.
Wow.
You can see around 500 seismic bearings which are supporting it.
So these rubber pads we see, that's isolating the whole tokamak
Absolutely, yeah.
and assembly hall from the rest of the ground. So if there's an earthquake, the energy gets absorbed by the...
Yes, indeed. And it prevents any shock to the reactor at any point. It's to prevent any issues with the investment, of course, but also during operations to make sure that it's all okay.
So that'll be 04.
When you're down here, the contrast with the assembly hall is really stark because it's so complex and clean up there, whereas down here it's a lot simpler. Feels more like a sort of a standard construction site, but this bit's critically important, right? You've got to have this bit to enable the rest of it to work.
And it's the combination between the very rough civil works combined with the very fine mechanical clean, which is actually also one of the challenges of building it.
It's an extraordinary amount of work for a science project, but what they're trying to do here simply can't be done without going big.
Well, I guess many people can relate to a housing project, doing up your home, that's complicated enough. But this must just be that times 10, right, on a nuclear fusion reactor. What lengths are you having to go to here that you wouldn't have to go to in a normal construction project?
Yeah, almost everything is unique about this. And a term very much related to ITER is first of a kind. So very many elements that are used here are in two ways complicated. It's complicated by the technology that is used, which is very often novel to create certain curves or certain materials that are unique. But it's also due to the size of ITER. ITER is very large compared to also previous tokamaks, which are already existing. And in order to make these elements in the right dimensions and within the right tolerances, this is an engineering challenge in itself.
Back above ground, one of the key elements during construction of the tokamak complex was the ring fortress. It's a massive steel and concrete bioshield that wraps around the tokamak. 3 meters thick and 6 stories high, its purpose is to protect workers and the surrounding environment from radiation when the fusion reaction kicks in. As Europe is the host member, most of the buildings and infrastructure are coming from across this continent. But one crucial element was built and supplied by a nation that's much further away. The ITER cryostat is the largest stainless steel vacuum chamber in the world, and it was manufactured in India. Weighing almost 4,000 tons, it surrounds the vacuum vessel and the magnets, ensuring everything stays cool and protected. Its immense size meant it had to be divided up into 54 segments and shipped to Marseille
so
in
this is
stages.
03.
But that wasn't the end of their journey. They still had to be transported to the actual facility over 100 kilometers away from the sea. Luckily, a specially modified road was built for that exact purpose. Called the ITER Itinerary, it's a route stretching all the way to ITER HQ from the nearest port, and it enables the largest pieces of the tokamak, weighing hundreds of tons, to be carried there on the back of huge
so
vehicles.
much, y'all.
And I'm currently driving along what is just part of that route. Now, all along here, bridges have been reinforced, junctions have been adapted, roadways have been widened, including just up here where the route passes really close to some pretty big cliffs. Now, it might sound like a lot, but if they hadn't done that, many of the bigger components simply wouldn't have got in.
Other examples of parts that come from outside Europe include the toroidal field coils. Thought to be the most technically challenging element of the entire build, they've now all been successfully manufactured.
Also, thank you,
They're the biggest,
Critter.
most powerful superconducting magnets ever designed, and half of them were produced in Japan. Altogether, these components and their superstructure weigh 6,000 tons, accounting for more than a quarter of the tokamak's overall weight.
The complexity of this project really is mind-boggling, but the amazing team of construction workers who are putting it all together is almost
This place is going to be
An
immaculate.
estimated 15,000 workers from
I think it's
5,000
gonna come out
companies have
looking
taken part in the
really
construction.
good.
And around 90 countries are represented in the workforce, making ITER a truly global project. In fact, ITER
So that
claims
one's
it's
going to
the
have to be done a
broadest
little
international
differently, though, just
participation
down to our
of any
space. I
science
guess I could
project on
expand the
record.
platform on that side
It means
of it.
that
It's
teams on
not-
the ground here are not just faced
not like
with
we
the
can't
incredibly complex
expand
task of assembly. They're also dealing with different construction methods, different working cultures, even differences in spoken language across the site every day.
For example, although English is listed as the common language across the ITER enclave, only about 15% of the organisation were native speakers in the early part of construction.
The difference of culture,
I actually want to see about getting up on top of one of these and looking down at the facility.
Complexity of the site, lots of people involved in the same site, logistics, and they work differently. They talk different languages. They approach issues in a different way. So this is very challenging and very rewarding also.
One thing that's proven crucial to delivering a project of this magnitude is the use of technology, and we don't just mean things like robots. Digital platforms like Procore have helped boost communication and collaboration, as well as efficiency on a scheme that certainly demands it. Ferrovial's been using Procore to complete a critical contract called TB20. Awarded by Fusion for Energy, ITER's European domestic agency, it involves designing, supplying and installing more than 200 nuclear doors for the tokamak complex. Since embracing the tech, Ferrovial has seen significant improvements in areas like project management, decision making and problem solving.
Something tells me this is another ad.
Construction and all these records and BIM models require the use of state-of-the-art technologies such as Procore, that we couldn't avoid using here. That was a must for us in order to success in the project. Without this kind of tools, we would have been able to carry out this work.
Technological assistance like this has been critical to helping ITER get into its current position, and it's steadily helping it inch towards its goal of coming online in the not too distant future. As of right now, more than 3/4 of all the design, manufacturing, construction, transport, assembly and installation activities have been completed. So how on earth is ITER creating what's basically a mini-star here on Earth to generate power? Well, it's time for me to gear up and head to the very spot where it's set to happen.
As soon as you started recording, I've become an absolute idiot at getting dressed. Here's the entrance to the pit. Okay, so in here is where the tokamak's coming together.
Indeed, indeed.
Come on, cooperate with me. I just want to get a good high point view on my facility. There we go.
It's a bit like an opera house, in a way.
And this is where we'll be creating nuclear fusion.
That is the plan.
Scientists who wish to control...
Oh, I can't wait for that place to come online.
They hope to use this technology as
a fusion reactor.
A fusion reactor.
That is like one of those massive potential jumps forward for humanity
the buildings,
technologically.
the assembly rooms, all of it is geared up to this spot.
Yes.
What it's all about.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it all comes together here.
Yeah.
And everything is more or less supporting the fact that here in the end we'll have the experiment.
And that experiment is planned to go something like this. At the centre of the tokamak is an enormous vacuum chamber consisting of a large vessel surrounded by powerful superconducting magnets. Hydrogen fuel is released inside where it forms plasma, a superhot gas full of electrical charge. To reach this point, the hydrogen atoms are heated to extreme temperatures, as high as 150 million degrees Celsius. That's the part where they fuse together and unleash all that energy. These enormous D-shaped magnets, the toroidal field coils we told you about earlier, confine plasma inside the vessel, and there are 18 of them in total. They do this in combination with 6 ring-shaped magnets, the poloidal field coils. Once the plasma has been created,
don't you dare kill me! Don't you dare kill me!
Will become both the hottest and coldest place in the known universe.
One very important aspect is the concept of confinement. If you have to keep the heat where it is. And in order to do that, we need very strong magnets. Funny enough, these strong magnets work much better if they are cooled to a very low temperature.
I'm coming back to kill them. I hope they know that.
And at the same time,
they've provoked me now.
Hot plasma, which is only a few
I just wanted to get a view of my facility from above, and they were like, "No, attack him, get him,
really
smack him."
Applicable here because you're saying it's
I'm producing more power than you could ever hope to deal with. The moment I figure out thermonuclear bombs, I'm going to level that pillar.
Big team of very smart engineers who are all focusing on the
my view was utterly ruined by them.
Well thought through.
Once everything is assembled and in place, it'll then be time to turn it on. Now, the original idea was to do that for just milliseconds on low power to create something known as first plasma. But that all changed recently, which we're going to come on to in a bit. Before we move on, it's important to recognise that another team
I think
of
I need to
scientists
expand
has
this
already
side.
managed to
I don't
achieve
want
nuclear
to,
fusion
it's going
on
to
a
look a little
limited
bit funny,
scale.
but I have to,
What
because
ITER
it looks
doing
even
is
worse
much
from
bigger
above.
and takes things quite a step further.
It wants to be the first to create burning plasma. That's where the fusion reaction becomes self-sustaining and continues to generate energy without much additional heating.
Now, the vast majority of the
all that
physical
work to get
infrastructure
up there
here is
just for
already
some
built and in
stinking
place. You can see it all
animals
around
to
you,
interfere.
from the main buildings to the
I
support
remember that.
structures, the
I
networking,
remember
even
that.
the drainage systems. All of that has been constructed. But despite that, and the insane level of
I guess for
scrutiny
now
that
we're
goes
going to
into
head back to our
making
main
sure that every
facility,
piece of the puzzle is
go
correct before
sort
it
out
gets slotted
supplies
into place.
there.
There have unfortunately been some setbacks.
In November 2022, ITER revealed significant issues which had been identified with some of the components, which left them with no choice but to make time-consuming repairs. There were cracks in cooling pipes and non-conformities in parts of the vacuum vessel.
It means that work on the assembly of the tokamak is
I know.
paused and
One of the
can't
most
continue
important
until
parts
those
that you
problems
left
have been
to a
sorted
third
out.
world country to
It's also
manufacture
not
had
the first time the organisation
inconsistencies.
has faced
A
complications
third world
that have
country
caused
produced
delays.
inconsistencies in manufacturing.
Since the initial design was revealed in 2001, there have been rising labour
That really
and
should have been
material
something
costs,
that was being made
advancements
by
in fusion
China,
sites
Russia,
that had to
the
be factored
United
in,
States for
and
such
more
a
time has been
critical
spent on
part.
assembly and commissioning than first thought.
I don't know why
This
on
called
God's
for a
green
design
earth they
review in
chose
2007,
India of all
followed
places.
by another in-depth analysis in
They can't even
2016.
figure out how to do
By then,
basic
the price
plumbing
tag
half
had
the
reached
time in that country, and they're like, yeah, they can
€22
handle
The target date for
the
first
central
plasma
chamber
was
of
pushed back
a
to
fusion
2025,
reactor build.
with full operation expected 10 years later. Then
Terrible
came
plan.
COVID-19, followed by those technical issues we just mentioned, all of which has pushed things back even further. Another project plan with new dates and costs was put
Maybe
forward
Germany
in
or
June 2024, and
France as
that's
well.
currently under
They're
review.
also good
The idea
potential
now is to do away with first
manufacturers
plasma
or something
altogether
like that,
and
but
just have
India?
the machine start up at
No.
full power to enable more advanced experiments, but that won't happen until
And
2036.
maybe I'd trust
The
India
cost
to
has
make
jumped again
the
too,
cement
by an estimated €5
for a
billion.
project like this, but I don't think
So
I'd
what
trust
stage
them
are we
for
at
much
now? What's the
beyond
next
that.
step? I know there's been some disassembly happening.
Not everything went fluently, and there are some quality aspects that we had to take care of, which were mainly related to the vacuum sectors in itself, so the real confinement vessel, and also with the thermal shields that separate the very warm from the very cold. And both topics were unrelated, but had to be resolved. But fortunately, in the organization, we have made action teams to solve them, and now we are ready to have the first module back into the pit, and that is going to happen early next year.
The project hasn't gone entirely smoothly, but teams here are trying to break a new frontier. They're pushing the boundaries of science, construction and engineering. They're doing something that hasn't been done before, so trying to get it right first time was always going to be a bit of a tough ask. What they're trying to do here could be revolutionary, but the thing is, despite the impressive scale of this place, it's never actually going to produce electricity for the grid. And that's because this place is an experiment. The clue's right there in the title. It's an experimental
facility.
reactor.
Of course, it's not going to
The
produce
idea is that
anything
they
for the
use this
grid.
place to prove that fusion can be done at the scale we need it to be done first, and then for others to come in and learn from what's been achieved here at the ITER site.
But if that sounds like a bit of an anticlimax, then it shouldn't be, because there are multiple other organisations designing and building their own fusion reactors, and they too are making progress.
For physicists here at the Max Planck Institute, these flickering images are a milestone in the hunt for clean, boundless energy.
Germany's brilliantly named Wendelstein 7X Stellarator has already achieved first plasma
Stellarator.
back in 2015.
That is a
and
heck of
since
a
then
name.
it's managed to maintain a stable reaction for a whole 8 minutes.
A significant breakthrough in the quest for nuclear fusion energy.
This laboratory first is a first step towards clean energy.
And in December 2022, scientists at the National Ignition Facility in California, part of the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, made their own piece of history.
Last week, scientists at the National Ignition Facility achieved fusion ignition.
They became the first to
I didn't
successfully
even hear
produce
about
more energy through a fusion reaction than was put in to start it. And they did it through a completely different method to ITER's machine. Instead of generating plasma in a tokamak, lasers were fired at a tiny capsule filled with those same hydrogen isotopes used at ITER, tritium and deuterium. The capsule then imploded from the power of the lasers, forcing the atoms to collide or fuse together, releasing energy. From the 2.05 megajoules of laser energy that went in, 3.15 megajoules of fusion energy came out. But that doesn't mean they've solved the whole thing, and that others like ITER might as well give up because they've lost the race. Those lasers take a very long time to fire. That net energy gain is tiny compared to the massive power demands of today, and it's not actually a race at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not a race.
All of those
We just need to
as well
get
as
a
private
few
startups
people
that
to
have begun their own
succeed in
projects
getting
recent
fusion
years
online.
are all united under one goal: to bring nuclear fusion
And
energy
that
to the grid.
could potentially
Where ITER is a bit
catapult
different, is it's
humanity
uniting 35 nations,
headlong
putting together
into a
all
new
their
era,
resources, all their
basically,
talent,
where
to help
energy
this
would
project
become
take a big step and go
almost
where it
irrelevant. Like, we would have so much that we're unlikely to know what to do with.
Breakthrough in humankind, taking advantage of all this knowledge, this complexity, all these languages, and all these people. It's incredible. It's an incredible opportunity.
It's simply amazing.
Especially for any country
Every
rich enough to
day
be able
there's a
to
new
actually
puzzle to
afford
solve,
building
and
one.
there is new things that
Because
pop
that's the
up
thing,
that
yeah.
require
Like,
attention.
they're
and-
not going to
and
be
the
even
challenge
remotely
and the
affordable.
fun
Building a
also is
fusion
to make sure
reactor
that in
is
the end, when we go home,
prohibitively
we've
expensive.
made a little bit progress further.
Technical complexity.
Give me
the
fusion, nuclear will
coordination,
satisfy for
or
now,
the
take away the
multicultural
coal. Yeah, the
participants.
fact that there are
This
so
now
many
other projects
places that are
like
still reliant on coal burning power or natural gas because
I've been
idiots are
lucky
trying
enough
to
travel
spend
the
all of our
world and
time and
see
money towards
so many construction projects,
solar
two
and
things
wind
really
power,
strike me
which are
about
just
ITER.
imbecilic
The first is
things to be
how unlike
wasting your
anything
time
else
on.
it is.
When
So many other
nuclear
projects
and
are
like we have
there for
nuclear
transport,
fission,
they're for housing,
and we're
they're commercial
figuring out
projects, but
nuclear
this
fusion.
is
And
different.
the
scale of the
moment we
ambition,
figure out
the
nuclear
extent of the
fusion,
engineering, the attention to
any money
detail
that
is
you've put towards
honestly
solar or
mind-blowing.
wind will
It's hard to think that
instantly be
the place
obliterated.
where
It
I'm
will have been the most
standing could in one
pointless
day
money. You might
become
as
the
well have been
birthplace of a new form of
actively
energy.
lighting
This
the
star
fire or lighting the money
could
on fire
literally
and
see the
warming your
start of
hands
something
by
that
it for
could
the
change the
value that
world.
you will have gotten for the waste of putting that funding towards solar and wind. Like, solar
The second thing that really
maybe
strikes me
under
is actually just how
very
similar this
specific
project is to
circumstances.
so many other construction sites around the world.
Not
So many
hydrogen,
construction
but
projects
hydroelectric is
run
good.
and are driven by
But
amazing people.
especially
amazing people coming
wind
together
power of all things.
to
Wind
coordinate,
power
to
is
plan,
the
to pull
biggest,
off the impossible. And yes,
most
this is
imbecilic
more extreme.
scam I've
This
ever
takes all that
seen, and I
puts it
use it as a
up in the
bellwether.
clouds at an extreme
For
level of
anyone that's
ambition.
talking about
That's the
anything
thing about
power
construction,
related,
it
if
runs
they
on that
bring up
same
wind
recipe,
power
the
in
same
a
ingredient.
positive light,
Amazing people
I on the
coming
spot
together,
know I am talking to someone
making the
whose
impossible
opinion is
happen.
worth bubkiss.
Shaping our world.
They don't know the first thing about what they're talking about. They are making
This video
noises
was
at me,
sponsored by
and that is it.
Procore. You can learn more about that at the link below.
For all the
Don't
good
forget
that they
we're
are
raising
doing,
awareness
speaking,
of construction's mental
it's
health
just
crisis
it's an
and
animal
supporting charities
making
in this
repetition
space through
sounds
Active
at me and
Construction
praying
Talking
that I
Initiative.
repeat the
There's a video
sounds
series on
back,
our channel, and you
thus
can find support
confirming
or
that it
donate
did something
over at
correct in its life.
getconstructiontalking.org.
And I won't
As
do it.
always, guys, if you enjoyed this video,
Don't
and you
come
wanna
at
get
me
more
with
from the
wind
definitive
power,
video
especially.
channel for
Solar,
construction,
like I said,
and the channel
under
that takes you
very
into the heart of a
specific
nuclear fusion
circumstances
reactor,
is valuable.
hit that subscribe button.
But for the most part, it too is also pointless. But wind? No. Nuh-uh. Nope. And if you are anti-nuclear or fusion, I also, it's like, okay, so what you're saying is you don't understand what you're talking about. Good to know. Well, yeah, and that doesn't even take into account, Chonky,
This
the
is one
heavy
of the
metals
biggest
that have to
and
be dug up
tallest
to make them.
buildings in the world. But you've probably never heard of it. The Macca Royal Clock Tower is a triumph of engineering. At 35 times the size of Big Ben, it has the world's largest clock. With an estimated cost of $16 billion, it's one of the most expensive buildings ever constructed. And at 600 metres high, it contains what is to this day the highest occupied man-made space on the planet. Seeing the tower rise above the city of Mecca, it's hard to get a true sense of its unbelievable scale. This building is in fact so huge that we need to take a moment to show it in comparison to the tallest building in Europe, the tallest building in the Western Hemisphere, the tallest building in Asia, and of course the tallest building in the world. In whatever city you place it, from Sydney to LA, this clock tower would utterly dominate the skyline. Construction firms from over 10 different countries worked on the skyscraper, including a German firm which designed the clock. But because of its location,
it would be
Mecca,
the Germans
many
that
of the
built the
engineers
clock.
and architects
That's funny.
couldn't visit the site. After
That's
all,
so
only Muslims are
stereotypical,
allowed
I
in the
kinda love
sacred
it.
city.
Mecca is very conservative. There's a passport control. There is like a border going into another country.
Some of the construction team, including glazing experts from Poland and Germany, converted to Islam so they could work on the projects.
The company Riva is near Stuttgart in...
Any person that is involved in that was just said about, you are a degenerate. And you should not ever be allowed back to your countries. Stay there. Stay there, you absolute animals. In fact, no. No, we're not even... Nope. I don't want to hear about it.
Finally
Converting to Islam to work on a big clock tower, kill yourselves. Throw yourselves from your magnum opus for all your worth.
Marine life,
Animals.
lots of marine life, starts its life here, then swims out and matures
Good
in
Lord.
the era for
That is
sea.
pathetic.
This sea, nestled
That
in
is
Indonesia and
in
Australia,
fact,
is one of
I'll
the
even
most
go so far as to say
productive
it is the single most pathetic thing I've ever heard. If your entire life, like, you can make a decision like that, you converted to Islam to build a big clock. You are pathetic. You are not deserving of the air that you have used. See yourself out of the human population immediately. You absolute mongrels. You mongoloids. You living personifications of pond scum. I didn't know that pond scum could be anthropomorphic. I didn't know it could take a humanoid form, but we found it.
survey found that 85% of vessels
My
over 50 gross
goodness.
tons were operating without a license, and a mere
That
30%
is-
of catch was being properly
God,
imported.
that's sad.
But the story's rather different on the other side of the sea.
I don't even know
Australia's
how
north
to put it
is
into
extremely sparsely
words.
populated.
That's
Save
the
for
most
city of
words I could
Darwin,
come up
the
with
coast is just dotted with
to
extremely
do it,
small
and it
towns every
still
couple hundred
doesn't
miles.
sum it up well
Correspondingly,
enough.
the region has never
I don't
had a
think
massive
any
fishing
language,
industry, despite
even
its
English
location on
being
the
the
Arafura
most descriptive language on the planet, is not sufficient to describe how pathetic that is. We just don't have the sufficient words for it.
Sea.
Throw
The Northern
yourself from your
Territory,
tower.
with the most
promptly.
Arafura coastline, has a mere
You will not be missed.
147 registered fishing vessels, and this seems to make sense. Cost of living is far higher in Australia than Indonesia. GDP per capita is 14 times higher on the southern side of the sea, yet the distance from either side to Australia's populated southeast is roughly equivalent. Therefore, Indonesia's fishing industry is likely able to outcompete on cost in the Australian market and beyond, and so the vast majority of the Arafura Sea fishing has occurred in Indonesia's exclusive economic zone. While very difficult to definitively prove, there is a corresponding belief among Indonesian fishers that the Australian side is more plentiful in fish, and they're likely right. They're especially right when it comes to one specific, highly valuable fish, the shark. Shark fishing is rare in Australia, and shark finning is entirely illegal. That's the practice
Well, yeah,
of
because
catching a shark,
Australia,
cutting off
for
its
all of
fins,
its
and throwing the
failings,
rest of
is
the
still
animal
a
back into the
civilized
ocean to
country.
die. This is done because shark fins are extremely valuable in Asian markets especially, often selling for over $500 per pound or $225 per kilogram. The rest of the body is less valuable, so to save space on their small boats and more easily get their illicit product to market, poachers will often only keep the fins. This means a single poacher could kill dozens, even hundreds of sharks in one journey. But considering finning is illegal and well enforced in Australia, and considering shark hunting writ large is so rare and well enforced, Australia's coastal shark populations are doing well, at least compared to those on the north side of the sea. But poachers know this, and so here's what happens. A small wooden boat leaves from the small island city of Dobo. It tracks south and continues tracking south outside of Indonesia's exclusive economic zone, where it has rights to fish, and into Australia's, where it does not. Thanks to the sea's shallow depths and ultimately mellow conditions, it's able to make it all the way to this collection of islands on Australia's northern coast. The islands are unpopulated and far from anywhere that is, so they're able to set up camp on Australian soil, spending their days searching through the surrounding bays, finding and finning shark as they go. This is entirely illegal. They don't have the right to fish, they don't have the right to fish in this manner, and they don't have the right to step on Australian soil, but there's little chance they'll face consequences.
Well, of course, it's the Australians. They lack the
coast, but
willpower
it's
that
just
is
so
necessary to
vast
actually
and
do
desolate
something
that
about
the
that.
odds are in the Indonesian fishers' favor. Even if they do get
That
caught,
being said,
punishment can only happen if the
as
Navy
I've
can
said many a
successfully get
time with
personnel on the Indonesian
the American southern border, I can also fix this problem. All you need to do is give me one air squadron, one marine squadron, and look away for a little bit.
boats. The boats
I'll make
might
sure that
stop,
they never
but they
do it
regularly
again.
don't. They put
Or if
spikes
they do,
spears on
it
the
will be
sides of their hulls to make
generations
boarding
from now.
riskier, then head full speed north towards the border between Australian and Indonesian
Because I
waters.
guarantee you,
It might
once you
take
send a few of
hours,
those
it might
farm
take
or those
days,
fishermen
but
back
once they
as
cross that line,
jelly
there's
in a
nothing the
jar
Australians can
after
do.
dropping
And knowing the
warheads on
risks of attempting to
foreheads.
board a small boat with sharp
They will
obstacles at high
they will
speed,
stop
the Navy
wanting to
might
come
decide
over here to get
abandon the
sharks.
chase long before that line. While arrests do happen, and are happening in record numbers, it's understood that these only represent a small fraction of the incursions into Australian waters. So Australia's well-protected fish stocks are being plundered. Ultimately, though, they're being plundered by the plundered. Indonesian fishers are not truly responsible for the downfall of their fishery. Rather, it was foreign vessels that trawled their ocean treasures. Consider the country's neighbors. According to the Illegal, Unreported, and Unregulated Fishing Index, which scores countries and regions on their vulnerability to illegal practices, Indonesia itself ranks 20th in the world, while its neighbors in the Pacific rank even worse.
Oh, I was
Japan
like,
is
why am I
12th,
doing this
South
again?
Korea
Trying
is
to get
third,
Logistics Mark
Russia
4
is
done.
second,
That's why.
and then there's China. Not only is China #1 in the IUU fishing index, it reels in by far the most fish tonnage year in, year out, and it's
I
home to
also
by
could help
far
fix the problem with
biggest
the
fishing fleet
Chinese
in the world.
fishers. You
Effectively,
just have to,
providing
once
a recipe
again,
for overfishing
give
at a
me
global
control
scale
of a
on its
military
own.
unit for a little bit
China's
and,
appetite for the ocean was
and
born in
look
the
away.
1980s as personal income
If you
began
lack
in
the
a sense
willpower
that
to
is
do
yet
what is
to
necessary,
meaningfully
that's
slow.
okay.
By 2000,
I'll do
after
what's
catch tonnage in
necessary.
China's
You
EEZ
simply
had
need to not
quadrupled,
get in my
the
way.
nation's fisheries were on the verge of collapse.
Because I guarantee
so
you
state
I can
planners
make the
and struggling
Chinese
boat
stop
captains
too.
alike turned their attention to foreign and contested
'Cause,
waters, sometimes legally,
they-
other times not.
The amount
With
of
their own
time it
fisheries
takes
in
for them to
trouble,
build a
Indonesia
ship
tried
and
halt
to
foreign
raise a
fleets from entering
crew,
its waters in 2014.
it's not near as
Poaching
long,
vessels that caught,
or it's
once processed, were
it's
publicly blown
significantly
up or
longer
burned down at sea as a
than the
show
amount
of
of time it
force.
takes for me to
Yet,
drop a
even in the
singular
face of
guided
potentially
bomb
losing their
onto
vessels
them,
for good,
or
Chinese
to
boats were
manufacture
identified in
more
hundreds across
guided
Indonesian
bombs to
waters
drop
in the wake
onto
of the
them.
policy. There were simply too many for the cash-strapped country to possibly catch. Their seas now plundered, Indonesian fishers turned their attention then towards Australia.
Indonesia, hire me.
But the influence of
I will
China's
fix your
massive,
problem.
unwieldy, unregulated
I know that you
fishing
don't have
force
the
is
money
felt
for
far beyond
the guided
Western Pacific.
munitions, so I know
China
another
is also
solution.
home to the world's largest distant water fleet. Boats big enough and capable enough to cross oceans, not just stick to coasts. Exactly how big this fleet is, no one's quite sure, as some reports have estimated the number in the 3,000s, while more recent estimates have put it at 17,000. Either way, it is massive, as the US distant water fleet, for comparison, is only 300 boats. This Chinese armada has taken Asian Pacific problems and exported them around the globe.
I can fix
Take
it.
West
You just
Africa,
have
for
to let
example.
me.
Here, off the rich coasts
Give
of
me the
Mauritania,
tools and
south
let
to
me
Sierra
do it.
Leone, Chinese companies have been buying fishing licenses and
Every
fishing
country on
since
this
the
list,
mid-1980s.
I offer
In the
my
past decade, though,
services.
these parties, African governments,
You
and
need
Chinese
only
fishing
contact
companies
me.
have reached a reckoning point. While the countries have offered specific catch quotas to fishing companies to protect the nation's stock, local fishing communities have noticed an alarming lack of fish. In Senegal, where a fifth of all people work in fishing and some 85% of protein intake is fish, this has destroyed jobs and created real food scarcity. And it isn't due to over-allocating fishing licenses, but because Chinese ships report only a paltry 8% of their actual catch along the African coasts. For their part, Senegal has, at points, discontinued offering fishing licenses.
That'll always be my
But it's
answer
only
to
does so
these
much,
things.
as
I
Senegal,
can fix
nor
it. You just
developing
need to give me
countries like
men
it
that
have
will
the Navy
listen
or
and
satellite tracking capabilities
if
to
you don't
enforce
want to see the
moratoriums.
things I'll
And
do, that's
even when
okay.
boats respect such
Just
fishing
don't
freezes,
stop me.
They still can simply
You don't
move
have to
operations
condone
to
it.
the edge of Senegal's
Just hire
exclusive
me and
economic
let me do
zone
it.
to international
I will
waters,
fix
continuing
your
to fish
problem.
around the clock. No matter where you look, these distant water
Because
fleets
those
are
Chinese
crushing
fishermen
fisheries
will
with
start to
little regard for
reconsider
national or
after
international
a certain
rules.
level of
Back in the
violence
Pacific,
is
tracking
attained.
services have followed
They will
Chinese fleets
suddenly
into
not
North
be in
Korean
favor of going
waters.
fishing
This
in your
likely explains
waters.
why fragments of Korean ships have been mysteriously washing up on Japanese beaches. Local fishers can't compete in their own waters now dominated by Chinese ships, so they've gone farther out to sea where their small boats are battered and crews are sent overboard. But beyond bullying local fishers, moving into this EEZ is another blatant disregard for the rules, as they're ignoring UN sanctions that forbid fishing in North Korean waters while simultaneously wiping out North Korea's fish population. The pattern repeats on the high
You know
seas
what?
too,
I'll
where
even offer it to
international
North
laws are
Korea.
looser to begin
I'll
with.
even offer
In
my
recent years,
services
Chinese fishing armadas
remotely
have earned the
to North
ominous
Korea.
moniker
I
of
won't go
dark
there.
fleets, as they've
But
suspiciously
I could fix
disabled
your
their
problem,
AIS
North
tracking
Korea.
systems
Though you
for
also
days
share a
and
land
weeks at a
border,
time.
so
This allows
you
fishing
know I can't
vessels to
guarantee
slip
that
into
the
EEZs,
problems will
fish,
go
then
away.
quietly slide
You
back
may have
into
other
international
problems,
waters
but
where
the
they
fishing
turn their
won't be a problem
transponders back
anymore.
on. It also allows fishing companies to launder their catch, as a fishing ship will go dark and unload their catch onto larger transport ships, which muddies the water on where exactly the catch originated and allows the boat to illegally dump low-grade fish or move illegal catches. This is called transshipment, which, while legal when authorized by regional authorities, is often done with
You've stolen all their
transponders turned
fish.
off.
Oh no, Chunky.
But
You better
while
hope
both
that none of
sneaking
these
into
countries
EEZs
hire
and
me to prevent
unauthorized
you from doing it,
transshipments are
because
illegal, both
you know my
require evidence to prove the
solutions will
fleet's
be
guilty. Well, it's
very
obvious that's what they're probably
effective.
doing. Someone needs to catch the companies in the act, then catch the boats themselves, two tasks that are both extremely expensive and extremely difficult in the endless expanse of the ocean. So, it continues. Small operators catch the fish they're not supposed to in places they're not supposed to. Large operators catch fish in too high a number or fish they aren't supposed to catch at all, then launder their catch via shipping boats. For all these reasons,
I
one
can
out of every
fix it.
5 fish that ends up on a plate was illegally caught. But more importantly, it's why what's always been seen as an inexhaustible
Chunky, you
resource
don't
is being
you don't
increasingly
understand.
pushed to the brink
A bribe won't help you.
ruthlessly efficient
If they hire
machine.
me to
And the
fix these
existential
problems
threats
and are
posed to our
willing to
oceans aren't
actually
just
look
confined to
away
fish
and let me do what needs to be done,
The ocean's
then
potential most
that's not going to
valuable
help you.
treasures may, in fact, serve not to nourish, but to heal.
Your
Traditional
best bet at
medicine
that
has
point,
relied on
Chunky, will be
plants
to
and
get
animals
out of
from
the
ocean for
area and
millennia,
never return.
despite
You'll
long
ask me nicely,
diversion,
Chunky, I'll
modern
still put
medicine
your
is
head
now
on a pike like
increasingly
I intend
recognizing
to
the
for the
value
rest of the
some
fishermen.
these treatments. There's the drug called Halaven,
Don't do
over
it.
$300 million
It's
in
not
sales
worth
per
it, Chunky.
year, that extends the life of
Catch
late-stage
fish
breast
legally.
cancer patients by 5 or 6 months, and it's derived from a Japanese
Do it legally
sea
or end up on a
There's a
pike.
drug called
Those are your
Prialt, which is
options.
remarkably effective at treating severe chronic pain, evades the downsides of opioids, and is based on the venom of sea.
Can I give you a fancy pike? No.
And beyond these and more already in use, there are a dozen or so more marine-based drugs currently making their
No.
way through clinical testing. This makes sense. After all,
Everyone
there are
gets the same
countless
kind of
drugs that
pipes.
leverage the compounds found in land-based plants and animals for their healing properties. But the ocean is a far more biodiverse place than land. A majority
If it makes you
of
feel
Earth's
any better
biodiversity
though,
is in
Chunky,
the
I
ocean.
will give you the
There are
pike that's
more
at the front of the
distinct
boat
plants or
as a
animals that could be
macabre
used for
version of
drugs.
the
They just need to be found.
of
the ocean
the-
is woefully
what are those
underexplored.
things
In fact, only about 10%
that
of
people
marine
used to
species
put on the
are
front of
thought to
ships?
have
I
even
can't
been
remember.
discovered. But the difficulty of marine
Like the dragon
exploration
head
and
kind of
sampling
thing.
is lowering
I'll
as
put you
more
on
and
the
more
front there.
submersibles are being developed,
Go buy
and
your
more
own
so
pike
as
then.
the cost of testing
That
and
won't matter.
studying samples has
Your head will
greatly
go onto a normal
DNA
pike and I'll
sequencing,
keep
for
the
example,
fancy
is an
pike for
important part
myself.
of this, and whereas in 2001 it
collectible.
cost over $5,000 to sequence 1 million bases, today that cost is down to almost half a cent. Therefore, whereas today the use of these marine genetic
So don't do it,
resources
Chunky.
is largely confined to
Just
useful
fish
yet niche
legally.
drugs, there is an
If I'm in the
expectation that
area
due
and
to
been
increased
hired by the company
exploration
or
and
the
research,
country to
someday soon, someone
get
might
their
identify
waters
a
back under
groundbreaking
control.
compound to treat a common illness and set off a
Reduced
pharmaceutical
to a loot
gold
drop.
rush
Yep.
in the world's oceans.
You're gonna be
But a
reduced
far
to a
more
loot drop
literal
if you go
gold
against
rush
it,
also
Chunky. Just
sits on the
accept
ocean's
it.
horizon. That's because down below, on its floor,
It's not
are
worth it,
these
Chunky.
polymetallic nodules. These are potato-sized clumps of metals. It varies, but notably they include some valuable ones like manganese, zinc, cobalt, copper, and nickel. And they're really just sitting there. This is rather tantalizing, especially these days. As the world looks to build more wind turbines, electric car batteries, and other bastions of a decarbonized grid, these metals are in greater and greater demand. There's going to have to be more production somewhere, and some argue that deep-sea mining has the potential to develop into a low-cost, low-impact source compared to land-based mining. Naturally, others disagree. Collecting these nodules at scale, at least with current technology, requires significant disturbance to the seafloor, which would inevitably destroy marine habitats and kick up huge plumes of sediment that would impact surrounding sea life. The ocean floor also stores large amounts of carbon, and so there's also a concern that the disturbance could release the carbon up into the atmosphere, thereby further negating any environmental benefit. Right now, nobody's mining the ocean floor at commercial scale. The International Seabed Authority, the UN body responsible for regulating such activity, has only granted 31 exploratory licenses for small-scale tests. But this could change very, very soon, thanks to the second section of the
I feel like we've actually watched this video before, haven't we?
Agreement relating to the implementation
I'm recognizing a lot of what he's talking about. And I think I've had this exact same conversation before about all a country needs to do is hire me and have the necessary resolve to look away while I do what is done. So yeah, I think I have seen that one. We've watched that one before.
Do we really know what's in our food? Lasagna with horse meat, artificial steaks. Falsely advertised olive oil, tuna with nitrates. The list of counterfeit food products is endless. Everything can be faked, from the most basic products to expensive ingredients.
I mean, it's kind of a waste of time either way, Chalky. Like, they're over here squabbling over
tens of billions of euros
pennies,
that runs quietly
trying to
across our
talk
borders.
about undersea mining versus land-based mining,
is to
and I'm
embark
just
on a
over here
journey
like,
into an
y'all
unknown
realize we're like on the precipice of space mining, and that is going to instantly
Whistleblowers and factory workers
destroy
kept in the dark
your
will
profit
reveal
margins
hidden
the moment we
truths.
figure out how to do space mining on even a
Courageous
semi-profitable
journalists and
level.
persistent
The
prosecutors
amount
will
of
help us understand
rare
what goes on
metals
behind
that
the
are in
scenes.
space that we could access will instantly outstrip anything you could ever find on a planet.
The fight is on against this serious crime that involves everyone from criminals to mafia leaders. The outcome is uncertain, as these
Yeah, like
traffickers
once we can start
operate
strip
within a
mining
gigantic
asteroids and
market
whatnot,
through which
good
all our
luck.
food transits.
Good luck. If you're
How did
still
they
over
manage to
here
gain
like,
control
I've
over
become
our
a
food?
specialized undersea mining
Long-hidden,
company, you're gonna
scandalous
go out of
practices
business
are going
instantly,
to be
bro.
revealed.
You're never
An
gonna
unprecedented
survive.
investigation into the world of food fraud.
It's so over for you. And it wouldn't even be like a gradual thing, too. It'd be like almost overnight. 1 second you'd be making money, and then the moment that the first time that is successfully done, you will never make a cent again. Like on the spot, obliteration
Food
of your
products
entire
are recalled from
market.
supermarket shelves on a regular basis.
It's not worth it.
Most of the time, we don't even notice it. Yet it makes us doubt our food, to which we devote a large part of our lives, and which is as essential as the air we breathe. Sometimes the contents can be misleading.
What on?
It is late 2012 in Ireland. The Director of Food Supervision notices that the price of beef has dropped. He orders DNA sampling of meat from 27 commercially sold burgers.
We found one product with about 1/3 horse DNA in it, and which was just an incredible finding.
Good Lord.
We went back and checked, we double-checked, and we triple-checked, because we understood that if we were to go out public with such a story, it was going to have, quite an effect.
It started out as hamburger, then lasagna, then moussaka and ravioli. Prevention tests in the spring of 2013 revealed horse meat in products where it was not expected.
At the time, we thought it was an Irish problem. It turned out to be a global problem. And products have been withdrawn from shelves in places like Singapore, Hong Kong, in some of the Caribbean countries. So really, we are looking at what really has developed into a massive fraud.
It was a fraud in the world of minced meat products, the most common meat product, especially in ready-made meals. This scandal could have gone unnoticed, like many others, but the Irish authorities have made this public, and their revelations have raised an unprecedented wave of outrage. Ingrid Craggle started her career as an investigator on this case. She is a member of Food Watch, a European organisation that protects consumers.
L'Irlande, elle a balancé toutes les infos. Elle balance tout. Elle balance les noms des marques, elle balance les lieux des points de vente. Elle demande aussi à l'industrie de faire des tests, toute l'industrie de la viande, des milliers de tests. Et étonnamment, elle met tous les tests en ligne. Toutes les informations sont disponibles et ça, c'était quand même exceptionnel.
This ingredient replacement involved 4.5 million ready-to-eat meals, distributed by the biggest brands throughout Europe. Who was able to set up such an operation? A large-scale investigation was launched. A number of clues led to the Netherlands and mobilized the Dutch fraud police.
Where is the source of this? That was the big question.
French,
Who put
indeed.
the horse meat inside the beef products?
Karen Gusau is the head of a department that has the same investigative power as a narcotics squad. 17 detectives and financial analysts are in charge of tracking down fraudsters.
The main thing that we do when we carry out criminal investigations is to reconstruct the money flow and the flow of goods and connect these together.
The Dutch police investigated the obscure networks of minced meat. They first identified the manufacturers who make beef recipes. Behind these manufacturers, they found several wholesalers. These wholesalers worked with traders, market specialists who buy and sell online in quantities of hundreds of thousands of tons.
La filière était très opaque parce qu'il y avait derrière des traders. Et il est très difficile pour les autorités de mettre la main sur des traders qui n'ont parfois pas de siège en Europe. D'ailleurs, les responsables de l'époque parlent d'une véritable plongée dans la comptabilité. Ça a été très très complexe pour eux.
The police identified a Dutch meat trader, Jan Vassen.
So Jan Vaas is actually someone we've known for a long time. He first caught our attention in 2008 when we arrested him exactly because of this fact. So we were hoping that would scare him off. But then in 2013, we discovered that he hadn't stopped.
He's back at it again.
To cover his tracks, Jan Vassen moved to Belgium, where he teamed up with, among others, the owner of this warehouse. Here they stored frozen horse meat, which was half the price of beef, €2 per kilo instead of 4. His profits were estimated at €20 million per year.
Jan Vassen had to hire an office space in a big freezer complex. He had an employee that was changing labels daily. He had businesses in Cyprus and in other countries. He made a whole business of it. It was his daily work. That doesn't sound easy to me.
Jan Vassen was the head of a huge network. His company was registered in Cyprus and imported horse meat from Canada and Romania. This meat
Of
was
course
then
the
sold to his
Canadians are making
associate
horse meat.
wholesalers.
Why am I
The
not
two main
surprised?
ones were located in Belgium and
As
France.
per usual,
It was at these companies that the fraud took place.
The biggest failure
the horse
of
meat was
the
transformed into
of
beef
the Anglosphere.
by the magic
Canada
of a label.
is involved.
The wholesalers sent the fake minced meat to Luxembourg to a manufacturer of ready-made meals. These fake products were distributed to hundreds of supermarkets.
Looks like my kind of
la
production line.
responsabilité de ceux qui l'achetaient à des prix
Except with
ridicules,
people. I
de
don't
ceux
know why
qui
you would choose
l'utilisaient,
them in
mais
there.
personne,
They're not very
en tout cas c'est ce
efficient.
qu'ils prétendent,
They
n'a
complain
vérifié
so much.
l'ADN de la viande. Et donc dans des quantités phénoménales comme ça, avec autant d'opérateurs économiques, c'est quand même étonnant.
This collective misconduct has angered a man who is at the heart of this industry. Christophe Brousset had been working for 20 years as a trader in major food processing groups.
Tout ce que j'entendais, c'était soit des industriels ou leurs représentants qui disaient mais non, c'est un cas isolé, chez nous on a la meilleure industrie alimentaire du monde, c'est fini, c'était avant, maintenant c'est clean. Mais je connaissais évidemment les pratiques du milieu. Et c'est à ce moment-là que je me suis dit bon, ce serait quand même pas mal que quelqu'un en parle. Et là j'ai commencé à parler, oui. Parce que j'attendais que quelqu'un d'autre le fasse et personne ne le faisait.
Christophe Brousset has decided to break the silence as he himself has committed fraud.
Oui, j'ai dû acheter des produits que normalement j'aurais pas achetés. Ouais. Parce qu'on me le demandait.
I didn't have a choice.
Bah déjà j'avais pas le choix. Donc, quand on est employé en général, on fait ce qu'on son patron demande. Donc moi on me demandait d'acheter des produits qui étaient de mauvaise qualité, donc j'étais contraint de le faire. Il y avait une fraude générale.
You were forced to do so. Okay, so you're
sur un
no,
produit,
you're
sur
just a
plusieurs
punk.
produits. Sur le miel, sur le poivre, sur le cumin, sur le paprika, sur plein de produits.
What a weak man. What a weak,
In
sniveling little
2013,
cowardly
a
rat.
whistleblower exposed
He's a snitch on
widespread
top of it. I
fraudulent
mean, I'm glad that
practices in
he's
the food
snitching because on
processing
something
industry.
like this I don't approve.
Faut bien
But
comprendre que c'est pas un
he
acheteur tout seul
proves
qui
that he
décide de
lacks
frauder,
any
par exemple.
kind of spine.
C'est un environnement. À la fois sa structure à lui,
in any shape or
qui
form.
décide de
He's
frauder.
not willing to
À la
stand
fois
by
ses
anything.
fournisseurs qui lui proposent des produits pour frauder, et à la fois des clients qui acceptent de recevoir des
He should
produits
be
à des prix qui
ashamed
sont
of
pas normaux.
himself. I would certainly be
Christophe
ashamed of
Brousset's
him, and
findings
if I were
did not
related to
provoke
him,
the
I
sort
would
of
be
reaction
ashamed
he
to
was
share the
expecting
name.
among the manufacturers. However, his outrage, and that of millions of European citizens, has forced the European authorities to act.
J'ai fermé les yeux, donc j'étais dans un environnement qui me permettait pas réellement de prendre du recul.
It is here in Brussels that the major rules concerning food are written up.
Milestone reached. The
It is then
transportation
up
of
to the
resources
individual
can reach
states to
new
implement
heights of
them.
efficiency. With
For
the
Eric
Mark
Marin,
IV belts and lifts,
an official
the
of
truck,
the European
but even
Commission,
more
the
importantly,
horse meat
your
scandal,
effort.
known as
Handling a
Horsegate,
large and
was a
complicated
turning
vehicle like the truck should come easy to a
L'emballement
well-trained
médiatique a fait que
pioneer
c'est
such as
devenu une
you.
crise et qu'il a fallu
They are
gérer
an
cette
obvious
crise.
improvement over tractors
Eric
concerning
Marin was
industrial
proud of
purposes.
the European health
Improvements
surveillance
for
system.
personal use were
He
not
discovered
measured.
that Europe is not well equipped to deal with this new problem that is affecting our food.
Your ears. Yeah, listening to French is always
Ici,
painful.
on s'est dit, mais tout le système
I've
qu'on
never
a bâti
understood
pendant
why
des
some
années,
people
parce qu'on a
describe it
construit
as a romance language.
la chaîne
Because to me,
alimentaire
it
est une des
is.
plus sûres
It is not
au monde,
romantic in the
en Europe.
least.
On a bâti tout un système qui était lié comment détecter les problèmes de santé publique. Et là, quelque part, on se retrouvait complètement désarmé
At least
face
no more so
à
than any
quelque
of the
chose
others are.
qui
The
est moins
others,
contrôlé dans
I
les
feel,
entreprises.
tend to be much better
Et il y a eu une prise de conscience
examples if
générale
you're
qu'il fallait
looking for
faire quelque
something
chose,
that you would
non
describe
plus
as
simplement pour
romantic
détecter les problèmes de
language.
santé publique, mais détecter les suspicions de fraude. Bonjour tout le monde.
The Food Fraud Network was created for this. European officials struggle all year long to detect and track down counterfeit food products. All accidental modifications are dismissed. Only cases of intentional manipulation are investigated.
In an African swine fever area.
Ok, très clair, Carla. Bon, ça c'est vraiment de la fraude, hein, donc on les met dans notre rapport semanal pour les États membres.
The Dutch authorities are requesting.
On est passé ici à la création d'un réseau européen avec des points de contact dans chaque État membre où on pouvait échanger des informations confidentielles, sensibles, en toute confiance, pour pouvoir agir et coopérer entre les États membres. Et ça, c'était déjà une première révolution.
For this to happen, the 27 European states must be flawlessly compliant. This is not always the case, as demonstrated by a recent case
Yeah, for me,
involving
French
beef.
is just, there's
It
too
happened
much
in
phlegminess to
2019,
it. There's too
6
much.
years after Horsegate.
There's too much of these. Constantly in it. I'm just like, ugh. Every
The
time they do it,
scandal is serious,
it's just,
and
ugh.
France was at the heart of it.
The
This
first
time,
woman
the
was a
fraud
perfect
concerned a
example
public
of
order
it. Like, she
for
did it
1,500
constantly,
tons
and every
of
time
minced
she did it, I was
steaks
like, ugh.
intended to distribute
Ugh.
to charities.
It put me off
These
my meal.
charities raised the alarm when they
Speaking with their
discovered the
phlegm.
whitish
Yeah, they're
colour
speaking
of these
right from
steaks
the
originating from
phlegm.
Poland. Why did the
And I'm
French
just like,
government
why?
choose Polish suppliers?
Pour moi, c'est assez difficile à comprendre parce qu'on est un des pays avec la plus belle industrie agricole, avec probablement les meilleurs produits au monde. Donc on aille acheter du steak à l'autre bout de l'Europe, dans des pays où on sait très bien, la réputation de la Pologne en termes de qualité alimentaire est exécrable, extrêmement mauvaise.
European buyers have become fixated on Polish beef. Suppliers are undercutting prices, partially due to highly competitive labour costs.
Too much phlegm in the
Poland has
language.
become one
Can't
of the
stand
world's
it.
leading meat producers.
Never understood it. Every time
A
they hit me with
business
that
that in
sound, I'm just immediately
2017
like,
was worth
"Ugh,
almost
gross."
6 billion euros.
Put off on the spot.
C'est devenu un acteur économique
Oh
sur
yeah,
le
I don't know
secteur
if
de
I've
la
looked
viande
up
absolument
here
incontournable.
during
Tout le
stream,
monde se
but
fournit là-bas. On a vu cette
we hit
explosion en
level
fait, du
2,
marché,
so
du
this is what
commerce. Il y a eu énormément
the thing above
d'investissements.
us looks like
Le
now.
véritable problème, c'est que les contrôles n'ont pas suivi.
It's much more
The charities
complicated,
had
much
the
more
Polish
developed
steaks
now.
delivered to them analysed. The results confirmed all their suspicions.
Là, ce que donnent les analyses qui ont été faites sur les produits.
Alors on trouve du tissu osseux, on trouve du tissu conjonctif, des glandes, des muqueuses, des tissus lymphoïdes. Donc en fait voilà, ça a été remplacé par tous les sous-produits possibles et tous les déchets d'abattoir qu'on peut trouver. Voilà. C'est assez peu ragoûtant. Donc voilà. Donc en termes de protéines, non seulement on n'est pas suffisamment haut, mais en plus, pour faire monter le taux de protéines, on a mis des protéines végétales. Donc il y a quasiment, oui, il y a très peu de viande en fait dans ce produit.
Beef has been replaced with byproducts. The substitution is all the more shocking since the steaks were intended for people in need. But how do you find out who is responsible? The European Food Fraud Network has no investigative power.
Il est très clair que la Commission n'a aucun pouvoir de police. Ça relève vraiment des États membres. Et c'est eux qui font les enquêtes, ils échangent les informations et l'enquête est déclenchée dans le pays qui reçoit cette information.
So it is the Polish government that has to take over. The Polish veterinary authorities are launching a series of controls aimed at the manufacturer, the company Biernacki. It is one of the new giants of beef production. It is subjected to the same regulatory obligations as in the rest of Europe.
Kiedy zostały wyprodukowane te kotlety, jest pobierana tak zwana kontrpróbka i zostawiana na miejscu w zakładzie. Wszelkie informacje, wszelkie wyniki tej kontroli zostały przekazane oczywiście przez system francuskiej. Natomiast to mogę powiedzieć, że te kontrole, które zostały tam przeprowadzone, nie potwierdziły tego zafałszowania tych kotletów. Także na tym my tak naprawdę zakończyliśmy na tym sprawę.
In conclusion, there is nothing to investigate here. We tried to question the Polish company's managers, but we were rejected several times. Meanwhile, there is another case which 2 Polish journalists have been working on for the past 6 months. It will raise suspicions about the country's entire beef industry.
Not by much, but we do.
One of them, Patrick Sapaniak, managed to get himself hired in a small countryside slaughterhouse.
We got a tip that there's some illegal procedure happening in one of the slaughterhouses.
1 second,
We knew before that there are similar procedure ongoing in other slaughterhouse, but this one, we knew exactly that this is going on. The slaughterhouse itself is in the middle of nowhere, so there is no possibility to take a look without getting anyone's attention. So I changed some of appearance, changed some of my behavior, and went for a job interview to the slaughterhouse. It might sound ridiculous, but I got the job. And then the next day, I started to work as a slaughterman. The first trucks of cows, sick or dead ones, were coming out. Like, few of them have some rotting parts, few of them, they have some white thing going out from through their mouth. And there was no vet, of course, nearby. He just came up early in the morning to check up heads of cows, not the meat. He behaved like this bovine meat magically popped out in the middle of the night. And he just comes there and I don't see anything.
Sure, Chonky, sure. I'll take a Reese's cup.
Broadcasted on television, their investigation triggered a political crisis. The journalists showed that other slaughterhouses in the country have the same practices. They bought cows for meat processing at low prices and sold the meat at full price.
It got a big effect. And then our Ministry of Agriculture had to take some actions. They ordered massive checkups in every single slaughterhouse in Poland, which is like 400 of them. But the one who's being inspected knows about it like in a week in advance, so there's no surprise effect.
Yeah, that's always irritating when that happens.
I talked with several former ministers of agriculture and deputies which told me that this scandal, like everybody knew about it, that is going on, but it was convenient to basically leave it on and work it because it's pure profit, right?
Meat not fit for consumption entered the food chain through a weak link, the slaughterhouses. Then it spread through the entire marketing network.
The meat from this slaughterhouse where I work was founded in like 14 countries: France, Germany, Czech Republic, Saudi Arabia, Turkey.
The fraud caused a diplomatic crisis at the European level. Inspectors sent by Brussels then audited the entire Polish beef industry. Their report confirmed numerous shortcomings in sanitary procedures and traceability.
Ils fournissent toute l'Europe à des prix défiant toute concurrence. Et donc, on a un souci. Cette viande, potentiellement, part sur les marchés sans qu'elle ait été correctement contrôlée.
The state didn't really change the law, so it's still happening somewhere over there, right?
How can one effectively fight against food fraud when the state doesn't even take action?
Les administrations vont effectivement donner plus ou moins d'attention à la fraude alimentaire. Alors, est-ce qu'on peut parler de bons et de mauvais élèves? Vous savez, chaque administration fait avec son passif, avec son passé et avec ses moyens. Hein, il faut en être conscient.
One country prides itself on being at the forefront of the fight against fraud: Italy. They are the first country in Europe to have put in place detection measures, yet it is overwhelmed by fraud. The challenge is in keeping with the success of Italian cuisine and the worldwide appeal of each of its products.
Il parmigiano in generale, il prosciutto, l'aceto balsamico, l'olio extravergine, insomma i prodotti più importanti vengono sofisticati. Il danno è al mercato, il danno è all'immagine del prodotto italiano.
Ludovico Vicaro is one of the few Italian magistrates specialized in criminal cases involving food.
Ricordo quando ero un giovane sostituto, mi occupavo anche di queste cose e c'era uno che con il suo furgoncino vendeva in varie parti d'Italia sempre quest'olio sofisticato. Però lo faceva a livello, come dire, di un giro di affari molto limitato. Oggi è diventata una grande industria.
Food fraud affects all Italian products. How can the Italian authorities stop it? A special
Those
unit
uniforms
has been
looked
created to
very
save
much
the
like
national gastronomic heritage.
keeping the trains
Its
on
efforts
time.
are focused on one food product in particular. 9 out of
I
10
trust those
Italians
Italians keep
consume
the
it,
trains running
and the
on time.
demand is growing rapidly. Italian extra virgin olive oil is #1 on the world market. This gem brings in 1.2 billion euros each year for the Italian state.
Fare la segnalazione a eBay tramite Vero. Il prodotto non è in Italia, è all'estero.
È ceduto all'estero?
È un'inserzione che abbiamo su ebay.de, quindi
Counterfeiters borrow the names of real companies to market their fake products. Italian controllers have the means to demand that online sales platforms immediately take down fraudulent ads.
Nel sistema di controlli che è stato implementato, un sistema di controlli che è abbastanza stringente, anzi possiamo dire molto più stringente rispetto a altri paesi, anche perché l'olio extravergine oliva è un prodotto su cui tanto punta il Ministero dell'Agricoltura, la produzione nazionale.
To assess the effectiveness of this system, we must dive into the industry, starting with the olive trees. Italy is a land of traditional production, and one region is more so than any other, Tuscany. In the village where Leonardo da Vinci was born, Luigi carries on the tradition of Italian extra virgin olive oil. He is experiencing a dramatic drop in profits.
Quest'anno a luglio non avevo più olio, perché io quando ho finito il mio olio biologico non lo vendo più. Quando non ce n'ho più, non lo vendo più, l'ho finito, non c'è più.
Global warming and the abundance of insects are putting a strain on national production, and yet Luigi notes that big brands supply the supermarkets of Italy and Europe all year long with extra virgin olive oil sold at knockdown prices.
E succede questo, che sono delle aziende, degli orefici abbastanza grossi.
I mean, you're not wrong, but
non ne posso fare, va bene?
It's typically supposed to be worth
che
it.
importano.
I've never had any of the
Olive,
super fancy ones myself, so I can't personally attest to it, but
5 litri a 16 euro, è una vergogna. Quest'olio di merda, la posso dire merda, eh? Hai capito?
In order to supply the world market, these big manufacturers don't harvest, press or produce on site, unlike Luigi. They gather, produce and add fragrance, and their oil is then the result of complex blending, which includes a large portion of imported oil. This is how the fraud begins. The port of Livorno is the main unloading point for goods in Tuscany. A special system set up by the Italian fraud control authorities is in place here. Every day, a ship unloads its cargo of extra virgin olive oil. Manufacturers bring in the precious liquid from all over the Mediterranean basin.
we'll have to get us some good quality stuff, Chonky.
Facciamo uno screening su alcuni fornitori dalla Spagna e vediamo poi il risultato.
These imports will be mixed with the national production and sold as Italian extra virgin olive oil. This is legal under one condition, that all the criteria for extra virgin olive oil be met.
Interessante per noi, perché è olio che ha già un po' di anni.
Italian inspectors are looking for imported foreign oil of poor quality, too acidic or not fruity enough. Imitation is easy, and if it is discovered, the oil is simply registered in a lower category, stating that an error has crept into the documents.
Spesso, abbiamo visto, il declassamento avviene mentre ancora stiamo facendo il campione. Quindi cosa vuol dire? L'azienda era consapevole che il prodotto non era tanto buono, però ci provo, vediamo, no? Se non ci sono controlli. Ci sono i controlli, allora io declasso il prodotto, non è più extravergine, prima ancora che sia analizzato.
Random checks at the port are of very little effectiveness. This is why the fraud control agents have concentrated their efforts on another stage of the production chain. A few kilometers away, a producer agreed to let us watch how this European unique surveillance system works.
Permesso. Siamo venuti per un controllo.
A computer program allows the controllers to follow in real time all the producers of extra virgin olive oil. Each delivery must be declared.
Era 22 ore di questa stagione.
Quindi non è presente sul nostro registro perché abbiamo visto non ci sono movimentazioni, a meno che non sia entrata qualche altra.
È arrivato stamattina questo.
Perfetto.
83 quintali.
Before launching an investigation, the inspector knows exactly what he needs to find in the tanks. The quantity, the oil that is produced on site, the oil that is imported. Everything must be recorded by the producer. This meticulous control is equivalent to putting the entire production of Italian olive oil under administrative supervision.
Servono 5 lattine per poter fare cosa. Cerchiamo di prenderle il più random possibile. Okay.
While everything seems to be in order with this producer, random samples will be taken and sent for analysis. This is the only way to ensure the authenticity of the extra virgin olive oil.
Però è una garanzia per noi che lavoriamo e che vogliamo produrre un olio italiano di qualità. Ecco, quindi ben vengano, anzi, vengono ancora più controlli più stretti, più stringenti, più forti.
Is there a double standard between small manufacturers and large ones? It is rumored among producers that the Italian authorities tend to spare the major producers of the market. All the while, the quality of their oil is regularly called into question by independent bodies. In May 2021, the consumer protection magazine Salvagente tested 15 bottles of oil from major brands. They were sent to public laboratories for analysis. The result was that 7 out of 15 bottles were not extra virgin.
I think we're probably going to wrap it here because the next stage is going to be me just hammering for a long time.
C'è un'attenzione
negli
ultimi anni alla tutela dell'olio di oliva.
We're going to wrap it here for the day.
Però non sono ancora sufficienti controlli a evitare le truffe.
I do hope that you have enjoyed your time here today, chat. Let me see if I can find someone for us to raid. And then we shall head on out, alright? But, regardless, you all have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless y'all. Stick around for that raid. Let me find someone for us to go bless.
I don't know how to pronounce that. You cease.
Don't want to. I'm quite amused. You shut your mouth.
You too. Somebody clip his laugh, please.
No.
Right, you? Clip the
Fade from memory. Sounds a bit homo to me.
Ah.